you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can give your ray your light. Open your heart and show your eyes that your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that your destiny. what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Hey everybody, I thought I'd reward those of you who make it here early, because I always see you in chat and you're so adorable. And I'm starting the stream before I'm officially starting the stream. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that rad? I think that's the right word for it. Rad? We're gonna get some rads today, chat, because this content is radioactive, okay? This content is liable to create ghouls. Which is really cool, because ghouls live forever. As long as they keep up on their, chem acquisition. That's what we learned from the Fallout show. So yeah, here we go. We get shouts out to the early gang. Just Julie, Shakespeare, Moe Noape, Mike, Zera, Passing Wind, Nunca, Miska, Roll, and Tempotronica. And Vamps, jeez. Don't want to forget Vamps. What's up, Vamps? Vamps in the chat. What's up, AC? It's a reward, yeah. Yeah, because the stream wasn't supposed to start yet. So I thought I'd pull a fast one on everyone and start the stream early. Early gang, let's go. Yeah, there's rewards for that. There's rewards for that sometimes. If I can start early. Starting my ghoul arc? Hell yeah. Yeah, that's right. Get radicalized. She came to the right place for that. Yeah, I thought I'd hang out and talk to chat just a little bit before we get started. We've got a lot to cover. In addition to Keffals' return, we got Kamala, we got Joe, we got JD, we got Mountain Dew, and Surge. Does anybody remember Surge? Is Surge still a thing? I don't think it is. I haven't seen Surge in like forever. Is Surge canceled? Let me look this up. Is Surge cancelled? Surge is officially discontinued. Oh no. What happened to Surge? I gotta know. Wait. I need to know. Surge went away in 2003. I mean, honestly, chat, I was never a Surge person myself, but I remember it. I didn't realize that it went away that long ago. There weren't any big problems or weird scandals. Surge just discontinued because of slumping sales. Rumors floated around that Surge was having adverse effects, and schools began replacing it with healthier options. I mean, it doesn't look very healthy. Like, right? As far as branding goes, I mean, colas are not healthy, right? Soda is not healthy, but something about Surge, and like, you know what it's for, right? They're trying to be like, more extreme than Mountain Dew. They're like, it was marketed as fully loaded citrus soda with carbos? With carbos? They're like literally advertising carbohydrates. Contains carbohydrates. That's awesome. I mean, look, if you're I don't know, if you're running a race, if you're a cyclist, there's reasons that you might need a little pick me up with carbos. Maybe not from Surge, but But yeah, JD Vance has got the Mountain Dew. Kamala's got the Surge. Slurm. Wait, is Slurm based on Surge? Everyone wants Chewy Cola. Wait, is Surge Chewy? They should make a new one called Slurge. What's up, Narwhal by Nature? This is like an extra special starting early stream. Also, this might like mark this might mark a little bit of a I don't know. This might be sad, chat. This might be sad. Chat, I think I'm gonna have to retire Keffals. Like, she sure as fuck won't do it herself. But I don't think anyone's interested in Keffals anymore. I think we've officially passed the Rubicon. What the hell is the deal with the Rubicon? What even is the Rubicon? Keffals, you are so fucking irrelevant right now. If you're watching, which I doubt you are, but it would be really funny. It would be hilarious if you were somehow stream sniping me, because Keffals is actually streaming right now, right? And you were to see the fact that I am replacing you on the thumbnail with politics, Keffals. Politics. Politics is more interesting than you. So forget I said Keffals. Let's change the everything about this. Kamala surges while JD Vance drinks. We gotta get that special character though. Let's get that character in here. Oh my gosh. That is the wrong time to come into Discord, possibly. What am I looking for? Okay, block character. Got the block character. I need that block. I need that block character, Chud. Can I borrow the block character from you? Chud's a big user of the block character. If you know. If you know, you know. Oh my god, please, block ASCII. Block character, give it to me. I don't know the codes, right? There's like alt codes for this. ASCII block character. They just need to show it to me so that I can copy it. There we go. While JD Vance drinks R block IST Mountain Dew. Oh my god, chat. Oh my god, it's the R block, right? We don't know what is that word? Chud Logic wants to know. All right, we change that. Yeah. I think that's good. I think we're good now. Yep, it's the end of an era, chat. Keffals is officially no longer relevant. I'll still do a short segment since I put it up there, and somebody probably came in here for the Keffals tent. But just don't expect a lot in the future, because it just doesn't matter. I'm mostly interested in what's the deal with her and Whiteleaf, right? Because that's the whole thing, is she shit all over a bunch of people on Whiteleaf. She ended up coming out on the bottom of all of these, power struggles. And so I would be surprised if she still had a Whiteleaf site. However, it might be the situation that Whiteleaf will just like literally take whoever they can get. Maybe Whiteleaf's just taking whoever they can get. Maybe they don't care. Maybe they can't do it. Right. Maybe Vosh has lost so much steam that he is no longer like the center point, and so somebody can literally shit on Vosh and still be a Whiteleaf creator. That would be interesting. That would be interesting. So yeah, forget about Keffals. We're on to Kamala. Kamala surges while JD drinks racist Mountain Dew. And at some point I'll put that on my thumbnail. You heard it here first. Irene said Keffals is a power bot. Yo, I don't want to know. I don't need to know. Need to know. Chat, we've already had enough people try to ship me in Keffals. That's not, especially Kevin Logan, right? That was the weirdest thing. Kevin Logan, you are thirsty. Thirsty guy. Thirsty guy, Keffals. Yeah, I know, right? That's wonderful, wonderful. Kamala. Am I mispronouncing her name? Kamala. Am I saying Kamala? It's not Kamala. And also, I feel like I'm hearing other people. Yeah, somebody, who was it? Was it JD Vance or Trump or somebody pronounced it Camilla? Somebody thinks she's Camilla. Yeah, it's a meme drink. You can drink memes. That's right. May I ask what the Mountain Dew is about? Oh God, you're gonna find out. You're gonna find out. All right. I mean, not right away, because I think we got to do. I feel like we got to do. We got to do the do. But if you do the do, does that mean you can don't the don't? Is there a mountain don't? That's what I really care about, chat. Don't. You came for the Keffals stuff. You came for the Keffals tent. Well, don't worry. It's still going to be here. It's still, we'll go over like one last time with feeling. You know, we'll remember. I feel like I should do a retrospective. I feel like I should do like a elegy or a eulogy. Like a Kelbilly eulogy. Can we do a Kelbilly? There we go. That's what I'll do, chat. I'll just do a video of all the times of Keffals, a little synopsis, and we'll call it Kelbilly eulogy. Elegy. Eulogy. What is it? Ology. Keffals. Kelbilly oligami. What is that nice, what is that snack that's like rice with a little bit of seaweed wrapped around it and it's got something interesting in the middle? What is it? Onigari. Yeah. Kelbilly onigari. That sounds perfect. Except that it doesn't have noodles, so Keffals will be sad. Onigiri. Am I saying onigari when am I mixing up onigiri with origami? Like, forget about it. Bounce to Twitch. I mean, wait, because people want me to bounce. People on Twitch want me to bounce. Chat, we gotta fix the Twitch. There's like a weird system on Twitch where people accrue a kind of currency that is, I guess, like the nocommentchick shitcoin. It's basically like my own personal crypto, and it's completely worthless. And I would not suggest that you invest in it. Yeah, make Irene bounce. Exactly. Because it's super worthless when I've got like this thing that's like, I literally can't fit my, like the trampoline's right there, chat. The trampoline's right there, but I can't fit it in between where I'm standing and this thing right here. So we've got to fix everything. Yeah, what happened to my bouncing request? Oh my God, chat. Oh my God. We got to figure out a way for the bouncing to happen or to replace it with something better than bouncing. Twitch chat, what do you think? What would you like on your, what are some ideas for things that I could do to redeem the Irene shitcoin? Because we got to redeem that Irene shitcoin. I mean, it's like, these are like my casino tokens and I got to get them back. I need them back from you. It's important. I need my worthless shitcoin back from you. What do I want? I mean, it's more important like what you want. This is all about you, Twitch chat. All about you for once. So we've already got the poll up here. Let me pull this Let me pull this thing up here. We have today President Sunday versus West Side Tyler. It looks like Tyler may be biting the hand that feeds him or not. I don't know. There's only one way to find out, chat, and that's if you choose that one. We've got Francesca debates Jink Uger over AOC. Keep on missing that one, even though it seems like interesting content. We got Elon Musk Epstein ties, and no, chat, I'm not talking about, like, you know, ties that he wears on his shirt with Epstein. That would be hilarious, but no, he doesn't have those as far as I know. And is Destiny losing his shit? Right? Some of these are gonna lose relevance, much like Keffals, if we don't get to them soon. I'm pretty happy with putting sunglasses on emotes. Oh, does that cost shitcoin? Do we need to encourage Irene to hydrate? Maybe we could get a sound drop. Oh my god. I gotta figure out how that works. The only thing with the sound drop is that, like, it has to be, like, expensive, because otherwise you'll be hearing whatever that sound is, like, over and over and over and over again. What's up, MIDI doctors? Well, good to see you all here. VOD in the corner, like... A VOD in the corner, like, God damn it, Malcolm? Wait, what does that mean? I'm trying to understand. How did Malcolm get involved? Wait, what is irrelevant APC bit? I was saying that you might want to replace the bouncing with the VOD? Wait, what? I mean, that's an interesting idea, Narwhal by nature. I just don't, I can't, I feel like I'm misunderstanding you. I feel like I'm being incredibly dense today. You know what? You could have sound effects we can play. Yeah. Wait, no, I tried that once, right? In fact, there were sound effects that, like, I think cost, like, money to play, but it never worked. It done AOC. Okay, AOC. AOC bit is irrelevant. I disagree. I feel like the AOC bit involves Francesca arguing with Jink, and I think because of that, it's not irrelevant. Get a spin cycle with VR? I see what you're saying, though. I think what the point that AC is trying to make here is that Biden already dropped out. So they're arguing about Biden dropping out, and Biden dropped out. So that's why it's irrelevant. But I should ask Adrian Vixen. Okay. Maybe it's like you get these widgets, right? Or you get these, like, things that are supposed to work with Twitch, and sometimes they work and sometimes they don't. So maybe Adrian's got one that works. Because I had one. Yeah, Biden is definitely gone. He could not be more gone. Oh yeah, I don't know about that, actually. I don't know. I feel like as I say Biden could not be more gone, I realize he's gonna be like a voice, chat. It's not like Biden's gone. It's more like his brain is in a jar and he's got television screens for his face. I think he's a brain bot. I think it's a Biden brain bot kind of situation. Like, Biden is a brain bot that will follow Kamala around. Kamala is not how you pronounce it. Kamala. It's academic at this point, yeah. Well, we make everything academic here. That's the whole thing. We turn drama into a study. I'm staying in the race, just not as a candidate. Kamala. It's like come alive when the curtain calls, right? It's like that song about dancing. What a feeling, right? And you come alive when the curtain calls, and you go to not Coconut Island. Here's what's bugging me, chat. People are trying to make Coconut Island like a thing, all right? And I get it, right? But you don't have to make it an island. You don't have to associate, like Vosh is going to be too excited about the fact that people are associating Coconut Island with Kamala. Look, Kamala is not going to dominate all of the coconuts on the island and then force people to perform oral, you know what, in order to get a drink of coconut water, right? Kamala would never do that. That's a Vosh thing. That's very much a Vosh thing. Yeah, no relation to Coconut Island, right? Okay, wait, chat. I'm gonna do something. Okay, I'm gonna say names of different streamers, of different drama personalities, and you tell me if they are relevant or not, right? Because we've already got one answer, and that's Keffals. No, Keffals not relevant. Nobody cares about Keffals. Nobody remembers Keffals. See, like, she's gonna like that, though. She wants that, chat. She needs for people to forget her. She needs to be for people to forget what she did. Like, this was her gambit. This was her dingus gambit. Stay away, stay out for like 3 months. People forget about you, and then you rebuild, starting with your stands, starting with the people that have a parasocial relationship with you. Oh my god, that's gotta be so weird. Can you imagine coming into like, oh cool, it's a politics stream that I just found. Hey, Coconut Gang, cool. I like Kamala too. What's up, everybody? And you're like looking at a bunch of Keffals parasocials. They're like, hi, let's love Keffals. And you're like, what? What? Wait, that sounds familiar. Keffals, what do I remember that from? Oh yeah, 100K. 100K missing. Isn't Francesca versus... You're the second one to say that, Peachy. I don't think it is, because I've never seen Francesca go ham on Jink Uger. And also, the other thing I want to know about Francesca, yeah, that's getting the votes. People are saying it's moot, but then people are voting for it. But then it might not matter, right? Because we got this whole other dynamic when it comes to donos. I mean, we got my screen up there of shame. For choosing freaking Keffals as the topic, when literally AOC versus the Democratic Party elders would be a better topic. And that's also moot. That's also moot. But now I've got that What a Feeling song. I got it stuck in my brain. Kamala when the curtain calls. Yes. That's what we're going to do. That's how we're going to handle it. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to do this. Boom. Yeah, like, so like I said, people are saying that AOC, Francesca versus Jink over AOC is moot. However, the majority of you, at least in the full scale stream, are, is it Flashdance? Is that what that is? What is a Flashdance sounds cool. Wait, what is, Biden was Palpatine all along? I feel like Biden's more like House. Wait, not all of you know that. Not all of you know who Mr. House is and how he rules Las Vegas. He rules the strip with an iron fist, the iron fist of his Securobots. I was thinking House MD. Well, the House always wins. It's Irene Cara? Oh, yeah. Is Irene Cara like a one-hit wonder? I feel like I've never heard... I feel like I recognize that name, but I can't place it with anything besides Flashdance. It was a movie that was considered risque for 1983 because people danced around in leotards and leggings. That was like too sexy. Flashdance is about a sexy dancer trying to escape her job as a welder at a steelworks. Wait, I thought she was working at a house of ill repute. It's called Fame? Wait, is it not called Flashdance? Is Flashdance different? I'm getting all the 80s stuff mixed up. The plot is bizarre? Well, it sounds like the kind of movie I gotta see, then. I'm here for that kind of stuff. Fame is Irene Cara. No, Steelworks. Wait, Steelworks? Wait, is Steelworks not what I think it is? Is Steelworks not like welding and shit? I really thought Steelworks was all about welding and other welding-related activities. Oh my god. The 80s are complicated, chat. That's a problem. Fame was early 80s movies and series? Wait, it's a series? Like it's a show? Flashdance was Jennifer Beal. Flashdance is when you dump a bucket of water on a sexy dancer. Fame is... Wait, which one is the song that I was thinking of? That one with Come Alive, When the Curtain Calls? Is that Flashdance or is that Fame? Because Fame makes me think of, like, David Bowie. Isn't it? Yeah, it's the Donald Trump's. It's the Flashdance. Okay, that one's Flashdance. Fame is different. But it's, like, it makes me think of the Apprentice, right? Fame was a Saturday morning cartoon? Was there a Donald Trump cartoon? Was there like a cartoon version of The Apprentice? Chat, what if all the mysteries, all the secret to beating Donald Trump lay in the 80s and we had to go in a time machine and go back in time? Like it was a DeLorean. What if you had to use a DeLorean to go back in time and solve the mysteries of Donald Trump with Scooby-Doo and the gang Mystery Inc. So wait, Fame and Flashdance, not the same thing? Achoo! Achoo! Excuse me. Fame was originally a movie directed by Alan Parker, who did Midnight Express. Then they made it into a TV show. The Apprentice, the anime. I mean, I think there is a Donald Trump anime of some kind. It's really bad though, chat. You don't want to see it. Like they did make an anime OP of Donald Trump, but it's depressing. Because at the end of the anime, he blows up the entire world. Freedom 90? What is Freedom 90? Fame is a good song by David Bowie. I believe it's also Fame 90, which is a song by George Michaels. Oh my gosh, I don't think we can watch like opening scenes of movies on streams. Wait, she's got a bike. Chat, she's just like me, for real, for real. And she's got a cat and she's got a bike. That's just like me. And she lives on a hill? Hell yeah, that's me. She's got long hair. She commutes to her job on a bike. That's... Oh, there's the steelworks. Okay. See, I'm literally having to describe this to you. Okay, other than the steelworks thing, she's just like me. David Bowie Fame song who sang backing vocals. I don't know, but that one, that's the one that's on The Apprentice, right? I think, is it Flashdance that I was watching? I think so. Yeah, Fame is different, I guess. I thought it was like the same thing. Somehow like those two concepts get mixed in my mind. But anyway, yeah, this is like, so maybe Francesca versus Jink over AOC is moot at this point, but it's still getting votes. So I guess if it's like that moot, don't vote for it, because it'll keep popping up if I think people are interested in it. People also seem to be interested in Elon Musk's Epstein ties. He's got ties to Epstein. Ties of Epstein. Yeah, look at this. It's winning both polls. Okay, well, if anybody really thinks it's no longer relevant, then you gotta donate and you gotta overcome this, because otherwise we're gonna watch irrelevant content and everybody's gonna make fun of me. Chud Logic will do a special stream saying, random small streamer chick covers irrelevant topic. Doesn't she know? Doesn't she know that Joseph Biden has already dropped out? I'm from Britain, and even I know American politics better than her. He'll make fun of me, chat. He's been waiting. He's been waiting for his moment to pounce. That's what he does, chat. He watches and he waits for the perfect moment to embarrass me in front of my community. That's what he wants to do. How can I change my vote? I mean, I don't think there is a way. Is there? This is what he's doing? Yeah. This is what he's doing, chat. So look, let's take a little spin down Twitter, see what's going on with Trump. Why is there music?
Kamala will not be your first female president. She will not be your first female president.
It sounds like Cope.
It's not the way it's supposed to be. We're not supposed to have a socialist. Look, we're not.
It's not the way it's supposed to be. Well, I gave you the wrong thing.
Especially a female. Especially a
Here we go.
female.
Especially a female. We can't have a female.
It's not gonna happen. And by the way, Kamala will not be your first female president. She will not be your first female president.
Yeah, he's coping.
We're not supposed to have a socialist.
He's coping and seething. She's a socialist. She can't be the first female president. We can't have a socialist. We gotta have a neoliberal like Hillary Clinton, because remember how popular Hillary was?
Socialist president. We're not
I mean, more popular than you. But that's a low bar. That's an incredibly low bar, Trump. We're gonna have a socialist femoid.
will not be your first female president.
Your first femoid in the White House.
First female president.
We got the femoids, chat.
It's not the way it's supposed to be.
It's not the way it's supposed to be, but it's the way it's gonna be. And there's nothing you could do about it. Cope harder, Donald. Cope harder. Especially a female. We can't have that. I can't be beat by a woman. I can't be beat by a socialist woman. I don't know. Is socialist like now a racist dog whistle? Is that what he's actually trying to say? Like, I mean, he's letting it all show. He's letting us see it, everything. He looks really worried. I think he's coping. I think they're all coping. I feel like the Republican Party is real. They don't know what to do with Kamala. And they should have expected it. Didn't Tim Pool? Okay, no, Tim Pool predicted that Biden would drop out, that Biden was doing the speech on purpose because he wanted to drop out, and it was going to be the excuse, right? He would do the debate early and he would drop out, and then it would give him the excuse to bring Michelle in, and then they could make fun of Michelle by implying that she's trans, but instead they've got Kamala. The transvestigators are a little late to the party. I have not seen Kamala getting transvestigated, but you know that they're out there. You know that they're doing their thing. They're going to come up with their theories. They're going to talk about the Q angle or something like that, or the collarbone. They're going to come up with something, because they always do. They always got to be like, no, every woman I don't like is actually trans, right? Tim Pool thinks that Biden. Oh yeah, okay. So there is a conspiracy theory, isn't there? There's a conspiracy theory where the Biden, where Biden disappeared. It's like kind of like it's like this is so alien to them that somebody that has COVID would actually isolate, would actually not want to infect his family and friends, right? This is like this weird theory that they've got. Did you see the RNC crash grinder? That's true. Yeah, the RNC absolutely smashed. A lot of them did. They don't want to be open about the smashing, but they used the excuse of the Milwaukee. You know, they're out of town. Nobody knows who they are. They get the grinder. They go on there. They post the torso only pictures, or the no pictures thing, and they're like they're kind of DTF. They call it the GOP, but they really should call it the DTF because they are very much DTF, as long as it's anonymous and it doesn't get back to their friends and family, because they are a bunch of closet cases. Speaking of closet cases, chat, let's get started. I think we're ready almost. No, we're there's a few more things I have to do before we can get started, aren't there? We're almost there. We're getting there. We're making our way. Hmm. All right, so like I've taken a look at the polls. It looks like Francesca is like just Francesca is smashing, not like GOP grinder style, but Francesca versus Jink over AOC is smashing. Even though that content is moot, you all seem to want to see it, and I'm talking to you, Shorts chat, and I'm talking to you, full screen chat. Elon Musk and Destiny tied for second. President Sunday versus West Side Tyler. I feel like this one might be moot. I feel like there's some of these topics No, wait, nobody wants to know about Elon Musk's Epstein ties in Shorts chat? That's wild. I find that inconceivable. That's the word. Inconceivable, I say. I don't know what that's from, but I like saying it. I think that's an 80s thing, right? Is that in Flashdance? No, it's not in Flashdance. It's something else. It's the Never-Ending Story, right? Inconceivable. It's the guy from the Never-Ending Story, I think. I don't know, chat. I might need a refresher on the 80s. I need an 80s crash course. That's like you get abducted by a DeLorean, they take you back in time, and you get to go through the 80s, like 1 year from like 1980 to 1989, and like experience it and be like, oh yeah, and then there was like Ghostbusters, and then there was Duran Duran, and then there was what else is in the 80s? Are hula hoops in the 80s? No, they're like 50s, right? Anyway, chat, I need a guided tour through every decade so I can understand nostalgia properly. But what, the Republican Party, I'm convinced, is somewhat built on nostalgia. It's Princess Bride. It's looking grim, says Daymal, for Republicans. It's a femoid. Yeah, we can't have a femoid president. No, people are going to vote for her over me. No. I'm a man. I'm a manly man. I'm an alpha male. I'm an alpha Donald over here. You can't possibly vote for a femoid. Come on, bros before hoes, right? He's trying to invoke. He needs to understand that bros before hoes does not work as a campaign slogan. That will not get you anywhere, Donald. That will not get you anywhere. That is not a good campaign slogan. You cannot imply that Kamala has roast beef, okay? That's not going to work. That's just not going to work. Mi nombre es Inigo Montoya. Tu mataste a mi padre. Tu mataste a mi padre? Preparate a morir. It sounds more like Italian the way I say it, doesn't it? I don't actually... My Italian diction is terrible. It's not good. It's grim. It's grim. It's super fucking grim. Wham! Wait, Wham! The band is from the 80s? Yeah. Flock of Seagulls is from the 80s. Yeah. All right, well, whatever. I'm letting the polls settle down. Right now, Destiny losing his shit seems to be tied with Francesca in the shorts chat, whereas in the full scale chat, yeah, it's Francesca is just crushing. It's just absolutely crushing. And no, chat, I'm not trying to imply any, stepping on kind of fetish stuff, right? I'm just saying, I'm just making the observation that she's winning in the poll. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying for right now, chat. But yeah, this is our dono goal for today. We're at 0%. If we get to 100%, then one of these things becomes applicable. And by applicable, I mean I'll watch it after the rest of the stuff that we got to cover today, including Keffals. Yes, I'll still cover Keffals. I'm still covering Keffals. All right, even though she's not relevant and nobody loves her and nobody cares. Sorry, Keffals, but I will still cover you. Okay. Madonna. Oh God, she was like all over the 80s. Wait, her movies are good though. I think I saw one of the movies of Madonna, and she was chewing gum, and she had a New York accent, and she had a pet leopard or a puma. It was like a mountain lion. It was a jaguar. I think it was a jaguar. I think Madonna had a pet jaguar in the 80s, and they made a movie about it, right? Madonna movies are the best. All right, but yeah, so, I mean, I'm sorry if some of this stuff is moot. I didn't mean to give you, like, I feel like what it is it's a buffet, right? I'm running like a buffet, and like every day I close up the buffet and I put saran wrap over it, and then I wheel it into the like walk-in refrigerator, and then I bring it out the next day, and it's like, people have eaten all the egg salad because the egg salad was really good that day, but we still have the tuna salad, and we still have the Jello salad, and we still have the like other forms of salad. There's other salads, aren't there? There's some coleslaw in there, right? And it's like kind of like, you're looking at it and you're like, yeah, that's like day old coleslaw. That's like that egg salad. At least we ate the egg salad. Hey, the egg salad would go rancid before like anything else. All right, you don't want to mess around with old egg salad, chat. You will get yourself in trouble really quick. But I'm getting myself in trouble really quick, yapping so much at the outset of the stream while Luigi is getting bored and falling asleep. I am like Donald Trump putting people to sleep in the audience with all my yapping. It's ceaseless fucking yapping. 90 minutes of yapping, right? Nobody cares, Donald. Nobody cares, Keffals. Nobody cares, Irene, right? We're just yapping. We're just here yapping. So let me get through my yapping and just tell you that that's the dono goal. It's, if we hit 100%, we'll get to see an extra piece of content that could be President Sunday versus West Side Tyler, the drama between Sunday and Tyler. They used to be friends, but now they're mortal enemies. Now President Sunday is strangling and is like, why you little, and West Side Tyler is like, eat my shorts, man. It's basically what's going on. They've got a very Homer Simpson and Bart Simpson relationship, right? Their family, they should be nice to each other, but instead they're at each other's throats. Who knows, chat? Who understands the Simpsons? Not me, except for I like the Halloween Simpsons. Those are pretty good. Francesca versus Jink over AOC. Hey, this is the old ass tuna salad. We better eat it today, or else it's not going to be fresh at all. That, the thing about tuna salad, right, is it's got to have, wait, is this tuna salad or am I thinking egg salad? Which one has the chopped up pieces of celery? Which one has the little tiny bits of celery? Is that, I think it's in tuna salad, yeah, and relish, right? And you put it into the tuna salad, but at some point the celery starts to get soggy, and you don't want soggy celery. You need the celery to have a bite to it, and it's little tiny pieces. They get soggy really quickly. They get filled with the tuna juice, and it's not too good. It's not too great. The mayo that goes in, like tuna salad, I feel like it's like 1/3 tuna and 2/3 mayo, right? That's how you make it. You just you take the tuna, a little bit of tuna, and you just slop the mayo into there, right? And you just stir it up. And it's making that sound. You know what I'm talking about, chat? This is terrible. I'm going to get clipped saying this. But when you stir the tuna with the mayo, it goes like... This is so bad. This is so bad. Is that Francesca Ramsey? No, we're talking about Francesca Fiorentini. And I've never seen her go ham at Jink Uger. I don't even know what's the deal, chat. Is she even working for TYT anymore? I know she was with TYT for a while, but I feel like whenever I see her, it's either on Bad Hasbro or it's like her own show. So I feel like maybe she's moved on to bigger and better things. So I don't know if this is just like an invite back, you know, to debate. Speaking of debates, we got some spicy debates with Piers Morgan. Anthony Weiner versus George Santos. That's the freaking blunt rotation you never asked for. You never asked for that, but you're getting it anyway. It wasn't supposed to be part of that. It's schlorp. That's the word for the sound, is schlorp. It's like when you get the macaroni. Oh my God. You know what I'm talking about, chat, with the macaroni? It makes a very particular sound. It sounds a little bit like wet ass something or other. But anyway, we'll have to ask Ben Shapiro what the third word to that is, right? Because if it was a word, I would have that blocked off. Wet ass P block character SY. Right? And you just have to guess. Maybe it's Ponzi. Could it be Ponzi? Wet ass Ponzi? It's a wet ass Ponzi scheme? I don't know, chat. You tell me. You tell me what sounds like macaroni when you stir it. It seems like a satellite contributor who doesn't usually appear on the main TYT show, Francesca, shows up on the damage report. Oh, Johnny Adirola. Yeah, I don't mind him. So yeah, we got Francesca trying to debate Lord Jink over AOC. It's not that hard. I feel like I could debate Jink. Debate me. You got to debate me, Jink. I'm sorry. If you don't, you're a coward. You're a coward. And I'll be like, of course. Wait, that's not even... I think I'm mixing up Jink slogans, but anyway, you got to debate me, Jink. We also have Epstein's Elon ties, yes. No, Elon. Okay, you've seen the picture. Elon Musk and Ghislaine Maxwell, right? He says that she photobombed him. I think maybe there's more to this story. I think it's really interesting that the motherfucker got like some kind of a summons or subpoena or something from a court involving Epstein, and he did not cooperate. Elon Musk not cooperating with the Epstein investigation. I wonder what could be behind that. What does debate mean? It's like when you trick somebody into, it's like a top of the hour ad debate, which I already missed. We just had the top of the hour ad break. I couldn't debate you with that. It's like if I say something, but then it's actually just like the top of the hour ad break. Oh. Have I missed anything important? Not yet, Benny. I almost called you Billy. That's like what an old person calls, like, you know that you got old when you are calling everybody Billy. When everybody's Billy or Jimmy, then you are old as fuck, right? You gotta call them Billy. You gotta say, what's up there, Billy? Ah. Oh my God, chat. Oh my God. Means debating a jabroni, who is a jabroni like a brony? Like some kind of brony? You body slammed the brony into the mat. Are bronies even around anymore? Like it's like when you trick somebody. It's a debate. Jabroni is like a jobber. It's like jobberoni. It's like, well, it's not just a jobber. It's a jobber who is like the wrestling equivalent of pepperoni, right? It's like, you know, the meat is old, and so you got to throw it through a grinder and you with lots of spices and stuff because it's getting gamey. It's a gamey kind of meat, right? And it's not going to be good unless it gets all ground up with all the spices and the, you know, you got to get, you say, well, that's one spicy pepperoni. And that's how that works. It's a wannabe tough guy, but they're really a jobber. They're really a jobber. So anyway, yeah, I think I've gone over everything that is on the poll, right? And again, none of this matters. This is all academic. Oh my God, I'm gonna spill my coffee here. This is all academic unless we hit the dono goal. We're at 0% right now. We got to be 100% by the end of the stream, which I swear I keep on. I tell you every time it's going to be like not that long from now. That I'm going to go faster through stuff. That I'm going to watch like less content. I'm definitely going to watch less Keffals content today. And we're going to try to, you know, make the stream overall shorter because it needs to be shorter. So I have time to do editing, which I never do. The meat is old. Oh my God. Yeah, it gets old. It gets gamey. It's gamey meat. It's a game hinge. It's a game hen from Gamehenge. That's what it is, okay? It's like a very old fish reference that one person in this chat will get, and you'll be like, Wilson, and I'm like, what's up? But anyway, so what are we doing? I'm out of control today, chat. I'm out of control. A brony is like the backside profile of a little pony, of My Little Pony. Yeah, brony is like a bussy, but for, no, wait, no, chat, no, okay. No, it's not like a bussy. I don't know why I said that. Yeah, keep her meat fresh, right? That's important. Hygiene, okay? A vlog. Oh my god, chat, I'm so out of everything. What are we watching? What are we looking at? What are we doing? Maxwell Octopus and oh my gosh, look, I can't tell you about like intelligence agencies, right? Or I could, but I'd have to kill you, which is TOS, right? Killing members of chat, definitely TOS, definitely not something that I am going to be doing today or any day, right? I hope you didn't come here, you know, with that in mind, right? Otherwise, you know, you got bigger problems than I can solve. She's still with TYT, I think, because she wants to supply alternative views. Interesting. Anyway, well, look, it's a tough business. I'll say that. It's a tough business. It's a tough field. If you go it alone, you go it without health insurance or any of those things that you need. So, I mean, I understand that people, you know, have to do different things in order to survive. So, hope she's, I hope she blows the fuck up and can write her own ticket. That's what I hope, because I really like Francesca. I think she's really awesome. Anyway, so yeah, chat, those are the subjects. That's the poll. Those are the polls. Right now you're voting for, so you're still voting for Francesca, aren't you? You're still voting for Francesca. Look, I mean, if that's your choice, that's your choice. If you go for the egg salad, you know, go for the egg salad. If that strikes your fancy. Look, I'm an egg salad fiend myself. Like, right, I don't eat eggs anymore, but I used to. And you know, if there was like a one of those vending machines, right, that has like, you know, actual food in it and it had egg salad, I would sometimes get the egg salad sandwich. It's silly. It's really silly. You probably shouldn't eat an egg salad sandwich from a vending machine, but I would always be like at work and like it sounded good. But yeah, so how does this work again? So you vote for these things, right? It's in the poll right there. You can vote in the shorts chat. You can vote in the not so shorts chat. For once now, we've got more votes in the full screen stream chat than we do in the shorts chat, right? And that's how you make your voice heard, right? That's how we pick a topic, is that everybody votes. And you could, like, little hack, little life hack, okay? You could vote in the stream that you're watching, but you could also click my you can click my link, you can click my picture, you can go to my channel page, and you can find the stream that you're not in, right? You can find the stream that you're not watching right now, and you can click on that, and you can get a second vote, because I will count them both. There's literally nothing I can do to stop you from doing that, and I'm telling you this because I know that people, enterprising weasels, are doing this right now, and I want to make sure that all the weasels have a chance to vote twice should they want to. All I ask of you is that you make sure to leave me a like when you go into the other stream, because that like helps me out an awful lot, right? What else helps me out an awful lot? What else helps us actually get to watch some of this content? When the dono goal goes magically from 0% to 100%, how does it go from 0% to 100%? With donos. When you make a super chat, when you make a super sticker, when you get a membership for yourself or gift memberships to other people, when you are on Twitch and you use a Twitch Prime sub, or you use or you get yourself a sub for $6, or you gift subs to other people because you know that at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break, and that ad break is unskippable, and they will be sucked into that vortex of ads unless somebody saves them, right? All of those count towards the dono goal. All of those also enable you to tell me, hey, I just donated, bitch. Could you please put my money on the board? Could you please put my money where my mouth is? And maybe you say that your mouth today is on President Sunday. Maybe you say your mouth today is on Francesca. Maybe your mouth is on Elon Musk. Hopefully your mouth is not on Epstein, because that's just gross. Plus he's dead. All right. Or maybe your mouth is on Destiny. Maybe you're glazing Destiny today. and you want to see, what's going on with that, what kind of conspiracy theories that Destiny's got for us, got cooked up. He's cooking up a big mess of Russian conspiracy theories for us to sample, right? Much like a tuna salad of indeterminate age, right? So you let me know which of those appeals to you, which of those you want to see, right? And then I add a percentage to that. So even if your thing is not doing that well, because Francesca somehow is still winning after, so many days of this content maybe not being super relevant, people are still voting for Francesca. Maybe you want to throw a swerve in there and make it Elon Musk's Epstein ties, or maybe you want to throw a swerve in there and see what Destiny is doing, with the Russian. He's playing with Russian bots, apparently. He's having a fun little game of the Prisoner's Dilemma with the Russian bots, right? Maybe you want to see that. So you just tell me what you want to see, and I put your money where your mouth is. Whatever you're glazing up today, whatever you're glazing, I will add 1% per dollar of that donation to the topic of your choice. So when you donate, just make sure to let me know which of these things you back, which of these horses you back, right? Speaking of horses, we got some Vosh. We don't have Vosh. We don't have Vosh. We're fresh out of Vosh, right? But what we do have is we have Vox. I'm sorry, Chad, I get them mixed up all the time. Vox Populi is what you say if you're just like, you know what? I'm going to donate, but I don't want to rock the boat. I want the poll, whatever wins is going to win. And if it's Francesca, then it's Francesca. If it's Destiny, then it's Destiny. If it's Fallout New Vegas, then so be it, right? If you're that kind of person that you just don't want to yuck anybody else's yum, you can say Vox Populi, and I will put your money on Vox Populi, which actually makes it so that the donos count for less, right? That's the magic of Vox Populi. So just remember, when you're making your donations, let me know what you voted for or what you want to see, or if you just want to throw it back to the voters, to the chatters, to the viewers, right? You can say Vox Populi, and I will make it happen. All right, speaking of like that, thank you, Shakespeare, for giving me a great way to illustrate how this works. So Shakespeare just super chatted $2. Destiny's bathroom vending machine egg salad. Yo. So what happens here is that the dono goal goes up by 2, and the Destiny score. So in other words, what I'm going to do is I'm going to average both of these polls, and then I'm going to add the percentage that these are on to the polls. So that makes it like slightly less or slightly more likely that Destiny losing his shit might be the winner, because I know a lot of people want to see that today. What I want to see right now is my fancy weasels, because you got a fancy shout out.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
You get a fancy shout out. That's right, fancy weasels. So this is the part of the stream where I shout out everybody who is on my Patreon for $5 at the $5 tier or more, right? And that would be Omega Star, Jules K, Just Julie, Moe Noape, Shakespeare, Funky Monkey, and Temporal Insanity. Shouts out. Fancy shouts out to my fancy weasels. I think we're ready to get going, chat. And I've been edging you for far too long. Far too long indeed. So yeah, that's what's going on with Trump today. He is trying his best to lose the election, despite the fact that I think he's still favored. So the odds makers, chat, the last time I checked, it was like 60% Trump, 40% Kamala. That may be changing, though. That may be changing, because we've got a little surge going on with Kamala, and we'll check in on that in just a bit, right? What do I want to show you first? It's Piers Morgan, I think. We'll do, wait, no. I don't know, chat, I can't decide. Netanyahu? Now, let's start off spicy. So, I know what you're saying, okay? You want to see Anthony Weiner wait, there's supposed to be Anthony Weiner, George Santos. Here we go. You want to see what happens when Anthony Weiner gets down and dirty with George Santos and the tea is spilled, okay? If you don't remember this guy, Anthony Weiner, I'm trying to remember, right? Because I had remembered a very different texting scandal than what actually happened. Like, apparently, Anthony Weiner sent pictures of some guy named Dick to an intern who was not underage. I remember them being underage, but I guess that maybe is not true. Can somebody confirm that for me? Can we get that confirmed? Was it a 17-year-old? I thought I remembered them being underage, but I could be wrong. Weasel is related to ferrets? I think so. Yeah, it's well, like, here's the deal, chat. Okay, nobody's ever seen a weasel. These are mythological creatures like dragons or unicorns, all right? But I like to think that they represent something in the collective unconscious, right? That the weasel is an expression of our innermost being. And the weasel, like, is like almost like a persona that sits on the seat of our soul, eating little nuggets of soul. It's kind of like the brainworm. Okay, so the brainworm that ate RFK's brain, right? You got a weasel and it's eating your heart. It's kind of, and you ask it, why are you doing this, weasel? And the weasel is like, because it is bitter and because it is your heart. And then it eats more of your heart, right? That's what we got. It's going to eat your heart out one of these days, and you will join the weasels. We will all join the weasels.
You can't have it both ways.
Be proud of the fact that
But yeah, can we get a confirmation on what we're talking with Anthony Weiner? Because I don't remember the scandal very well. I don't remember the scandal, like, hardly at all. I remember there was a scandal. I remember it involves his wiener. But I don't remember whether the recipient of said pictures of one Richard J. Weiner, were somebody that is an ineligible receiver, or whether they are an eligible receiver, chat. That part I don't remember. Were they of age at the time? I literally can't tell you. Could anybody out there confirm this for me? Anthony and Huma are in the Nexium cult? Geez, that makes him more interested. Mustelins are a family of animals that includes the honey badger. Yo, honey badgers. Yes, shouts out. 17-year-old? Jeez. Ugh. And on that note, here's Anthony Weiner. So it was fucking sussy. Why is Piers having this guy on? I kind of assumed by the fact that, and it says George Santos X Anthony Weiner. Chat, if I scroll down here, let me show you this, right? Look, somebody needs to tell Piers what person A X person B means, right? Because it doesn't mean what he thinks it means. I think that what he's looking for is a V. George Santos V Anthony Weiner. George Santos X Anthony Weiner. You're promising something that I bet you cannot deliver, but we'll give you a chance if you're going to show us. Oh God, it is. He explicitly messaged a teen. God, why is he on Piers Morgan then? See, like, that should be like, okay, look, if he did something that was bad, but it's kind of like, yeah, whatever, right? Like, you know, okay, you were married and you were sexting an intern. So, you know, you're dipping your pen in company ink. Maybe there's a little conflict of interest. Maybe there's a little power dynamic going on there. That's not great, but, you know, it's been 10 years. It's been whatever. Come on back on Piers Morgan and debate George Santos. But this is not what we're dealing with Anthony Weiner. This is a very different situation. And I'm gotta ask you, is this, am I watching, the age of consent is 25. Wait, where? Am I watching LolCow live? Is Piers Morgan the new host? Are we gonna have Keemstar and Medicare on here? What's going on, chat? This is not somebody that I feel like you should be bringing back into the public consciousness, considering that he actually is more than just a creep.
African woman, Caribbean American woman, Indian, whatever, all of her different things.
Is he being racist? What's going on?
You can't even figure out what she is.
It is the Democrat.
What? Huh? There's a 15-year-old too? Yo, no. Oh my God. Why is Pierce doing this?
Who for 8 years has screamed that he's Adolf Hitler. That's fairly violent rhetoric.
Piers, if Donald Trump acts like a
Brian Tyler Cohen.
fascist, it is not the
Do you really want to be on this particular show? I know you want to get on Pierce, but seriously, is it worth it to be on there with like Anthony fucking Weiner?
Democrats' fault for calling him a
Well, you're
fascist.
saying he is?
That is
He
his
is Hitler?
behavior.
Do you think it's right to compare him to Adolf Hitler?
I don't like comparing people to Hitler, but I will say that...
But? There's a but here?
There's a
Yeah,
butt there?
here it comes. Here
Really?
it comes. Yeah. Oh, come on. You're a shill for your guy Trump. You've always been that way.
I mean, he's right about that. Pierce, you know, if you're friends with Pierce, right, he'll treat you good. Is that Tommy Lauren? Yes, that's Tommy Lauren. Brian is good. He should come on NCC's channel someday, chat. Someday.
Kamala Harris needs a running mate, and because I read and watch a lot of news, I think I know who it will be. He's sharp, he's fit.
We'll debate capitalism versus communism.
He's a strategic thinker. In fact, he's one of the
Who is?
sharpest tacks in DC. He's wise, decisive, and intelligent.
Who?
Experienced leader with a track record of success whose energy levels put the rest of us to shame.
Are we talking about Trump? Is he glazing Trump?
Most importantly, he's the only Democrat who can beat Donald Trump.
Oh, wait. What? Biden? What? What are we talking about, Pierce?
But? There's a but here?
There's a
Yeah,
butt there?
here it comes.
I have to pee.
Oh, come on.
What's wrong?
You're a shill for your guy Trump. You've always been that way.
Kamala Harris needs a running mate, and because I read and watch a lot of news, I think I know who it will be. He's sharp, he's fit, he's a strategic thinker. In fact, he's one of the sharpest tacks in DC. He's wise, decisive, and intelligent, an experienced leader with a track record of success whose energy levels put the rest of us to shame. Most importantly, he's the only Democrat who can beat Donald Trump. This top pick for VP is, of course,
Joseph Robinette Biden.
Joe Biden. And the only reason we know all these things about him is because each and every one of those superlatives is a genuine quote from a Biden supporter in the months before the train-wreck CNN debate, which exposed them all to be complete nonsense. I refer to them again because the narratives driving this election keep changing rapidly. And there's a big movement underway right now to rewrite the script.
So, yeah, I mean, this is all that Trump's got, right? He is glazing Trump because that's the only way that he can possibly... this is the only thing that they have, right? Is that like, well, you said that Biden was a good president and he's not. You switched him out. You forced him out, right? You said that he was sharp, he was smart, he hasn't missed a step, he still rides bikes, he still eats ice cream, and it turns out that he's only eating one ice cream cone at a time now, not two. He's not doing the two ice cream cone thing, right? He's slowed down.
Again.
We're jazzed. We're pumped. We're excited. We got a great candidate. We've always had a great message.
You look pumped. You look excited.
Now we've got a very strong candidate.
So wait, Pierce, are you telling me that politicians are dishonest from time? Politicians sometimes they're selling pork pies, porky pig pies. What is the British phrase? Pork pies. You're selling the pork pies, right?
Can deliver that message.
A feeling for the first time
He's not double fisting it. That's exactly right, Shakespeare.
in many months that this is not only a winnable race, but that they can really slam Donald Trump.
I was like, I kind of fell in love with her. I thought she was smart, engaging. She's funny, feisty, twinkle in your eye.
I'm jumping out of my seat over here watching this. I think people have been thirsting for this.
This is the bulwark.
She is all
She's
over
blowing it
TikTok.
up.
She has
Yeah.
turned things that seemed cringy into making her seem cool. Like,
She's a meme queen. They're actually right about her. Pierce is missing the train. Pierce, look, I know you think that Donald Trump is your friend for life, okay? But you're missing out. You're missing out on getting bonked on the head with a coconut. Chat, I need that coconut sound. All right, I need that coconut bonk. Bonk soundboard. Can we get a bonk just for today? A Doge bonk? Ooh. The refresh is kind of slow though.
Bonk!
No! No!
Bonk!
No! That's better. Bonk number 2. No! What is that? Oh no! Oh no, chat, I activated the meme! No! No, I'm part of a meme now! I just got memed on.
This feels Obama level energy, and Trump world's not ready for it.
Kind of hilarious, isn't it? As I've said all week, the Kamala Harris campaign has a lot to go for it. This race is a lot closer to call, I suspect, than it was
I'd say it's got a lot more to go for it than your show, Pierce.
4 days ago. And Donald Trump needs a smart and disciplined response. But is this real enthusiasm for the savior? Or the manufactured enthusiasm that comes with an unexpected second chance with someone who, by the way...
Okay, so you're asking, Pierce, all right, I'm sorry, you're not a meme lord like me, okay? Intentionally or otherwise, right? You're not a meme lord like me, and so you may not know this, but this is, like, you're asking, is this cope? That's what you're asking. Is this cope, right? Because it could be cope. It could be cope. So either one of two scenarios are true, right? One scenario 1, is that this is something that the Democrats were forced to, that they didn't want to. They really wanted Biden. Biden was a great choice, but there's something that makes Biden ineligible, like the fact that he is losing his cognitive fitness right in front of our eyes. So despite Biden being the fucking Chad Alpha King of the world, we're gonna have to lose Biden, right? And then we're coping and seething. And we're saying we actually like Kamala. Welcome to the stage. Come on, Kamala. But it's secretly behind, like, we've got the meme faces, right? The happy, like we had the happy Wojak face right on top, but secretly we're the crying Wojak face deep inside, right? That's scenario 1. Scenario 2 is that people have been waiting for anybody but Biden. People watch the primary and they're like, is nobody gonna challenge this guy? Is there not gonna be a challenge Biden, right? This is like, when you challenge Biden, it's the primary. And it's like, everybody's like, no, we're not gonna challenge Biden. We're not gonna challenge Biden because we know what happens when you challenge somebody that's got institutional power in the Democratic Party. Even if it's just a little bit, you get shit canned. You get blacklisted. You get that scarlet letter on you and you can't scrub it off, right? It's on your forehead. You get that, you got that letter. It's like a M for like, it's like the Dragon Ball Z thing. You're like evil Vegeta, right? And everybody's like, evil Vegeta, I'm sorry, you are not going to get to run for the next thing that you try to run from, because we know that you killed people in the stands during the Budokai, okay? We don't want that. So, you got the scarlet M on your forehead, right? You are under the control of the wizard Bobbity, and you're not one of us, right? And so nobody ran. And people are like, geez, is he's going to run again? He's going to run? It's going to be Biden versus Trump? Oh my God. Can we get anything besides Biden versus Trump? That is boring. That is a rerun. That is, like, is there any way out of this? And finally, someone answered our prayers. And it was God. And Biden said, it'll take an act of God to get me out of this, bicycle seat, Jack. This is, we're riding this all the way to the finish line. And God was like, oh, really? An act of God? You don't say. And Zeus struck down with his mighty COVID lightning bolt and infected Biden and forced him to be like, all right, you got me. I'm out of here. Act of God. I get it. I'm not fucking around with Zeus anymore. Right. And so we got Kamala. And people are like legitimately excited, not because Kamala is like the end all be all, answer to all of our dreams, not because Kamala is the second coming of Barack Obama, not because Kamala is secretly working with Bernie and like on, she's going to Bernie's secret hideout, but because Kamala is not Joe Biden. And Kamala has not glazed Netanyahu, who we're going to get to next, chat, okay? Just in case you're wondering, we're going to get to the Netanyahu speech. We're going to take a look at that coming after this, right? But yeah, Kamala does not have the stains from glazing Netanyahu like all over her face, right? And that makes her instantly slightly better than Biden. That's a possibility too, Pierce. And I feel like you don't have the wherewithal to really, to really tell, which is which, right? I feel like you're a little slow on the step. I feel like there's too much dare to err on your program. You're sounding like Chud Logic. You're sounding like Keffals. There's a little bit of a psycho mode or I don't know what going on with you today, Pierce. And you just don't get it, bro. You just don't get it. Listen, Pierce, we stan a meme queen. We stan a brat. And she may not be the brat of our dreams, but she's the brat that we got. And we're relatively happy. We're relatively happy, all right? That's what it is, and that's what you're missing. And that's why, Piers Morgan, you suck.
Has been vice president at Joe Biden's side for the entire time. Is this record-breaking fundraising because they feel like this is a brave new world, or the logical result of disenchanted donors returning to the party now the losing candidate is gone?
I am sorry, but these are like, what is it? 60% first-time voters. Sorry, 60% first-time donors. People that have never gotten their credit card out and give it to Act Blue, right? Of all the companies to come up again, it has to be Act Blue. If you don't remember, Act Blue was the fundraiser that scammed our good friend Thomas Matthew. I forgot his name already. Crooks. They scammed Crooks out of $15 by being like, do you want to vote on whether Biden should pardon Trump as a sign of good faith and national unity? You want to make a vote on that? And apparently he did. He wanted to make a vote, and it was worth $15 for him. So, but that's the other place that Act Blue came up. They're just like a very prolific inbox spammers, right? If you get on any sort of Democratic list, there's a good chance that Act Blue is in your inbox, maybe in the spam folder. Maybe they're stored away in the spam folder or something like that. But yeah, they spam your inbox and they try to get money out of you, right? That's the organization we're talking about for whatever reason. Harm reduction voting doesn't have to dissipate revolutionary energy. That's right. If you don't get into the convertible, you don't need to get into Biden's convertible. You don't need to take up residency in the coconut tree. You just need to be there to bonk JD Vance with a coconut in Minecraft at the right time. When he reaches for his racist Mountain Dew, bonk. Exactly. All right, let's go.
Is this really Obama energy, or is it Chuck Schumer's audience energy?
Now that the process is played out, from the grassroots bottom up, we are...
No, do you want to see some energy here? Do you want to see some real energy here? Let me show you. The Republicans know how to do it right, okay, chat? At least I've been told. The Republicans' energy is 100% authentic.
It is the weirdest.
Do we have this here? I think so.
This thing to me, Democrats say that it is racist to believe. Well, they say it's racist to do anything. I had a Diet Mountain Dew yesterday and one today. I'm sure they're going to call that racist too. But
I mean, I called it something, chat, but I left two of the letters blank. So you can just imagine. And Chud Logic can also imagine what letters might fit in those spaces. Maybe it's racist. I don't know. Is it racist to do the do? Maybe if you're JD Vance, you can make anything racist. But let's see if you can make anything funny, because that's the real question. Can you entertain the crowd? That's what we're asking. Is there honest, real enthusiasm for the Republican vice presidential candidate just announced? Let's find out.
Diet Mountain Dew yesterday and one today. I'm sure they're going to call that racist too, but
I mean,
it's good.
A little bit. Please laugh. Could you?
I love you guys.
You're killing me. You're killing me.
Please clap. Please.
There he is. There he is. Okay. Anyway, I just wanted to do a little comparison to Kamala's energy, and we'll get into her speech and analyze. If we think that she is, is she the purveyor of fake memes, or is she a legit like TikTok president? We'll find out.
Here today to throw our support.
Does she have the Riz, chat? Is she from Ohio?
Behind Vice President Kamala Harris. I'm clapping. You don't have to.
Hashtag
woke. I don't know.
A grassroots bottom-up campaign with a process that has played out in full. Really? I thought President Obama, Nancy Pelosi, George Clooney, and a bunch of billionaire donors just got together and made Biden an offer he couldn't refuse. But that's the line the Democrats are running with, and Kamala Harris...
No, actually, they brought in Alec Baldwin. He doesn't know. It was Alec Baldwin. Alec Baldwin is like, this gun might be loaded with a blank, or it might be loaded with a real. Do you feel lucky, punk? Well, do you?
Took it to her first rally as presumptive nominee last night.
We are running a people-powered campaign.
No, chat, it's fake. It's fake. Fake enthusiasm. It's not real. It's not real enthusiasm. They just got the audience from New Norm and they copied it into there, right? They just like edited. That's clearly audio editing. There's no enthusiasm for Kamala. Nobody's excited to have like literally anybody but Trump as the candidate. Sorry, anybody but Biden.
And because we are a people-powered campaign, that is how you know we will be a people-first presidency.
I don't know, Pierce. They sound like they just fell out of a coconut tree.
Power campaign, says Ms. Harris, but yet not a single person has voted for Kamala Harris to be the presidential candidate in 2020 or in 2024.
Pierce.
She appeared at the top of the ticket.
Wake up, Pierce.
Of course, Trump.
There's coconuts hitting you on the head, Pierce.
Over the years, I will continue to do so. But as certifiably insane election has taught us anything at all, it's the importance of seeing what's in front of your own eyes. To butcher a phrase, if Trump says it's raining and Kamala says the sun is out, I'd probably look out the window myself and make my own decisions. Well, my first two guests tonight know a thing or two about a
All right, so here we go.
And what can happen when it spirals out of control. And I bring them together at last for the debate you never knew you wanted. But
it's Santos. He's got that Smudge energy, doesn't he? Like, this is, when I see George Santos, I see Smudge the cat. That's who I think of, right? That's where my mind goes, right? He's literally the cat that does not...
I've always wanted to have former New York Democrat Congressman Anthony Weiner. And
we just need Weiner to point at him, and then we got the meme.
Former New York Republican Congressman George Santos. Gentlemen.
Icon.
That's a piece of history in the making in a rather historic month. Great to see you both on set here.
You're freaking out. You Trump shills are freaking out, aren't you? You don't know what the attack is going to be.
It's very, well, here's the interesting question, isn't it? I'm seeing all the excitement for Kamala Harris, but I believe it will be quite a short-lived honeymoon.
Could be.
And then reality will kick in. 4 months, I spoke to Trump on Saturday night, and I said, how are you feeling about it? He said, listen, if one thing I've learned in the last 3 weeks, 4 months is going to be a very, very long time in this political cycle. And he's right.
Yeah, the cat ordered a salad. Clearly, Zara, clearly.
This decision by Joe Biden tonight to address the nation, but almost...
Yeah, I mean, like, so Pierce is friends with Trump, or Trump calls him, or Trump... He's got a parasocial relationship with Trump, right? I don't know. Pierce is a fan. George Santos, I'm not sure. I feel like I always see George Santos giving shit to Republicans, so we'll see.
Certainly not to resign the presidency, but to say, I'm going to carry on being president until January. Is that really feasible? I mean, most of the world's looking at this going, hang on, you've quit the race because you're basically too unfair.
Because he can't communicate, and communication is a big part of running a campaign. And somebody can be president. Look at Ronald Reagan, for example, without and still not be a great communicator. Still be a little off his rocker. Still be a few jelly beans short of a pack in Ronald Reagan's case, right?
Infirm, cognitively clearly in decline. You've been bullied into it because you didn't want to go by all the grandees.
Well, he was bullied by COVID. Let's be real. He was bullied by God. God intervened. God fell out of a coconut tree, and he said, "Be gone, Joe Biden." And Biden was like, "Okay, big guy."
The party and the donors. Is it really realistic or good for the country or good for Kamala Harris that he continues to be president?
Well, I'm glad you're speaking for most of the country here, Piers.
Well, I'm not. I'm asking you.
No, you said most of the country. But listen, most of the country.
No, most of the world, I said.
Oh, most of the world. Well,
not necessarily America, but
thank
most
you for
of the
speaking
world.
For the world, Piers.
I like to think it's a global show.
Yeah, you totally are, and you're totally a spokesman for the globe, and I appreciate that about you.
Thank you.
But look, I mean,
There's my trailer.
It's too different. He's a lousy candidate and a great president. There's your answer.
Was he fit to be president?
Yeah, obviously he's doing an amazing job.
So why is he not carrying on fighting the race?
Because he's not a good candidate.
Right, so how can he be a
Those
brilliant
are two
president?
different things.
Because he can't put two words together, Piers. Like, how dense are you? Like, am I going to have to hit you with more coconuts?
How can he be a brilliant president?
Because I will.
All the people in his party think he's got no chance
I was a brilliant congressman. Doesn't necessarily mean I'd be a brilliant talk show host. Just cut it out. Look, the American people said both candidates are too old. One of them got out. Now one of them's too old. The parties exist to choose the strongest candidates.
Okay, wait.
Than we had a couple of weeks ago. That's why you're losing your mind.
That's kind of based, actually. That's kind of based, right? The truth of the matter is that there was so much about Biden that was sucking up all the oxygen in the room and not letting us talk about Trump. Because this shit is really about Trump. The real question is, do you want another 4 years of Trump? Do you remember the 4 years of Trump? Or do you somehow only remember 3 of those years? And that last year you somehow blame on Biden in your cognitive dissidence and the cognitive decline of your own, I suppose, right? That's the question. And it was hard to ask that question with Biden constantly fucking the bag. With Biden constantly, talking about getting rid of, we finally beat Medicare, Jack. We can spread the COVID now. Just like all this shit that let me introduce my good friend, President Putin. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, President Zelensky, and my Vice President Trump. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, Kamala, right? That kind of takes a little bit, Biden is the guy falling into the orchestra pit and not in a good way, not in a way that gets him attention. He doesn't need attention. He's got all the name recognition he could possibly have. Both of these candidates fully saturated on name recognition. Now we've got Kamala, who's not, who's got to be defined, and this could be good and this could be bad, right? The Republicans want to define her as the border czar in missing in action, right? The Democrats want to define her as a brat, and if you're a brat too, vote for Kamala. That's what we're doing. She's a confirmed, certified brat. Anyway.
Trying to figure out how to attack her.
I'm not losing my mind.
You played 32 slots about how, oh my goodness, you were trying to make a different narrative. We're not trying to make a narrative.
No, I'm actually...
Let me finish my thought. We're not making a narrative. We're making a president. And it's two choices, and it is Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. And that's why your boy and your team is freaked out.
It's not my boy.
Well, yeah, no, it is. And there's lots of stuff to talk about with Donald Trump. There's a huge connection with Epstein that is completely untapped, that has not been talked about, right? There are quotes that you can read from Donald Trump's legal cases talking about the way that he dealt with his cabinet, the way that he leaned on people to try to steal that election in 2020. There's a lot to talk about with Donald Trump. There's a ton to talk about with Donald Trump. There's a bit to talk about with JD Vance as well, right? And we weren't able to have that conversation with Biden because Biden's too damn interesting. And if Kamala is a little bit boring, I mean, we'll have to forgive her and we'll have to turn her into a meme to make her more exciting. But at least, there's room to breathe now. There's room to discuss these other things. There's room to talk about Trump, which is really the more interesting elephant in the room right now. And that's an elephant that we can now get to.
or my team.
Oh, come on.
It's not.
You're a shill for your guy Trump. You've always been that way.
I'm not.
Oh, God.
He would be the last to say I was. I've been critical of him more than anybody in the last year.
Let's get him on the blower.
Look, I'm going to say this.
George, your response to this. I mean, Joe Biden is apparently such a brilliant president that that's why he had to quit the race.
He's brilliantly in decline. He's brilliantly stupid. I mean, the president, unfortunately, is an utter disaster. This country's never been in worse condition than it's been in the last 3 years under Joe Biden. Joe Biden is unfit to run, so he is therefore unfit to continue to be president. Herr said it in his report. He was a frail old man with poor memory. That's not the description of the president of the United States.
What do you think about this, chat? Because I kind of see a fresh new face for the Republicans. Now, I don't know which Republicans, because there's factions. People don't talk about the Republican infighting nearly enough. And I think the Republican infighting is actually more interesting than the Democratic infighting, right? Is he team Trump or is he team never Trump? Or is he one of the other ones where Trump's not conservative enough for me and actually Nick Fuentes should be our president if only he was old enough to actually hold that office, right? Which team will he join? I wonder.
We should expect to have. And furthermore,
has he burned his bridges with Team Trump? Because I suspect he might have. But then again, I could have said that about JD Vance a few years ago, and I would have been wrong.
82, then he'll be too old. And at that point, he'll be done with his second term in office. So if we're going to talk about age, if Joe Biden was allowed to stay until 82, my guy, Donald Trump, is going to be able to stay until...
That's your guy. Are you sure? Is that your final answer, George? Is that your final answer? Because I think there is a lane open for you. I'm just not sure if you know where it is.
He's 82.
Listen, the American people have repeatedly said one thing, and that is that they don't like either of these guys that were running because they think they're both too old. Right now, Donald Trump is older than it was when Ronald Reagan left with dementia. Left his. He's too old. And if you want to talk about the accomplishments of Joe Biden, you know, the only one president.
Look, the only bone that I'd pick with what Weiner's saying, and this is just me being real, is that, like, Donald Trump was never fit to be president. He failed as a real estate magnate. He failed as a casino owner. He succeeded, I guess you could say, as a reality star. That's the one thing that he was ever good at. But being a reality star, that doesn't translate into being a good president. If you're a reality star and you're interesting, it's because you're a hot mess. You're like George Santos, right? And Trump is like that. Trump is a fucking mess. And, you know, you bring a guy that's a mess in as your president, and he's going to make a mess of the country. Now, look, chat, the world is already a mess, right? There is global inflation. There was actually, you know, global recession that the U.S. somehow managed to miss. Like, we've been through a giant, unprecedented global health crisis. And, you know, honestly, we're still going through it. If you look at the levels from the levels of you know, COVID in the sewage, right, which is the only way we can sort of measure like how much COVID is still with us, and the fact that a presidential candidate just came down with COVID, right? Obviously, we have not beaten COVID, which I think was what Biden was trying to say, beaten COVID, and we can spread Medicaid, I believe was what he was trying to say. Instead, he said we finally beat Medicare, implying that we're ready to spread COVID, and he was ready to get COVID actually, and definitely not ready to run for president. So yeah, his communication skills are fucking lacking. He is more dead air than Keffals or Chud Logic. Keffals and Chud Logic combined, right? Ask Fimios. Fimios can confirm this, right? Biden's not ready for prime time. And Trump's ready to be the show. Trump's ready to be the spectacle. Trump's ready to be the hot mess, but he was never ready to be the president. And he had people in there that just kind of did it for him. People talk about like who was controlling Biden when he had, you know, all this, when he was dealing with all this cognitive decline, you know, who was actually the puppeteer? Was it Obama? Was it Jill Biden? And, you know, if you're Nick Fuentes, you probably got some anti-Semitic ideas about who was controlling Biden. Well, who's controlling Trump? And it's like a long list of people. And it's people that he kind of got rid of. Anybody that would have been a guardrail on him, anybody that would have helped him out to just not completely like ruin, because everything that man touches turns to shit. So he's got to have people, he's got to have guardrails, and he did in his first term. So chat, that means that he knows where the guardrails are. He knows who not to hire. He knows who he can bring in that will let Trump be Trump. That's, JD Vance is a great example of that. He's got all these people writing up Project 2025 for him. And then when they get found out, when furries hack Project 2025 and link that shit to him, because it's like all his people that are responsible for creating the plan, then he tries to back away. Project 25? I've never heard of that. Project, what is this?
President in American history has ever lost jobs, and it was Donald Trump.
He also had a global pandemic, Anthony.
Oh, so maybe we shouldn't count the 4th year of his office.
Oh, come on.
They don't want to count the 4th year of his office. They don't. They do not want to count the 4th year of his office. They want to pretend that that didn't happen. And look, I'll give him a little bit of slack, right? In that, it's kind of I want to say once in a generation, because the last one was in the 1910s, but chat, these things might be coming more often, right? We don't know what the effect of climate change is going to be on the spread of pandemics, but I'm telling you, it's not going to be good. That's for sure. Right? So I can maybe cut him a little bit of slack, but listen, his handling or mishandling of that pandemic led to some of the worst consequences, including economic consequences, including, I gotta say it, inflation. Had, there been a steady hand at the wheel to guide shit at the time, at least there might have been a little bit more confidence. At least there might have been a little bit less panic. And this is the kind of thing that has negative economic ramifications all over the world, because you're talking about the president of the United States. When the president of the United States, his answer to a once in a lifetime pandemic is well, maybe we could fight it with bleach, or if we could shine the sun all the way up our ass, maybe that would get rid of the COVID. I don't know. Let's try the horse paste, right? When that's your fucking guy, when that's the guy in charge of the free world, if you want to fucking call it that, which I'm not sure. No, X to doubt anyway. But when that's the guy that's in charge, it doesn't inspire confidence. So yeah, some of that shit, some of that decline is Trump's fault. You cannot cut him out of that. And in fact, that's not what we do. That's not what anybody's doing for Biden. Even though you can, if you want to say that the inflation, if you want to say that the supply issues were, not Trump's fault, you can't go and be like, oh yeah, but when Biden took over, everything was cool, everything was fine, and that we're gonna blame Biden for whatever goes on. The truth of the matter is a lot of shit happens in the background that doesn't have to do with who's a president. So there is a point, a nuanced point, that George Santos is incapable of perceiving somewhere in what he's saying, but completely letting him off the hook for the last year of his office, and not just that, his response to, nationwide protests, right? His answer, oh yeah, maybe we could shoot him in the leg. Can we shoot the protesters in the leg? No, Mr. President, we can't shoot American citizens in the leg. American citizens expressing their First Amendment rights. No, Mr. President, shooting them in the leg is not the appropriate, solution to your problem here. I mean, you cannot forget 2020. You cannot cut Trump off. You cannot let him off the hook. But that's what these assholes are trying to do. And that's how their memory hole works. I swear to God, half of these chuckleheads think that Biden was in office in 2020. Right? I mean, the presidential race was 2020, right? So maybe Biden's term was 2020 to 2024. No, it's 2021 to 2025. Thanks for playing.
So, okay, only let's take the first 3 years then.
Would a Democrat president...
No, don't give him that. You don't have to give him that. You do not have to.
...have not lost the same number of jobs in that year?
Oh, are you kidding? Of course not. You forget you did show after show about what a disaster Donald Trump was.
I did.
Talking about having bleach, talking about all of the decisions that were made at that time. Managing a crisis is...
Do you see his problem, though? And this is the problem with a lot of Democrats, right? Is that with Trump, there's never one thing. There's never one answer, right? And in a debate, you generally want to have one answer. There's a laundry list. right? What's wrong with Trump? I mean, where do we start? Do we start with the sex predator shit? Do we start with the do we start with his lifelong occupation as a con man? All the people that he's conned? Do we start with Trump University? Right? You start to forget everything that he's done. And in the situation of a debate, you would probably want to process that stuff really quickly and come up with so what's the worst thing, right? Like we can't talk about all of it because that's like a laundry list. That's like a 5-mile long laundry list if you want to talk about everything that's wrong with Donald Trump. But you do have to sort of prioritize. And this is where Democrats kind of fall down on it, right? They just go back in their mind and they're like, he did the Covfefe. Yeah, he said Covfefe. That's why you can't vote for him, because he said Covfefe. He's orange. He's got spray tan. They can't think of it. They can't prioritize. They can't think of the actual worst thing that you could fucking say. And so they say something that sounds spurious, and then the Republican responds, wow, that seems like you're reaching. That seems pretty, superficial. You must not have anything. When in actuality, it's a failure of the Democrats to sort between 80 possible points that they could bring up. And that's the issue with Trump. And people forget this stuff, right? There's a new scandal every week with Trump. So instead of somebody the bed of nails thing, chat, how that works, right? People can sleep on a bed of nails because there's a whole bunch of nails in the shape of a bed, and you lay your body on them. And so there's only a few pounds, or there's only 1 pound of pressure on every nail, right? So if you're on a bed of nails, you got 2,000 nails that you're sleeping on, right? You're not going to get punctured. Your body weight is not going to push you. It's not going to push the nail into your body. But if there was one nail, right, and you stepped on it with your foot, we all know what happens. Right? That's when you got to go to the hospital. You got to go to the urgent care and get a tetanus shot, because you're like, when's the last time I got a tetanus shot? Jesus Christ, right? So yeah, that's what happens with one nail. With 2,000 nails, though, you can literally just lay down on it. It's a great parlor trick. And that's what Trump was doing. He was laying down on a bed of nails the entire campaign. And the Hillary campaign was just let's hit him with grab him in the pussy. Let's hit him with the, with this. Let's hit him with that. Let's hit him with everything. And it's that doesn't work. Hillary Clinton, profoundly weak candidate, profoundly poor political instincts, and kind of an amazing feat that she accomplished, not actually losing the popular vote to the guy, but still managing to lose the electoral college, the important vote, to Donald Trump, because she is a historically weak candidate, much like Trump. And while I can't say she proved to be a weaker candidate, again, she did win the popular vote. That's not enough. That's not enough, right? Winning the popular vote gets you George W. Bush, gets you Donald Trump. It's not enough. You gotta win by enough so that you're gonna win the electoral vote too. And Hillary was just not cut out to be a candidate.
Part of the job, and you can't say, "Oh, well, his first 3 years were great," and then he stunk up the joint.
How would the Democrats have stopped the job losses?
They weren't great either. They weren't great. He passed one bill. It was tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires. And he's got something on his agenda really similar, but check it out this time, right? The last time you might have gotten a little tax cut from Donald Trump, from his tax cuts, right? They contained a little bit of tax cuts for people who aren't wealthy, right? I think they sunset a lot earlier than the tax cuts for his actual clientele, his actual rich friends, right? But this time you're going to be paying more in taxes to make up for the taxes that the millionaires and billionaires will not be paying under Donald Trump. So yeah, the one accomplishment that he had is not really anything to write home about. It's actually something that he should be somewhat embarrassed about. It's something that undercuts his message. This guy pretends that he cares about workers. He pretends that he's one of us. He puts on a shitty hat to be like, I'm just like you, for real, for real. Let me eat McDonald's and drink Diet Coke to show you how much of one of you I really am. And the truth of the matter is, that is not who he's taking into consideration with his policy. Yeah, Trump didn't do shit. He failed, right? Even some of the bad stuff that he proposed, thank goodness he was not able to repeal and replace Obamacare, because he would have known, oh yeah, the other thing, right? I took down NAFTA. I got rid of NAFTA. There's no more NAFTA thanks to me. That was a shitty trade deal that fucked over American workers. Donald Trump, you didn't get rid of NAFTA, okay? You put your name on it. You repealed that shit and replaced it with the same fucking trade deal under a different name. Like, one of the fakest people to ever walk the earth. And he wants to come back. He wants to be president again. 4 years was not enough for him to fuck up the country. 4 years was not enough for him to flounder and fail, right? He wants another shot. He wants another bite at the apple. And the question is, are we going to give him that chance?
In that pandemic.
Well, one of the things we were doing is had a consistent policy. I mean,
your policy was to lock everyone at home.
First of all, that happened.
Oh my fucking God. You're talking about a pandemic that's still with us. You're talking about a pandemic that just infected the president of the United States. And Pierce's problem is that maybe public health policy was a little bit over aggressive. Maybe we should have let the COVID spread a little bit more. Maybe we should have higher rates right now than we do. That shit is endemic. That shit is with us forever, right? Biden's policies, I would say, were a failure, and were you know, under what should have been done, right? We're not aggressive enough, right? And Pierce's idea is like, I don't know, maybe we should have just all gone to the fitness club and we could sweat and we could breathe all over each other. Maybe we could all go to church and we could sing and we could spittle all over the freaking hymnals and stuff. And like, you know, maybe we should have gone to dinner like at a restaurant, and so we could just spread the virus a little bit more. Wow, Pierce. Wow.
Under Donald Trump. Let's settle down, guys. You guys are doing the same thing that your cult leader does. You've got to realize 2020, your guy was in charge. Are we clear on that?
Those are some white teeth, Mr. Santos. Those are some very, very white teeth.
Hold on. He was my guy, but Andrew Cuomo
last time I checked, I'm not an American.
No. That was all as a result of the orders that came out of the Republican-controlled Department of Health at the time. Stop carrying on with.
It was Trump and Fauci. Like, yeah, the initial orders that they're complaining about, right? And maybe that's actually like the one close to good thing that Trump did was, you know, not like somewhat listen to Fauci. I mean, again, like I said, it doesn't inspire a lot of confidence in a nation or in a world where the guy at the head of the table is like undermining his Department of Health and the CDC and you know, suggesting cures that don't fucking work because he read on them on some QAnon website on some Facebook feed that he's got with, you know, his fans suggesting like the worst possible non-remedies for a very serious public health threat, right? And, you know, look, I'll be real. Okay, so Biden's not the only one who got infected with COVID. Trump got it. In fact, part of, you know, why he lost the presidency was the timing of him getting infected with COVID. But both of these guys, Biden and Trump, have been infected multiple times, right? Now, when we talk about cognitive decline, which I think you can definitely detect in Biden and also in Trump, is a possible symptom of multiple repeated infections with COVID. It attacks organs, and one of those organs is the brain. So yeah, I mean, like, part of the reason that we got two fucking joke candidates running against each other, at least for the first part of the election, is due to the failed public health policy that was only made better by the fact that, yeah, Trump went ahead and let the vaccine be made, and Trump didn't completely undermine public health. He didn't have the guts to be like, yeah, Fauci, you're fired. You're fired, Fauci. You're out of here, you bum. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. We're all going to go to the beach together with Ron DeSantis. We're all going to go to the Hooters together. We're all going to go to church together. Let's spread the disease. Let's pretend, let's live in denial, right? At least he didn't do that, right? I guess you can give him some credit for that, but really all I'm giving him credit for is like beating my expectations of him based on the fact that he's the man with the Midas touch, except Midas turned everything to gold. Trump turns everything to shit, including this country. And I think it was turning to shit before the public health crisis.
This idea that was supposed to be memory hole an entire quarter of the guy. The guy was fired. The guy was fired because he was lousy on COVID. Don't you remember that?
If he's so bad, Trump, my guy, as you put it, if he's so bad.
You're a guy, you fucking talk to him on the phone, you brag about this. This is your claim to fame. Trump calls me.
Just own it, Piers.
If he's so bad, I've always...
No, he's going to sit on that fucking fence until he gets splinters up his ass. That's what he's gonna. That's what he does on everything. That's his whole trick. That's his whole trick. Say something monstrous about the Palestinians, like completely, completely sweep for Netanyahu, but then criticize Netanyahu on something else, so that people, Pierce is fair. Like he criticizes both sides. Like look at this guy. Fucking grifter.
My guy.
Stop.
Totally my guy.
I love this.
Wait, is he your guy or not? I want to know, Santos, right? Because I honestly think that you could carve your own path. You could make your own way. Look, as much as I say that the people like David Brooks, the people like Joe Walsh, right? All these never Trumpers, they don't have a constituency. They don't represent anyone, right? The neocons, they're gone. They're over. They're yesterday's fucking news. But that's not to say that somebody can't carve a new path that is like with like 50% less covfefe in it, right? That could be you, Santos. That could be you. Look, you're really good at diving into the orchestra pit and getting the attention, right? And like in this day and age, Donald Trump has proven, if nothing else, that all publicity is good publicity, right? I'm not saying that you're going to be president. I'm not even saying you're going to be returned to Congress, but you could be some kind of a pundit. You could be some kind of a meme pundit that people bring on for laughs, right? And you just got to carve your own path. You just got to find your lane. And I feel like the Trump sycophant, the Trump glazer lane, I feel like that's already kind of full. There's a lot of people in there trying to glaze up Donald Trump. You know that the Trump people like do not accept you. They don't like that you're gay. They don't like that you do drag. They don't like that you're fabulous. Right? Why are you kissing up to them?
I'm a balanced guy.
Well,
Piers, we know what you are.
Okay.
Just own it. It's fine.
Unlike you with Trump, I've always tried to be fair-minded. I criticize him when he deserves it, and I praise him when I think he deserves praise. It's the old-fashioned way of covering
That's the standard line.
The old-fashioned way.
People who are in the bag for Trump.
Because I'm not a partisan politician figure. I'm not.
I love how these people want to act like the media was great in the era of the four networks, right?
You're a partisan for Trump.
No, I'm not.
You clearly look. I say to your listeners, Google Piers Morgan,
Do it.
Piers Morgan, and Donald Trump,
Do it.
and you'll
Read
see.
every
But
column
anyway,
I've written about
let's get you. Hey, 2-on-1. I thought you guys would have 4 more people out.
Yeah, seriously, what is this 2-on-1 action?
No, here's my question.
And also, this is Anthony Weiner. This is like bringing Keffals on. This is like if I found the one good issue that Keffals has a good take on this issue. If I found the one thing, and then I bring on, I don't know, like Rob Noor and fucking Big Papa Fascist, right? And be like, yeah, there we go. Here's our debate here. Rob Noor, BPF versus Keffals. Let's go, right? I want to give Keffals a chance. If I want to bring her on for a debate, I'm not just gonna bring her on to get cumstered, right?
Actually impressed you're only having 2.
Here's my question for you. If Trump is...
And chat, we will be talking about Keffals later, so hang on for that if that's what you're here for.
So awful. if he's so disastrous, if everybody hates him so much, if he's the worst president of all time, blah, 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 if he's the new...
Blah, blah, blah.
And Vance likes to say.
How is it that he's currently leading the polls?
Because we're a partisan country. Are you new in
No,
town?
Anthony,
I recognize...
Are you dense, Piers?
It's not a Staten Island accent, but you must know. At this table...
But he's up against the best president you've ever seen.
Hey, Piers, if this table was running on the Republican line, he would have 44%.
No, well, Anthony, that's not fair.
That's the fact of
That's not
politics
fair.
today.
But the reason I brought up Keffals is, right, she's discredited, right? The most salient fact about Keffals is that she scammed people. And so anything that she says is going to be like tainted by that. Same thing, Anthony Weiner's worse, right? Keffals, to my knowledge, has never,
But now there are freaking communists invading.
Texted inappropriate pictures of herself to like underage people, at least as far as we know, right? So Anthony Weiner's like even worse than this. I don't think that there's a metaphor that I can find that's strong enough to show what you're doing when you bring on Anthony Weiner as representing the left and then you 2v1 him.
That's not fair.
But why?
Also, remember, this is George. Like, look, the proper way. I don't know if he's such a boomer and he's seen like this X in different places, like, and he doesn't realize like this is Yowie. Like George Santos X Anthony Weiner, I'm expecting to see Yowie. I'm expecting some NSFW content. I'm expecting at the very least some shipping going on, right? That's not what you mean. You don't mean X, you mean V or VS, right? This is simple. This is simple, but here we go, promising more than you can actually deliver, unless the second half of this debate is spicier than the first. Anyway, chat, we're about halfway through this. I am going to talk to chat when we're done with this. So, if you've been yelling at me in shorts chat, just hold your horses, right? We'll get to you. We'll have a little discussion. We'll have a little kiki after this, and we'll hash it all out before moving on to our next subject, okay?
Is somebody who lost to Joe Biden now much more popular than Joe Biden?
Much more popular?
Because
Let's not get carried away.
Whoa, hold on. Much more popular, Anthony. Far more popular.
Trump's approval ratings this week have been his highest ever.
The bottom, yes.
Oh, yeah, and it only took a bullet to get him there.
He just came off the convention and Roshani went up 3 points.
Kamala Harris has lower
He's never
approval
been more
ratings
popular in
than
America
Donald Trump at his lowest.
That's right. He's never been more popular. He's one of the.
Do you agree?
He's one of the most.
Yeah, but when your ceiling is in the 40s, that's a bad sign. That's a bad sign. Look, if you want to compare it to stuff, George W. Bush, the architect of the war on terror, I think at some point had like an 82% approval rating. Now, granted, he's also, this is like in the wake of 9/11, but even when he's in Iraq, even when he's attacked, a party that's not in any way responsible for the events of 9/11, even when he's massively fucked up and it's very clear that he's not going to find weapons of mass destructions, his approval ratings were higher than Trump's.
Popular figures in American political life, maybe
who's
in
more
American political
unpopular?
history.
Your guy.
100%. That's why he's not running anymore. Let's talk about Kamala Harris.
She's actually historically been even less popular.
Kamala
than
Harris.
Not today. If you want to quote polls, take a.
Okay, so if you want to compare them to each other, because I've got these numbers fresh in my head, I'm not like, I'm not somebody who memorizes numbers. Let's just put it that way, right? I don't have every like statistic at my command, but these ones I remember. I believe Trump's disapprove rate was 55% and Kamala's was 51%, right? When you look at their approval rate, I think Kamala's was like 41 and Trump's was, oh my God, am I remember? Yeah, no, maybe. Regardless, right? Trump's got higher disapprovals, but Kamala's got lower approvals. But if you subtract the scores, right, it's the same rate, right? There's the same split between approve and disapprove between Kamala and between Donald Trump, and that's where it started out. That's where it's starting out, right? This is a historically in the background kind of vice president here, starting out tied with Donald Trump. And we'll look at some of those polls later. There's a few polls showing her ahead of Trump. There's a few polls showing Trump ahead of her. It kind of looks like a statistical tie at this point. And this is where we're starting off. It's a full reset. This election has been reset. The question is, Where does it go from here? And right now, the coconut gang has got the momentum. So we'll see. We'll see.
Look, today,
Kamala Harris at
she's
her
net
lowest.
up 14% in approval ratings. Listen, I get what you're trying to do. You're trying to.
I didn't see those ratings. I'm not sure about that, Anthony.
I'm about to
You're
say.
such
That was the
a
beginning.
weirdly paranoid,
That was the beginning.
schizophrenic, weird kind of. They're all out to.
And you can say this about him because he's Anthony Weiner. This is fucking easy mode. Pierce, you're such a coward. Like, if you want to do a 2v1 debate, like, get somebody who can actually clap back.
Let me finish my thought.
I'm trying to host a general debate about this.
Let me finish my thought. You're trying to take this dynamic that has emerged where the Democrats now have put in a better candidate than they had. I'll stipulate to that. No one disagrees with that. And you're ignoring the fact that the single biggest unifying coalition in American history is people who don't want Donald Trump to return to power. And now it looks like we're going to get that way. Right? So let's have that conversation.
Do you actually, a serious question, do you actually believe that Kamala Harris is the solution here? I know she's getting a great press, but again, the reason I played
solution? What do you mean solution?
What, to winning. Here's the reason I played the media, the mainstream media talking about it is...
Do you mean substitution? Is that what he's going for? I think he meant substitution.
They've gone from having done all this with Biden all year and denied the obvious that we could see and hear with our own ears and eyes.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. This is the only thing that the Republicans have is, you know, why didn't Kamala Harris come out and attack her own administration and say that Joe Biden is no way fit to run for president and that he should be primaried? Oh my God, Pierce. Are you daft?
Done with Biden in the last 3 weeks is turn my knife into him and suddenly say, actually, he's useless and has to go. And now they're picking up someone they've also trashed.
I saw the 4-minute intro. I know your point, but I can tell you, but something like 60% of the American people have said repeatedly over and over again, both candidates are too old. This whole idea, the media told us he was a young. No one believed it.
Have you watched TV for the last year?
He's old, my dude.
Joe Scott.
My dude. Yo, Destiny viewer confirmed. Anthony Weiner sitting in DGG for life. He said my dude. My dude said my dude. Blood said my dude.
Said he was as sharp as a tack and impressive, and he had a hard time keeping up with him. But for months, the media lied. For months, the Democrat Party said Joe Biden was incredibly talented. No, Anthony, you can't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining.
It's the Democratic Party. It's not the Republican Party. It's not the Democrat Party. What, you don't even know the name?
Okay, now I tried this in a debate once, and it didn't work out well for me. I would not recommend that. You know what? Here's what's going right. Republicans have this trick where they like to reframe things. So democratic sounds pretty good, right? People like democracy despite what Republicans will tell you, that we don't live in a democracy and actually democracy is really bad and actually we should want something more like a monarchy, all that shit, you know? But they know that the American people, by and large, associate democracy and democratic with good things. That has positive branding. But when you take the ick off and you say Democrat, it kind of sounds like a demonic rat. It kind of sounds like a rat with glowing eyes that comes in the middle of the night and like chews through your hamstring, and you wake up and you can't run away because your hamstring got chewed through by a demonic rat, right? It's not very good. It's not a very good association. So they like to say Democrat. I wouldn't recommend you try to call them about that in a debate, because that involves teaching. And this is the one big mistake I see a lot of people do in debates. They want to teach. They want to correct audience ignorance, and you can't do it. That's not the time for it. If you go into teacher mode, you're getting clapped, right? There's just no two ways about it, right? The more any moment that you're explaining is a moment that you're losing. That's just not how debate works. And debate is not the, font of truth. It's not the battlefield of ideas that a lot of debate bros will try to portray it as. It's not the way that you stress test different ideas to see which one is best, right? It's a performance. And if you're going to engage in a performance, understand how it works. Understand what you can do and understand what you can't do. And one of the things that you can't do is teach people a new fact, like Republicans like to play around and say Democrat instead of Democratic because you've got like a negative association, right? I can do this in my stream. I can deconstruct what they're doing. I can explain what's going on here. But if I was in a debate, it would be a very bad idea for me to launch into that explanation.
The Democratic Party lied to the American people consistently.
I know enough if you're going to make a reference.
So Bryson DeChambeau has his brilliant
let's talk
YouTube channel.
let's talk about Donald Trump's golf game.
Yeah.
What is with this obsession with Donald Trump's?
You just said he's too old to be president. If you watch,
but he can play golf. Anyone that can play golf is competent to be president. Even if he's an intellectual lightweight, reality star, and that every single business that he's touched has turned to shit in his hands, right? If he's able to play golf, that's how we pick our leaders in America. What's your golf game? What's your handicap, right? We'll just rate you by that. Can you play golf? Have you had enough leisure time in your life to get really good at this rich people game?
An hour of him playing golf with the current U.S. Open champion, Bryson
How about
DeChambeau.
this? I got a better idea.
He also cheats at golf.
Let's watch him at a rally.
They
Let's
went
watch
round
him
in
at
the
a
second best round he did for this.
Let's watch him at a rally.
He's ever done.
Let's watch him at a rally. Call Nancy Pelosi, Nikki Haley from 4 times in a row. Let's talk about him. Talk about. I don't want to get electrocuted. I want to get it by sure. But
they're not that
let's
different.
Talk about him. Let's talk about him say that EVs can't fly when it's raining or whatever it is. The guy is demented, but that's cool. We're gonna have an election now, and we're gonna learn about it. One thing that every poll that you've reported said, both guys are seen as too old, and a lot of people hated both people. Well, now one of them is out, and now we just have one old demented dude.
Who should she choose as her VP? Who would be the
Some white guy.
Who would be the smart?
Let's get a quota hire in. Some white guy.
Who would be the smart play?
I don't know. Probably a governor, Waltz, or Shapiro, one of those guys. So we have to put a Senate race in.
Did you say Waltz? Wait, who's Waltz? I know enough now, given people's reaction to the Netanyahu thing, which, chat, we're going to cover that next. We'll cover Netanyahu next. Netanyahu's speech, then JD Vance's speech. We'll eventually get to Keffals somehow. And maybe if you hit that sub goal, which I feel like we are a ways away from. Yeah, we are exactly 98% away from that sub goal right now. So if we somehow miraculously hit that sub goal nonetheless, which I'll talk about it after this segment, then maybe some extra content, maybe some bonus content. You can see that poll right now. Vote in that poll. Tell me what you want to see. Tell me what you want as your bonus content. Like whether we get it or not is a matter of, does the dono, does the dono goal get met or does it not? But go ahead and vote for it anyway. Go ahead and make your votes. Place your bets, ladies, gentlemen, guys, gals, and in-pals.
What do you think?
Oh, I think she should go for Buttigieg. Should be the great woke.
Buttigieg, you say? Buttigieg. I'm not excited about Buttigieg.
Squared ticket.
You gay guys stick together.
Oh, absolutely.
Ooh, Anthony. What is that? What is that? Oh, Anthony, what the fuck is that, bro? Has he got some fucking look? Like I said earlier, he sounds like a DGGer. Now I'm thinking this is Alec Gunter, right? Oh yeah, George, you like getting fucked in the ass? You probably get fucked in. Oh my god. This is like the Alec Gunter thing, right? Where Alec Gunter goes after Lyrics because Lyrics is talking shit about his friend Tipster, and he the only thing he could think to say about him is he looks like he takes it in the ass. Like, right? This is wild. Okay, so Anthony Weiner used homophobia. It's super ineffective. Wow. Here, let's take a look at the Donald Trump golf game really quick. God, Chad, I'm making this take forever, but I got to put a point on this, all right?
Riley, I'm the author of Commander-in-Chief, How Golf Explains Trump. I kept seeing these tweets in the 2016.
Ew.
I'm the best golfer. I'm a winner. Vote for me because I'm club championships. And that's against the best players in the club. And I'm like, you liar. You already told me how you won most of those. Whenever he opens a new golf course that he buys, he simply plays the first round by himself. And all of a sudden, he's the champion.
Okay, so for the record, chat, I don't think he's that bad. I don't think he's whipping his golf shots. Like, this guy spent a lot of time in leisure activities, and his favorite leisure activity is golf. So I'm not saying that he's a bad golfer, but I am saying that he's not as good of a golfer as he makes himself out to be. And I'm also saying that he cheats. He cheats like a mofo.
I'm a winner. You gotta vote for a winner. And I knew he wasn't a winner. I knew because I played with him.
Okay, why does his hat say USSR? That's
cheats. Oh, I get to re-hit that one.
Yeah, commie Trump. We got tanky Trump.
The bird squash. Or I'm going to take one of my 7 mulligans here. The guy took a gimme chip in. I said, I've heard of gimme putts, Donald, but I've never heard of a gimme chip in.
Okay, so just to explain that really quickly. When a golfer has their ball very close to the hole, sometimes instead of hitting the ball into the hole, when golfers are playing together and it's a friendly game, they'll say that's a gimme. You know, and essentially they're saying I could hit that. Now, there's some chance that they would try to hit it and they would miss, right? But you know, if there's this understanding between golfers, then they can both have gimmies. If sometimes they'll measure the length of you know, they'll measure the distance to the hole via their golf club, and if it's their putter, if it's less than their putter, that's a gimme. That's usually, I think, the rule of thumb for for gimmies, right? So it's supposed to be if the ball is right next to the hole, that's a gimme, right? So he's talking about a chip gimme, right? Which when you chip a golf ball in, you're not on the green yet. You're hitting it with a golf club, right? It's one of the golf clubs that kind of hits the ball up a little bit. And when you say that a chip in is a gimme, you're saying that 100% I got this, right? I can hit that ball right into the hole with a chip. That's usually something that doesn't happen. It's less common that somebody, you know, chips a golf ball into the hole than that the person chips it onto the green and then hits it into the hole. So it's bullshit. In other words, he's bullshit at golf. He's taking liberties with the rules, even the casual rules. This is like Monopoly rules, chat. This is like Monopoly house rules. Like, right, some people, when you land on free parking, you get the money that's in the community chest, right? That's not an official Monopoly rule. You're not supposed to keep money in the community chest or whatever, but some people play it that way, right? And so this is kind of like house rules for golf, but he's abusing those. This would be if he says, I get all the money in the community chest plus, you know, $5,000 from the bank. Like he's just making shit up and he's cheating.
Oh, I never miss those. Trump always hits first from the tee box. He jumps in his cart and drives ahead before anybody else has hit. That's completely against the etiquette of golf, but he does it anyway. I heard a story about one time he hit a drive straight into the water. Splash. And by the time the other guys have hit and gotten up there, the ball is back on the fairway. And everyone was like, what the hell, Donald? We're playing for $50. And he goes, must have been the tide. It says a lot that the one sport where it's the easiest to cheat, he cheats like crazy. It just really burns me that he gets to go around saying he's the champion when he's cheating like a mafia accountant. One time he was playing in a scramble. I don't know if you know what a scramble is, but it's 4 guys hit. They all go to the best ball. They all hit from there. And it's a team thing. So Trump was on a team with Rudy Giuliani, Michael Bloomberg, and President Clinton. They're playing golf and they're playing terrible. They're not going to.
So anybody that looks at Trump as like this messianic figure, this like hero, just understand he is friends and was friends with some people that you very likely hate, right? That Bill Clinton thing is not an accident. The fact that he's playing golf with Bill Clinton means he's in the same fucking social circles as Bill Clinton. So before you glaze up Trump in my fucking chat, Ting Chang, give that a thought.
Come anywhere near winning any money. They're probably going to finish second to last. So Trump is mad. He comes in the clubhouse. He finds the tournament director and he says, "Hey, I won low net. Give me a trophy." And the guy's like, "Sir, there's no low net. It's a scramble. It's a team event." "I won low net. Give me a trophy." So a woman on his staff goes into the women's restroom. She finds a flower vase, throws the flower out, dumps the water out of the vase, rushes to the podium saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, the winner today of low individual net is Donald J. Trump." Look, I love golf. You don't get to call yourself a champion golfer when you cheat. Do not call yourself a 3 handicap when you're more like an 11. If he's a 3 handicap, Queen Elizabeth is a pole vaulter, okay? It matters that Trump cheats at golf because we don't have refs. I don't know if 100 yards away.
Oh shit, that's pretty prescient right there. Amy Coney Barrett, right? Is that literally? I don't remember. Is she literally the justice that the Republicans stole?
You're kicking the ball out of the rock.
Or was that when Ruth Bader Ginsburg kicked the bucket?
But I trust that you won't. It's built into the game. You're a person of honor.
Yeah, I think it was Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
We don't cheat. So if he's cheating to beat his friends on a day off in golf, can you imagine how much he cheats on his taxes? Or how much does he...
I feel like we know about Donald Trump's dirty business dealings.
cheat trying to get out...
It's literally what he was convicted for.
...of an impeachment investigation. How much will he cheat to get help from other nations to win an election? How much will he cheat...
Oh my God, no, is that Stormy Daniels? Oh my God.
How much will he cheat on his own party in order to win? He's the guy that goes flying through the stop sign unless there's a cop around. And someday there's going to be no cop and he's going to hit your car.
Anyway, that's Donald Trump's golf game as described by, who is this? Rick Riley, some other rich dude probably.
He's been good.
Absolutely.
He's been good.
What was interesting about her speech yesterday, which was quite impressive, I thought, is that she didn't really go very...
We'll watch that speech too.
woke. I mean, she really stuck to...
Oh, thank you, little Ellen Fox. I saw that.
What are going to be the big attack?
What does woke mean?
Francesca, I got you.
It means when... Well, I can tell you what it means in modern day, what it used to mean.
No, tell me what it means now. When you just used it, what do you mean?
I think woke is a all-encompassing mindset. I mean, Elon Musk has called it the woke mindset virus.
He's stalling. He's stalling. All right. First of all, it's an all-encompassing mindset. Let me describe it before I actually define it, because I don't actually have a definition of mind, because it's a fucking... It's a fucking thought-terminating cliche is what it is. It's woke, so it's bad. That's what woke means. I don't like it.
You signal over facts. You play the victim. You try and cancel anyone.
What's an example?
Anyone that doesn't agree with you.
You can't fucking define it. It's like when you try to cancel stuff, you're woke, you know? It's like you're canceling stuff because you're a lib cuck, and you're doing liberal cuckery. You're doing you cancel culture. This woke. Yeah, there we go. There's your definition.
Anything you like.
You got nothing, bro. You got nothing.
That's not an answer. You use the expression...
It doesn't fucking mean anything, right? It's like literally, a phrase like that meant something in like it meant something in the black community, and then Republicans come along and they decide that, like, well, yeah, this is like generally like indicator of anti-racism, and if I'm a Republican, I don't like anti-racism, so I'm gonna call everything woke. And now if it's too trans, or if it's too gay, or if it's if there's a woman present, sorry, a little slip of the tongue there. There's a woman present, or then it's woke. It's what. But now they don't say woke anymore. The smart Republicans, the ones that, unlike Pierce, have their patch notes and are not just like poorly functioning NPCs. They say DEI now. They say DEI when they want to say woke, because they know that it doesn't play well. They know that people are onto it. And they know that they've been caught multiple times using a phrase that they don't fucking define, using a pilfered phrase that they've just completely devoided of meaning.
You know what it means? Woke to me means awake.
Let me give you
woke.
No, come on. No,
It means aware. It means cognizant, right? Everything that Trump and Biden are not. That's what woke means.
You want to beat up transgender people.
We don't want to beat
You want
them
to
up.
burn books.
No,
That's
Anthony,
what woke is.
we want pornographic books out of schools. We want men out of girls'
By the way,
schools.
DeSantis, his campaign all about woke was rejected by the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. So keep it up, guys. Keep woking it out. And by the way, I saw you stumble over what woke is, because people use it at this point as a cudgel.
I'm about to give you an example.
It is a fucking thought. It took you this long. You stalled for this long to come up with an example. You don't have a definition, but you're going to try your hand at an example. It's like Jussie Smollett, it's like that sort of thing, when you beat yourself up and you say it was two guys in MAGA hats.
I know, but I'm talking first.
That's woke. That's wokeness.
And by the way, it's unpopular, so keep it up, my man.
No, I agree. This is why she didn't go there, and why Trump has actually backed off it a bit.
Wait, why she didn't go there? Are we referring to George Santos with female pronouns now? What? What? Literally what? Literally what?
If you want an example of what I'm talking about, which she supports, by the way, it is the absolutely disgraceful farce of allowing biological males to compete against women in women's sport.
Oh, there you go. It's like when you take biological males and you allow them to compete in women's sports, and we all know that they're just doing it because they're not good enough to compete at men's sports, and it's a big... Have you ever seen Futurama? You know the episode where Bender pretends to be a fembot, but we all know that it's secretly Bender, but he wants to win the Robo-Olympics, and he does anyway because he's pretending to be a fembot, and it's woke. It's woke. It's wokeness.
Which is abhorrent.
Yeah,
Can you agree to that, Anthony?
Obey the hypnotoad.
Well, you ignore facts
Can
because
you
you
tell
want a
me-
virtue signal about fairness
Tell
to
me a little
transgender
bit.
people.
Tell me a little bit about what the president has done about that, or what Kamala Harris has done about that, or what Congress has done about that. Why don't you guys focus on the fact that American people, and then you get up in the morning, they're trying to figure out how they're going to raise their kids, get them to a quality school, get them to mass transit that works, living in a world that's not boiling at the seams. Do you think they're really saying, boy, I hope that someone doesn't run against my daughter at camp?
All right, let me make a point.
It is an
Pierce,
attempt to
let me
divide
make a
our
point
country,
here.
and we're not going to do it.
It's literally there's states where they've passed laws against like trans people competing in sports where there were no trans people competing in sports. It's literally a solution in search of a problem, right? You want to know about the problem with trans people competing in sports? Trans people have been able to compete in the Olympics since like the early 2000s. How many medals, right? Considering that we've got biological males competing with women, how many medals do you think trans people have racked up? The answer is 0. Because it's not a fucking issue. It is literally a moral panic. It is literally a witch hunt in search of a goddamn witch.
You don't have a daughter, do you?
I have a son.
And when they complain about like Leah, Thomas getting like 5th place in some event, it's just like what is your point? She was beaten by 4 other competitors who I'm pretty sure were cis. What is your point?
Right. All right, I have a daughter.
What is your obsession with trans people? God damn. What are you, Chud Logic? What are you, a chaser? What's going on? Why are you so obsessed with trans people?
Right?
He's a lovely young man.
I have three
Please,
lovely...
Jordan. If you're watching this show, Jordan, you're the only 12-year-old.
I have 3 lovely sons too, but my daughter is 12. If she was competing in sport, I don't want her being given a completely unfair track, right?
Complain to your school board. Don't complain at the president of the United States. Don't try to divide our country over these issues.
No.
If you want,
it
we
doesn't
can come
divide
up,
the country.
We can come up with issues that we think are wedge issues. We saw Ron DeSantis run an entire campaign on this. He got like 4%.
Little Rhonda, not so popular with your anti-trans women in sports as your main issue in a fucking political campaign. It turns out that people in Florida care a little bit more about insurance prices than trans girls competing in sports. God damn.
Of the vote. It's not a thing that people care about. People care about what Democrats are talking about. Having an economy that's humming again. Not losing jobs, creating jobs. Not being in a situation where you have a vice presidential candidate on the Republican line who believes what...
Oh my God, what the fuck? I thought we were done with this.
Okay, hang on. I'm going to play another...
This whole thing is... Oh, wait.
Where she talks about abortion rights. Take a look at this.
And we who believe...
All right, chat, we're dipping out with that. That's enough. That's enough. I feel like I've covered this enough. I feel like we're good. How are you feeling, chat? Let's refresh the screen a little bit. Oh, much better. Much better. Tony sounds dehydrated. Oh, Anthony, he's clearly clearing his throat a lot, and he's making me feel like I need water. Yeah, I feel like I do too. Yeah, I could use some water. Is there trans men in oh my God, trans men are like invisible to these assholes, right? They don't even recognize the existence of trans guys. No, you have to be like a TERF to complain about trans guys. And then you start complaining about they're stealing our lesbians. That's more of a Piers Morgan's country kind of thing. Oh my God, chat. Oh my God. All right, so yeah, little Alan Fox, I saw that you used your Amazon sub. Sorry for not responding. I'm trying a new thing where I try to stick to the segments while I'm in the segments. That segment ran a little long. Apologies, but I did indeed see your Amazon sub, and thank you for that, by the way. I applied it to Francesca versus Jink over AOC. When I take a look at this poll right here, right? Wait, let me look at the actual poll here. All right, so shorts. You're voting for Elon Musk's Epstein ties. Wow, that was like 0% when I last looked. Everybody wants to know about Elon and Epstein. So yeah, we can do that. We can cover that, right? We got a lot to talk about with Epstein. We got Trump ties. We got Elon Musk ties. He's tied to all kinds of powerful people who I would love to see exposed. Anyway, it might not be great for my my health. Just understand, chat, that I am living a very happy life. I am very, very happy and do not wish to end my life anytime soon. All right. So if I wind up missing, make a big stink about it. Anyway, chat. No, I'm sure that people have got a bigger fish to fry than myself. So yeah, Elon Musk's Epstein ties at 36%, Destiny losing his shit at 33%, Francesca versus Jink over AOC at 18%, and President Sunday versus Westside Tyler at 12% with 171 votes reporting in. That is what you're voting for so far. And if I look, yeah, okay, so as much as the shorts poll has changed, it looks like, I don't know, are people even voting? And do people realize you can vote? Yeah, there's a poll up there. If you haven't voted already, you might want to get your vote in. Again, I'm going to try to do shorter streams, so, get your votes in and get your donos in. Otherwise, it's going to end pretty suddenly, very suddenly. Francesca versus Jink over AOC has got 33%. Elon Musk Epstein ties has got 29%. Destiny losing his shit at 23%. And President Sunday versus Westside Tyler at 16%. This might be the last day for President Sunday. What's up, Sasha G? What is up, chat? How are we doing? We made it through that trashy debate, which I feel bad about covering, right? I'm kind of, when I put this on the agenda, chat, I was thinking I must have misremembered Anthony Weiner's scandal, right? Because there's no way that Piers Morgan would have some dude on who, texted underage individuals, but no, that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened. It wasn't just an intern. It wasn't an issue with power dynamics or with dipping the pen in Company Inc. It was worse than that. But yeah, they brought him back to 2v1 him with George Santos. Name a more iconic duo, chat. Name a more iconic duo than Anthony Weiner and George Santos. I found the debate enjoyable. I mean, me too, to a certain extent, Jordan Peterson. Me too. To be honest, I think Kamala is doing fantastic despite only campaigning for 3 days. Like 100 million in 3 days is, and it's crazy that we have to think about the money, the donation primary, just like it's crazy that we also have to think about the dono goals when it comes to, the bonus content, right? So what are you voting for? You're voting for bonus content. You're voting for extra content after the content. I'm gonna go cover, some things today, and we're possibly gonna cover more stuff. Yo, Sasha G with the 5 gifted memberships. Why? Oh, there they are. There they are. They're right there. They're right. That was like, what? Why aren't you getting credit for that? Here's what I do when you gift memberships. Temporal insanity. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Chat Alpha. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Christy Z. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Grand Theft Autobot. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Mo's Art. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. All right, so remember, when you donate, let me know which of these topics you want to see me cover in a potential second half. A second half that only comes if we hit that sub goal. So thank you, Sasha G, for getting us closer. Vox Populi, indeed, indeed. That's the will of the people. The will of the people has just gotten 15% stronger, right? And as the dono goal gets stronger, 20%. So we're a fifth of the way there. Are we a fifth of the way through the content chat? Where are we at in the stream? 2 hours and 49 minutes. Damn, I am a yapper. I am a yapper. That tiny little bit of the debate, and I took that long yapping about it. That's kind of wild, Chad. I gotta curtail the yapping. I'm a yapper. Straight up weaseled. Yes, indeed. Wait, no, I gotta be in the Discord for these soundboard things to work. Weasel. Yes, Sisby yappin'. Indeed, indeed. Yeah, so we are 20% of the way towards the dono goal. And let me show you a little bit more about how this works, right? So like I said before, when you donate and you let me know what topic you want me to cover, I add 1% for every dollar that is in the donation and to the topic of your choice, right? And so Francesca versus Jink has got 3%. Is Destiny losing his shit? Has got 2%. But the Vox Populi is different. Instead of a plus, that's a minus. And it's a minus to like all of the dono topics, right? So it minuses 15, right? If the Vox Populi is 15. And that might seem like kind of harsh because it's like, does this take this shit to like negative 15? Not really. It doesn't go past 0, but it just brings it all back down, right? So effectively, 15 in Vox Populi makes everything under 15% count for nothing. In other words, it makes the poll count for more. So vote in that poll. Vote, vote, vote. You have the chance. You have the opportunity. You have the volition, if you will, to vote in this poll while it is active, right? We've got a poll open in the full-scale stream. We've got a poll open in the short stream. And you can vote on the poll wherever you're at. And look, let me tell you a little secret, okay? You can also click on my avatar or click on my name, go to my channel, and you can go to the other, if you can find the other stream, right? And go to that. You can also vote on that too, right? You can vote in both streams if you want to, right? You can cross over to the other stream if you're in shorts. You can cross over to the full screen stream. If you're in full screen stream, you can cross over to shorts and you can vote in the other one. I'm just telling you this because there's nothing I can do to stop people from doing it. I know some people are going to do it. So it's only fair if I tell you all that that's a possibility and that all I ask when you cross over to the other stream and vote is that you leave me a like, because that helps me out greatly. That helps me out unbelievably. So yeah, this is we're 20% of the way to the sub goal for today. And again, sorry to Twitch. For some reason did the stream go down? Okay, we got to check on that. Anybody else having trouble watching the stream? After you learn where the term conspiracy theory came from, well, it came into common parlance, yeah, after the JFK assassination, which created kind of a cottage industry of people speculating about what might have really happened because the official story smells. It smells bad. That being said, so Timido, that's a great question. Okay, let me handle this, right? You're like, I usually, I don't want to be like one personed, but I think that Timido is coming at this with good faith and just really, wants to see what my take is on this, right? So I've got some complicated thoughts about this, right? So yeah, Timido's, I think, pointing out that the term conspiracy theory came into popular usage after the JFK assassination, when there was like a cottage industry of people speculating on what might have really happened, and supposedly some intelligence, sort of like put it out there to seed the idea that anybody that spends an inordinate amount of time like thinking about this, speculating this, theory crafting on what might have really happened, why JFK might have been assassinated, and who could have been involved, right? To kind of make it feel like anybody that's talking about this is you don't want to listen to them because they've got something going on in the coconut, right? And it's not good. It's not like Kamala, where we've got wisdom falling out of a coconut tree, right? Wisdom from the mamala of Kamala coming to us through the way of the coconut. This is like a coconut that bonks you on the head like that, in a bad way, in a very not good way, right? All right, so there's that, right? There's the fact that it's the term is used, or at least was used, to kind of to put a damper on speculation about the JFK stuff. That being said, Timodo, if you imagine yourself to be a member of the secret elite, some kind of government agency that's involved in intelligence, right? And you think like, well, what I really don't want is for people to get at the truth, right? What's another tactic that you might take to make people confused about the truth, right? So one is to cast anybody that's speculating or thinking or theory crafting or researching about something like the JFK assassination, which truly is a strange event to which the official story does, seems, weird, seems odd, seems like there might be something more to it. What's another way that you could keep people from, if all you want is to keep people from getting to the truth, what's another way you could do that, right? So you put the, with calling people conspiracy theorists, like, you're sort of putting the kibosh on a conspiracy theorist, on conspiracy theorists, right? On theories, right? Through discrediting conspiracy theorists, right? So another way you could do it is, let's say there was like a profusion of conspiracy theories that aren't true, right? So let's say that you have a secret spy plane and it's really cool. It's really fucking cool. It's the coolest secret spy plane ever. And the last thing that you want is for people to start talking about the secret spy plane, because the Russians don't know that we have the secret spy plane, and we don't want the Russians finding out. They might reverse engineer that technology. They might get a secret spy plane of themselves, or they might find like countermeasures against that super secret spy plane, right? So you go to somebody that's seen something strange. I saw an object in the sky that was flying, and it was an object I was not able to readily identify. It was unidentified flying object, right? So maybe then you feed into theories like, yeah, unidentified flying object, I mean, maybe it's not of this earth, right? So in other words, the Alex Jones type stuff serves a function for anybody in intelligence who wants to keep the truth from coming to light. So if you've got Alex Jones out there and he's like, it's a cabal of the globalists, you've got the reptilians and they're out there doing their things, and you got the aliens and they're doing their thing, and they're getting together at the Build-A-Bear factory, and they're building bears out of burgers, Build-A-Burger, Build-A-Bear, whatever, right? You got a guy like Alex Jones. Look, if that guy didn't exist, I swear to God, they'd have to invent him. They'd have to come up with him, right? So it's a little bit of a tightrope. It's a little bit of a two-pronged thing, right? So at the same time that casting speculations on things that are truly strange as just conspiracy theory nuttery is effective, so is supporting lots of conspiracy theories. Yeah. So there you go. There you have it. Are you more confused or less confused? Have I made your frogs gay? Anyone in chat finding that your frogs are gay, finding that you're more or less able to build a bear or build a burger? In Bohemian Grove, that's right. We go to Bohemian Grove for the cremation of cares. worship the giant Moloch statue, etc., etc., etc. So there's my take on conspiracy theories. Yeah, I just gotta know, is Twitch chat? I gotta know, are you there, Twitch chat? Because it doesn't seem like YouTube chat is down, right? The YouTube chat is doing all right. Am I correct? Are we there? Is that a good sign? I got Alf in a wig and sunglasses. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. No, yes, I'm not even sure what question I asked. Loud and clear. Nice, nice. Okay, I was just making sure. I want to make sure that we don't get, because I could have been banned just then for, giving up the ghost on the conspiracy, giving up the secret informations. Oh, it's your home internet this time. Well, I always want to check because it can always be mine. My frogs were actually trans, says Lady Badash. I say based. I say based. Oh my god, Kid and Caboodle, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub, gifted in the name of Vox Populi. So that is like Kid and Caboodle doing something for all the chatters out there, making your votes count. Look at this chat so far. All right, make sure to vote because, we just went up to 23% of the dono goal, and we got a strong Vox Populi going. Now, what does that mean? What does that mean? It basically means that there's a good chance that what you vote for is going to be what we watch if we get to the dono goal, right? If we actually get from 23% to 100% on the dono goal, there is a very, very good chance, a very high likelihood that we'll be watching Destiny losing his shit, or Epstein's ties, Epstein's closet and all the ties that he's got in that closet, or Francesca versus Jink over AOC, or whatever ends up getting selected. Because right now there's two or three things that have got a real chance. The only thing that I'm saying so far is not doing well is the President Sunday versus Westside Tyler. So maybe people are over that. Anyway, chat, we got to get going. We got to get on. I just want to remind you that in addition to voting, you can affect the poll when you donate. Just make sure when you donate to let me know which of these subjects you want to see next as your bonus content, right? And I will add a percentage. And look, we got a strong headwind of Vox Populi at 18%. But anything that overcomes 18% does, in fact, get extra, points applied to it. So, when you donate, let me know what topic you would like to see next. And I will add your donation at the rate of 1% per US dollar to the topic of your choice, including Vox Populi. If you're just a real strong believer in the chatters and their ability to choose the right topic, right? You can say Vox Populi. You could even say Fallout New Vegas. I always put that up there in case the gaming frogs want to have a go at it. It's a possibility to steal the stream away from everyone else and make it into a gaming stream that's there. But yeah, just let me know when you donate, whether that is a super chat, a super sticker, whether you are getting weasels for yourself, you're getting a membership on YouTube, or whether you're gifting weasels to other people, giving the gift of weasels, right? This also goes on Twitch. If you're using a Twitch Prime sub, like Kitten Caboodle and Little Alan Fox just did, right? That counts towards the sub goal as well. As does, buying a sub. In fact, buying a sub actually counts for more because the Prime subs are weird, right? Twitch is trying to give the creators as little as they can on the Prime subs. But if you outright buy a sub, I'll go ahead and apply 6% instead of 3% to the total. This also goes for if you're gifting subs, right? Because every hour on the hour, in fact, right now we're going through an ad break for the next 2 minutes, right? It's 3 minutes of unskippable ads. It's where YouTube ads, they happen more often, but you can skip them. Twitch ads, there's no skipping them. The only way to get out of them is with a sub. You can get out of them with an Amazon Prime sub. You can get out of them by buying a sub for yourself, or you could possibly be gifted a sub. Again, more likely to happen if you're active in the chat, right? More likely to happen if people see that you're in the chat and you don't have a sub, and they'll be like, oh shit, you're about to get that ad break, aren't you, right? And if you're gifting to other people, understand that you can also apply that towards the dono goal and towards the topic of your choice. You just have to let me know after you donate where you want that money going, and I will put your money where your mouth is. It also, other things that count are the donations to Throne. Remember, chat, the backdrop that you're looking at right now was crowdsourced by Throne, by the Throne gang, by people on my Throne account. And it essentially, there's stuff on there by which you can make the stream better. This month, I've got a special on helping me pay the rent, if you so choose. That's one of the ways that you can do it, and you do it without like the same amount of a cut coming out of it as donating to me on YouTube or Twitch. Also, the money gets to me faster, so that's a pretty cool thing too. But yeah, this month is going to be pretty tough for me. Next month and after, everything should be good. Everything should be, I won't say Gucci, but one day, chat, one day I'll be able to afford an editor to pay to make videos, and you'll have lots of videos coming out in addition to all the live streaming that you're seeing, right? But yeah, the microphone that I'm using, the sound interface that I'm using, the stream deck that I'm using, like this thing, which I think is pretty cool, right? That is all courtesy of people donating to me on Throne, and that is the link for that right there. You can also find other links, including links to my Patreon, in the description below. You can also find links for my Cash App and my PayPal if, again, you want to get money to me faster and without the filters of YouTube and Twitch. I do appreciate that very much, especially on a month like this month, which is going to be extra tough. So, yeah. We are ready to go. We are ready to go to the next topic. Wait, should I talk to chat first? I don't know. I feel like I'm running out of time here. Am I a Harris voter? I haven't voted yet. Do you listen to Cave Town? No, but I will now. Oh my god, I'm supposed to put my I'm supposed to put my Cash App in chat. Words are hard. I agree. I've never voted. That's right. I'm not. What makes you think I'm eligible to vote? What makes you think that I'm a citizen of the United States and not a citizen of outer space? That's my question. Hideki Tojo says, no one donating. Lil bro. Did you just lil bro me? See, the thing is, it's like that kind of thing that makes people donate. It's like literally that kind of shit right there, right? That could actually prompt somebody who wasn't going to donate anyway to donate just to spite you. It's like making a prediction that somebody can easily make not come true, right? And it's just, it's bait. It's literally bait. I think you're trying to help me get donations, Hideki. So thank you for the little bro. Thank you as I speak to you on a $500 mic that was donated to me. Thank you for saying that no one is donating. Chat, I'm sorry. Patreons, people, the Throne Gang, you're not real. You don't exist. You're all in my imagination. You're dream characters. You're dream characters that I created in my mind. The microphone's not real. The sound equipment's not real. The stream deck is definitely not real. The background is fake. It's all fake. It's all fake. Thank you for identifying that correctly, Hideki Tojo. And I promise, chat, that is not somebody that I paid to say that, because you're literally in danger of getting somebody to hit me up on Cash App right now. Anyway. But yeah, that's if you have the money for it, right? Remember, as far as donations go, take care of yourself first. Take care of yourself. Take care of those that you love. Make sure you're okay. I don't want anybody ever to donate to me if it puts them in a financial bind. I'll there's lots of you in chat, so this is only to people who have the money to do that. And remember, look, if you don't have the ability to support me, or you really need to kind of keep that money for yourself, you can always support me via giving me a like, right? The likes help immensely. The likes are great. That I consider that as like, that's as good as gold, right? Hitting that like button, right? One like by itself doesn't do much, but if we all hit like together, then it's like a giant thumb war. 1, 2, 3, 4, I declare thumb war, and we wrestle the algorithm into submission. We bring my stream to more people come in here, and eventually it translates into me being able to do this thing full time, which is what we're doing right now, even though I'm barely hanging on. But yeah, thank you to the Patreons. Thank you to Throne Gang. Thank you to everybody donating on PayPal or on Cash App. Thank you to the members on YouTube, to the subs on Twitch. I literally could not do this without you. So thank you so much. And we'll get back to the content right now. So what do we have? We have, this is Kamala's rally. I think, do I have everything on my playlist, on my magical playlist? Ooh, there's the Keffals. God, we got to bring Keffals out at some point. That was going to be the subject for the stream until I realized that nobody cares about Keffals anymore. And I swiftly changed it. I really, I don't know, chat. Keffals has dropped by before. She's challenged me to a debate. She was streaming earlier today. I don't know if she's still streaming. But what I'm saying is there's like a non-zero chance that Keffals ends up watching this. And if she does, I think she'll be kind of sad. Oh shit, I gotta remember. Okay, 40 minutes, we got President Biden addressing the nation on his decision to drop the fuck out. Thank you, President Biden. This is the best decision that you've made in a long time. Oh God, we got a Legal Eagle video too that I gotta get to at some point. Okay, so we got the Kamala speech with Biden. I feel like Biden has become her stand now. Like, right, Biden is a detached voice. Biden is a brain in a vat. And then we gotta watch some JD Vance Mountain Dew racism. Chad, it's racist. What did you think I said? It's racist, not the other word. Not the Chud Logic word. Oh my God, I was hoping this would be on C-SPAN. Oh, here we go. No, that's 3 years ago. So here's the Biden thing. We got the Biden thing, we got the Netanyahu thing, we got the Kamala thing, and we got the Keffals thing. We got so much shit to cover today, chat. So much shit. Wait, is this even it? It's outside, that's not it. Why am I having trouble? Campaign event in Delaware? Nope. Campaign in Wisconsin, that's where it is, right? Oh my God, we got copyrighted music right there. I think this is the one. Yeah, wait, no, she's got American flags. Delaware, not Delaware. God damn it. Why don't people... Oh my God. Fuck me. This is not something that I want to like search around for. Kamala Harris. Speech. There it is. Got it. We're not going back. That's the one. All right, wait, maybe I did have it earlier. I'm hearing the same music. This is the one. All right. Oh, wait. Let's press the button. Let's press the button.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Wisconsin. Good afternoon.
So now, chat, do you hear that laugh? I've been told that that laugh is what proves that she's crazy. She's laughing Kamala. Right? We're not supposed to listen to, we're supposed to hear that laugh and we're supposed to dislike her. But you know what I noticed? Trump never laughs. Can you think of what Trump's laugh sounds like? And the answer is probably not. If you're even able to think of Trump's laugh, you're probably thinking of the Logan Paul Jake Paul thing. Because he rarely laughs.
Thank you. It is good to be back. Thank you all very much. Can we please hear it for Leah and her extraordinary story and leadership? Thank you. And I do believe our teachers do God's work. They teach other people's children, and God knows we don't pay them enough. Let's thank them. And it is so good to be here and be back with so many extraordinary leaders, including my friend.
So yeah, I'm supposed to be fine. I'm supposed to be put off by her laugh. Now let's take a look at what Trump had to say about this laugh.
From the moment we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden and Kamala, I call her laughing Kamala. You ever watch her laugh? She's crazy.
She's crazy, apparently.
No, she's crazy. She's nuts. She's not as crazy as Nancy Pelosi, crazy Nancy. From the moment we take back the White House from...
He was stone-faced while Obama roasted him. Yeah, which was funny because, like, when I re-listened to the roast, right, there was a few moments, like, the birth certificate stuff, like, it probably hit hard, right? The birth certificate stuff was meant to embarrass him, was meant to debase him, was meant to clap back at him. But the rest of it was just, it was like a roast. It was like literally the roast that comedians would do to another comedian where they're friends. It wasn't, chat, I'm trying to say, it wasn't Nick Mullen roasting Jamie Kilstein. All right? That was a brutal roast, if you know what I'm talking about, right? It was something a lot milder. Let's see what he has to say.
Crooked Joe Biden and Kamala.
Crooked Joe. Laughing Kamala. She's crazy. She's just crazy. I'm not coping. She's crazy. She's nuts. Coconuts. She's coconuts.
From the moment we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden and Kamala, I call her laughing Kamala. You ever watch her laugh? She's crazy.
So anyway, just so you know, just in case you haven't got your patch notes, in case you haven't got your talking points, anybody in Twitch chat, you glazing Trump, you gotta say it's her laugh. You gotta say that her laugh is crazy, it's cringe, it's supposed to put you off, it's not, but I don't know. I prefer a laughing meme queen over this boring asshole right here. Let us switch once again to this one. Yep.
You can tell a lot by...
Nope. Wrong button. Wrong.
And the great governor of Wisconsin, Tony Evers. He's here somewhere. My dear friend, Senator Tammy Baldwin. And you know, I had the privilege of serving with Tammy when I was in the United States Senate, and she is always fighting for the people of this state. And I know that the folks that are here are going to make sure you return her to Washington, D.C. in November. Yes, we are going to elect her back to Washington, D.C. It is so good to be here also with Lieutenant Governor Sarah Rodriguez.
Is this live? No, this was yesterday.
Attorney General Josh Cole.
We'll watch the Trump remarks live. I think that's the only live content I'm giving you today is going to be. So did I say Trump? Biden. Biden's going to speak. Biden's going to address dropping out. So that'll be live. Everything else not live.
Wisconsin Secretary of State Sarah Godlewski. County Executive David Crowley. Mayor Cavalier Johnson, and the great state party chair, Ben Wickler.
Oh, yes. Who can forget the late, great Ben Wickler? Folks, he's having a friend for... Oh, no, that's Hannibal Lecter. I'm sorry. I got him mixed up.
I've worked with Ben. You and I have been working together for years, and I can attest he knows how to build the infrastructure that delivers wins up and down the ballot. Thank you, Ben. So it is good to be back in Wisconsin, and it is great to be in Milwaukee. As many of you know, our state campaign headquarters are in this city. Yes, and there is a reason for that. The path to the White House goes through Wisconsin. Yes, it does. And to win in Wisconsin, we are counting on you right here in Milwaukee. And you all helped us win in 2020. And in 2024, we will win again. So, Milwaukee, I want to start by saying a few words, and I could really speak at length, but a few words about our incredible President Joe Biden. It has truly been one of the greatest honors of my life to serve as Vice President to our President Joe Biden. Joe's legacy of accomplishment over his entire career and over the past 3.5 years is unmatched in modern history. In one term, think about it, in one term as president, he has already surpassed the legacy of most presidents who served 2 terms in office. And I know we are all deeply, deeply grateful for his continuing service to our nation. And it is my great honor to have Joe Biden's endorsement in this race. So, Wisconsin,
Oh my God, chat. Wait a minute.
Mr. President, thank you for calling in today. Over to you.
Julie, if I didn't have COVID, I'd be sitting there with you, standing there with you. I'm so proud of what you've all done. And but this COVID,
So this is what I'm talking about. Like, right? He's a brain bot now.
out of people's hair for the next 3 or 4 days. But I'm going to be on the road, and I'm not going anywhere. It's kept me away a little bit, but you know, I want people to remember that what we have done has been incredible, and we get so much more we're going to get done. And so I want to say hello to Kamala if she can hear me. I know she's going to be speaking shortly. And I want to say to the team, embrace her. She's the best. I want to call today to thank everybody in this effort. I know yesterday's news was surprising and it was hard for you to hear, but it was the right thing to do. I know it's hard because you poured your heart and soul into me to help us win this thing, help me get this nomination, help me win the nomination, and then go on to win the presidency. But you know, you're an amazing team. But we've got a great. I think we made the right decision. I know how hard you've worked, how many sacrifices you've made, and so many of you uprooted your lives for me, and the kind of commitment few people make for anything these days, but you made it. And I've been honored and humbled. I mean this from the bottom of my heart. My word is a Biden, that for all you've done.
My word is a Biden.
Done for me and my family. And we built the best campaign in organization in history. I've been doing this, I always kid and say, I know I'm only 40, but
Blood thinks he's a Kennedy.
I've been around a long time.
Or a Clinton.
I don't know of a better campaign organization, grassroots campaign.
I mean, my word is a Clinton, though. I think that kind of undercuts your message.
You know, we have over 230 offices opened. We have over 2,000 paid staff, and we have literally several thousand volunteers on a regular basis, thousands of them. And they've been relentless and tireless in reaching out and contacting voters. The leadership of this campaign has been amazing. Jen O'Malley, Dillon, Julie, Quinn.
Anyway, so he basically gives a little pep talk. And then
Michael Tyler, Rob Flaherty, Rufus on raising money, and so many more. You built this team. You brought them together.
You built the city.
You've inspired them, and you've done what leaders do. Now we got to.
It is
you know,
so good to
the
hear
name has changed
our
the topic.
president's voice. Joe, I know you're still on the call, and we've been talking every day. You guys heard it from Doug's voice. We love Joe and Jill. We really do. They truly are like family to us. And we do, everybody here does.
It's mutual.
I knew you were still there. You're not going anywhere, Joe.
I'm watching you, kid. I'm watching.
Now, the question I got for you, right, is this, right? My understanding is that Joe Biden, in addition to fulfilling his duties as president for the last year of his term, is also going to be taking to the campaign trail for Kamala. My question is this a good thing?
I love you.
I love you, Joe. Oh. So, Joe, I'm going to recognize some of the electeds who are here, and then I'm going to get back to you. Hold on a second. So let me please acknowledge some extraordinary national leaders who are also dear friends, both to the president and to me.
Anyway, I do think that, like, together they have, like, a kind of like a shtick that they do, and it actually sort of works. I don't know if Biden by himself as a surrogate for Kamala is actually going to be a positive or a negative, though. I really do have questions about that.
I want to thank Jen O'Malley Dillon. Where is she, Jen? We've been carrying some heavy water from the first days of our campaign, so thank you all. This truly is a Delaware family. Thank you. I want to thank Jen O'Malley Dillon. Where is she, Jen? Family. And you're giving yourselves to our country because you love our country and you love Joe. And
so anyway, this was the first speech that she made, I think, as the nominee, or as the presumptive nominee. I got to say that, right? So what we know so far is that Kamala does have the delegates that are pledged to her that have said, I'm going to vote for Kamala, right? She has enough to win the nomination. Now, that doesn't mean she has the nomination. And, you know, like, I'm not sure how they're going to do this. They had before a plan to, like, you know, to confirm the nomination ahead of the primary with Biden, when they thought that the goal was to like just let everybody know it's going to be Biden, it's going to be Biden, stop, you know, thinking it's going to be somebody else, and to lot. But then when most of the Democrats decided, like, no, actually it shouldn't be Biden, he needs to drop out, they backed off on this. I don't know if they're still going to do this with Kamala or if it's going to be at the primary, but she does. It's very unlikely that anyone else will be the nominee, right? That's a very dark donkey in this case, since we're talking about the Democrats, not a horse, which would be for Vosh, right? We're talking about a very unlikely situation that it would be anybody other than Kamala. I guess something could happen where she has, like, a scandal that gets revealed, in the near term, and it's just so toxic that they, the delegates changed their own mind. But saving that, right, it's going to be Kamala. We're already on to the discussion of the vice president. And as you're going to see in a second, she is surging a little bit. Her numbers look better than Biden's, depending on what poll you go for. She's either slightly ahead of Trump or it's a statistical dead heat. So definitely things are looking, started. The race is basically reset.
You love me, and we know that. And so today, just right after Joe made his announcement, it was important for me to continue with his role of leadership in this office, of like him, who has said for many, many, many months, and I say it today, thank you all so very much for what you are doing and what you will continue to do. So let's applaud the team. And I know it's been a roller coaster, and we're all filled with so many mixed emotions about this. I just have to say, I love Joe Biden. I love Joe Biden, and I know we all do, and we have so many darn good reasons for loving Joe Biden. And I have full faith that this team will be the reason we win in November. You all who are here. And as Julie always says, and I will quote the great Julie, we are one team, one fight. I'm getting back to you, Joe. I will tell you, so over the next 106 days, we are going to take our case to the American people, and we are going to...
Well, that's some cursed video. I got a question in chat. Can we pick somebody who is not border control? So there's a convention in the White House where people in the White House, different officials, are assigned different tasks, different specialties, right? And Kamala's had to do with the border. My understanding is that her role was more in negotiation with other countries, with whom, where immigrants are coming from. I would caution about that, right? About the idea that she should go full hog on Biden's caving in to the Trump administration, which he did before dropping out, because the race has changed to a certain degree, right? Biden and Trump, the votes that they were both trying to go after, the votes that they were trying to get were like the suburbs, right? Biden's got the urban votes, Trump's got the rural votes. They were fighting over the suburbs. At this point, that's kind of changed a little bit. That's shifted a little bit. And Kamala actually might have more success going after the traditional constituencies that vote Democratic. So, throwing constituencies under the bus like Joe Biden did with that border deal that he offered the Republicans, which was basically he allowed them to write it. And then when they refused to implement it because it might help get that issue off the table, he then enacted it via executive order. That might not be Kamala's best bet. And that goes also for the Israel issue that we'll get into a second, right? Benjamin Netanyahu, the war criminal, gave a speech today before Congress, and Kamala Harris did not attend. That was strategic. That was purposeful. That is her taking a step away from Biden's awful policy. If we look, chat, at the polls, if we look at the continuing tracking of the Biden versus Trump horse race, right, there's a moment where we see Trump overtake Biden, and that moment is October 2023. Do you think that's a coincidence? Or do you think that might be a factor of how strongly Biden has ridden for Israel and how constituencies which the Democrats were taking for granted might have started to slip from their grasp? Not to slip into voting for Trump, but slipping into maybe not voting at all, right? So it's nailing down the core constituencies of the Democratic Party that is probably going to yield the most results for Kamala Harris, rather than this, tactic of trying to be of trying to match Trump in his racist border policy or his gruesome Israel policy.
Win. We are going to win. And so now I'm getting back to you, Joe.
Oh my God, chat! This is like such a bad. This is such bad video.
Truly.
I almost want to skip through this.
To our President Joe Biden. Joe's legacy of accomplishment, just over a lifetime, but just over the last 3.5 years, is unmatched in modern history.
Let's see if it gets any better.
And he would talk about the kind of father and the kind of man that Joe Biden is. And he would talk about the qualities of...
So there's a lot of glazing Biden in this. You know, as much as people might think that could this be a problem, like I said before, her proximity to Biden might end up being more of a liability in this race than anything. But at the same time, you do have two different candidates, and it's important for them to present a united front. It's important for them to present, you know, as being, you know, as being on the same team to make sure that, you know, she's not losing any of the voters that Biden, you know, has backing him, to make sure that it doesn't appear to be a power grab or a coup or any of that other kind of stuff where people might divide up and say, well, I don't like how she, you know, how she pushed Biden out, right? That's definitely not a narrative that they want. So that's kind of what this speech is all about. I don't know if there's...
We believe in a future where no child has to grow up in poverty, where every person can buy a home, start a family, and build wealth, and where every person has access to paid family leave and affordable child care. That's the future we see. Together we fight to build a nation where every person has affordable health care, where every worker is paid fairly, and where every senior can retire with dignity. All of this is to say, building up the middle class will be a defining goal of my presidency.
Yeah, this is bad video, bad audio.
Generations of Americans before us have led the fight for freedom, from our founders to our framers.
Let's get started on... Wait, that's the wrong one. It's this one. There we go.
I'm told as of this morning that we have earned the support of enough delegates to secure the Democratic nomination. And I am so very honored, and I pledge to you I will spend the coming weeks continuing to unite our party so that we are ready to win in November. So, friends, we have 105 days until Election Day, and in that time, we've got some work to do. But we're not afraid of hard work. We like hard work, don't we? And we will win this election. Yes, we will. So as Leah told you, before I was elected vice president, before I was elected United States Senator, I was elected Attorney General of the state of California, and I was a courtroom prosecutor before then. And in those roles, I took on perpetrators of all kinds.
Okay, so here we go.
Predators who abused women, fraudsters
Here we go.
who ripped off consumers, cheaters who broke the rules for their own gain. So hear me when I say, I know Donald Trump's type.
So the you know, her previous job as a prosecutor, it was a big contributing factor to what doomed her presidential run in 2020, right? This was a moment in which, like, law enforcement and the prison industrial complex was very much under the microscope, and you know, had a very like negative resonance to that. Now, obviously there's issues, and there's still issues, and they have not been solved, and there was no reform, and there was no meaningful defunding, right? A lot of the goals of the protests were not met. The voices were heard, and some kind of a, some kind of gesture was made by local and national governments towards addressing the issues behind the prison industrial complex. But those issues remain unsolved, right? But whereas that was a drawback for Kamala in 2020 in the overall political race, as far as what most people are thinking of at the moment, are the issues with one of the candidates for president being a convicted felon, being an incredibly corrupt politician, being somebody who would not take no for an answer when the people of the United States told him, no, we do not want another 4 years of you, and tried to stay on nonetheless. So it's kind of a different dynamic now, but it still does speak to those core constituencies that that she needs to attend to, and convince them that although she has this background, although she has this resume as a prosecutor, that she's gonna care about reform, that she's gonna care about changing that system, and that she is not Kamala, right? And that's going to be a bit of a steep, climb for her, honestly. That's a big, priority. It should be a priority in her campaign. So it looks like we got 10 minutes until Biden starts speaking.
And in this,
I'm going to take a pee break.
I promise you, I will proudly.
But I'm going to listen to this.
Against his any day of the week. As Attorney General of California, I took on one of our country's largest for-profit colleges that was scamming students. Donald Trump ran a for-profit college that scammed students.
I feel like even that is giving it a little more credit than it deserves. So Trump University is what she's talking about. Like, I mean, did they even pretend to be accredited? Did they even pretend to be like a real institution of learning, or was this just like a scam seminar?
As a prosecutor, I specialized in cases involving sexual abuse. Well, Trump was found liable for committing sexual abuse.
Be right back.
As Attorney General of California, I took on the big Wall Street banks and held them accountable for fraud. Donald Trump was just found guilty of fraud on 34 counts. But let's also make no mistake, this campaign is not just about us versus Donald Trump. This campaign is about who we fight for. This is about who we fight for. Just look at how we are running our campaigns. So Donald Trump is relying on support from billionaires and big corporations. And he is trading access in exchange for campaign contributions. A couple months ago, you all saw that a couple months ago at Mar-a-Lago, he literally promised big oil companies, big oil lobbyists, he would do their bidding for $1 billion in campaign donations. On the other hand, we are running a people-powered campaign. And we just had some breaking news. We just had the best 24 hours of grassroots fundraising in presidential campaign history. All right? And because we are a people-powered campaign, that is how you know we will be a people-first presidency. And Wisconsin, this campaign is also about two different visions for our nation. One, where we are focused on the future. The other, focused on the past.
So I just wanted to bring something up because I was listening to that while I peed. And Donald Trump came into office promising to drain the swamp. Speaking of the corruption that existed in the American political system, and when it was pointed out that he was one of the #1 corruptors, he basically was Giga Chad. He Giga Chadded that shit, right? He said, "Yeah, I know. That's right. That's right. And I'm the one that to take, to deal with money in politics." What did he do? Trump Glazers in Shorts chat. What did Donald do about money in politics? Because it was my very clear perception that he did not a goddamn thing, because he likes politics corrupt, because he is corrupt, and he's a transactional corrupt swamp creature. That's who you elected with cries of drain the swamp. And that's why people think of you as being not so intelligent, right? Fair or unfair, right? We all have biases. We all can be conned. We all can be tricked, right? But if you're getting that from people that they look at you in your MAGA hat and they think that like there's like not a brain cell under there, that's where that comes from. You're getting conned. You're getting tricked. You're croaking about swamp creatures and draining the swamp. Meanwhile, he's the biggest fucking swamp monster of them all. He's King Gator. All right. That's who you elected. And he lied to you. He didn't do shit. And he's there taking money from big oil. He's there taking money from tech, right? Yeah. JD Vance. Why do you think he's there? Why is he around? Right. He's around as a connection to Peter Thiel. He's around as the connection to tech money, right? All of these people that you complain about, all these corporations that are supposedly too woke, and they're donating to Donald Trump, and they're getting shit out of him. He's taking money and he's doing shit. Sheldon Adelson's widow, right? He took money from her. What do you think he's going to do with policy in the West Bank? What has he already done in terms of recognizing, Jerusalem as the capital? What has he done in terms of cutting Palestine out of negotiations with the Abraham Accord? What has he done in terms of nepotism, sending his unqualified son-in-law to make those negotiations, to cut the people, stakeholders in the negotiations out of the negotiations? And why don't you recognize that this is directly connected to what happened on October 7th, right? This is all Trump's doing. And as much as you could say that Kamala, as a vice president, doesn't have that much of a record, Kamala has very much been held in the background. Kamala has not been, a super visible, super active vice president. The record that Trump does have is bad, is really, really fucking bad. And honestly, in the first 3 years, he didn't do that much at all. All he did was kind of, flounder and fail as the leader in a major public health crisis. He didn't inspire confidence. He talked about bleach. He talked about horse paste. He talked about killing the pandemic, killing the virus with sunshine. If you could just figure out a way to shine the sun up your ass, right? That'd be he doesn't inspire confidence. He didn't do the job. He failed at his first big test, right? 3 years of doing virtually nothing except cutting taxes for millionaires and billionaires. And then the first time he's attested at all, it's a major failure. I think we can thank our lucky stars that, nothing like the invasion of Ukraine or, what's going on in Gaza happened under his watch, because he showed himself to be unprepared and incapable of handling real crises, right? And, you know, issues like, you know, the global inflation that, you know, we're dealing with now, you know, these came about as a result of his mishandling of policy during the pandemic.
We believe in a future where every person,
What do we got? 2 minutes left
not just
until Biden.
but to get ahead. A future where no child has to grow up in poverty. Where every worker has the freedom to join a union. Where every person has affordable health care, affordable child care, and paid family leave.
So, Piers Morgan, I ask you, are these canned applause?
Where every senior
Or do these people sound excited?
So all of this is to say, building up the middle class will be a defining goal of my presidency. Because here's the thing we all here, Wisconsin, know. When our middle class is strong, America is strong.
So that's basically, I mean, that's a nod to Keynesian economics. That was the Democrats' policy post New Deal. This is a nod to the you know, the New Deal coalition that you know, sort of held sway in Washington, not just with the Democrats but with the Republicans to a certain degree as well, post World War II. And something that they abandoned under Jimmy Carter. So that's where the deindustrialization of America started, and this is where the policies of, you know, I mean, you can call it supply side economics, you can call it Reaganomics. His vice president George H.W. Bush called it voodoo economics, basically correctly identifying the fact that throwing money at the wealthy through tax cuts doesn't actually help the economy. The idea was, if they got more money in the upper classes, they're going to make it rain for us, right? They're going to be like, here you go, everybody, here you go. And it flies in the face of the relatively successful economic policy of Keynesianism. Now, is Keynesianism enough? I would say no. I would say no, because Keynesian economics, although they do concentrate on the working class and making sure that the working class, the people that were buying the products and services being sold are doing you know, decently well, right? It doesn't help workers claw back the power. It doesn't help workers claw back the leverage. And ultimately, that's what's needed, right? It is for the working class to actually have a say in the production of products, goods, and services, right? For the working class to have sway over the means of production. And that's something that the Democrats won't give you, and that's something that the Republicans won't give you. For that, you're going to need something a little stronger.
But Donald Trump wants to take our country backward. He and his extreme Project 2025 agenda will weaken the middle class. Like, we know we got to take this seriously. Can you believe they put that thing in writing? Read it. It's 900 pages.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
When you read it, you will see Donald Trump intend.
All right, let's switch.
But in the defense of democracy, which is at stake, I think is more important than any title. I draw strength and I find joy in working for the American people. But this sacred task of perfecting our union is not about me. It's about you, your families, your futures. It's about we, the people. And we can never
forget. Chat, I take you live Joseph Robinette Biden,
made it clear that I believe America is at an inflection point.
fresh off of his case of COVID.
When the decisions we make now will determine our fate of our nation and the world for decades to come.
Speaking to you from the Oval Office.
Between moving forward or backward, between hope and hate, between unity and division, we have to decide, do we still believe in honesty, decency, respect, freedom, justice, and democracy? In this moment,
And speaking to you for the first time about his decision to step down.
but as fellow Americans, can we do that? Does character in public life still matter? I believe I know the answer to these questions because I know you, the American people. And I know this, we are a great nation because we are good people. When you elected me to this office, I promised to always level with you, to tell you the truth. And the truth, the sacred cause of this country is larger than any one of us. And those of us who cherish that cause, cherish it so much, a cause of American democracy itself, must unite to protect it. You know, in recent weeks, it's become clear to me that I need to unite my party in this critical endeavor. I believe my record as president, my leadership in the world, my vision for America's future, all merited a second term. But nothing can come in the way of saving our democracy. That includes personal ambition. So I've decided the best way forward is to pass the torch to a new generation. That's the best way to unite our nation.
So chat.
You know, there is a time and a place for long years of experience in public life.
Being 100 with you,
A time and a place for new voices.
Joe Biden
Fresh voices. Yes, younger voices. And that time
has a mixed record. He has a mixed record. Like his term was a mixed term.
my job as president. That means I'll continue to lower.
In a lot of ways, he exceeded his expectations, right? Definitely my expectations of him.
Our civil rights, from the right to vote to
After, seeing him be put into
hate and extremism,
to stymie the Bernie Sanders campaign,
no place
right?
in America for political violence or any.
My expectations of him were pretty low.
I'm going to
But what he's done with the National Labor Relations Board,
our plan from climate
what he
crisis.
tried to do with student loans, although I don't think that was executed very well.
For my cancer moonshot, so we can end cancer as we know it. Because
Oh yeah, I remember he was going to end cancer. Almost forgot about that.
Supreme Court reform, because this is critical to our
But
democracy. Supreme Court reform.
the place where I think his
I will keep
term went off the rails was October 7th.
remain strong
His response
as a leader of the free world.
to what was very likely to be an attempt at ethnic cleansing
Support to the American people.
with a long-term eye on more settlements in the West Bank and in Gaza.
Rallying a coalition of proud nations to stop Putin from taking over Ukraine and doing more damage.
He gave in to Netanyahu at the worst possible moment, and that's where things went off.
Of our history. I'll keep doing the same for our allies in the Pacific. You know, when I came to office, the conventional wisdom was that China would inevitably surpass the United States. That's not the case anymore. And I'm going to keep working to end the war in Gaza, bring home all the hostages.
He needs to put his money where his mouth is on that. And if you want to bring home the hostages, you need to make you need to force a ceasefire. Those hostages release has been on the table this whole time. And it's been Netanyahu
On that day, I told you, as I stood in that winter
and the Israeli government that have gotten in the way of that.
and winter of possibilities, peril of possibilities. We were in the grip of the worst pandemic in the century, the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression, the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. But we came together as Americans, and we got through it. We emerged stronger, more prosperous, and more secure Today we have the strongest economy in the world, creating nearly 16 million new jobs, a record. Wages are up. Inflation continues to come down. The racial wealth gap is the lowest it's been in 20 years. We're literally rebuilding our entire nation, urban, suburban, rural, and tribal communities. Manufacturing has come back to America. We're leading the world again in chips and science and innovation. We finally beat Big Pharma after all these years to lower the cost of prescription drugs for seniors.
I thought he was going to say we beat Medicare.
Make sure we lower the cost for everyone, not just seniors. More people have health care today in America than ever before. And I signed one of the most significant laws helping millions of veterans and their families who were exposed to toxic materials. You know, the most significant climate law ever in the history of the world. The first major gun safety law in 30 years. And today, the violent crime rate is at a 50-year low. We're also securing our border. Border crossings are lower today than when the previous administration left office. I've kept my commitment to appoint the first black woman to the Supreme Court of the United States of America. I also kept my commitment to have an administration that looks like America.
So he's not claiming to be the first black woman on the Supreme Court this time.
I ran for president 4 years ago because I believed and still do that the soul of America was at stake. The very nature of who we are was at stake. And that's still the case. America's an idea. An idea stronger than any army, bigger than any ocean, more powerful than any dictator or tyrant. It's the most powerful idea in the history of the world. That idea is that we hold these truths to be self-evident. We're all created equal, endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights: life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. We've never fully lived up to it, to this sacred idea, but we've never walked away from it either. And I do not believe the American people will walk away from it now.
Well, part of me is inclined to give him a little bit of credit for where we were in 2020 versus where we are now.
I've made my views known.
As much as I'm inclined to give him a little credit for exceeding my expectations,
she's tough, she's capable.
In terms of his policy,
An incredible partner to me and a leader for our country.
I think the point of the matter,
The American people. When you make that choice, remember the words of Benjamin Franklin hanging on my wall here in the Oval Office, alongside the busts of Dr. King and Rosa Parks and Cesar Chavez. When Ben Franklin was asked, as he emerged from the, the convention going on, whether the founders have given America a monarchy or republic, Franklin's response was, a republic,
okay, so, yeah.
if you can keep it.
So there's no point in glazing Biden. There's no point in, you know, giving him credit,
It's been the privilege of my life.
considering how much he lost his soul
Could a kid with a stutter, from modest
by failing the test at the time when he was needed,
one day sit behind the resolute desk?
by giving Netanyahu everything that he wanted and more.
That's what's so special about America. We're a nation of promise and possibilities, of dreamers and doers.
I think the point is that...
Doing extraordinary things.
Sorry, Chad, I'm trying to... This is a live event, so I don't want to pause it.
I've been blessed a million times in return with the love and support of the American people. I hope you have some idea how grateful I am to all of you. The great thing about America is here, kings and dictators do not rule, the people do. History is in your hands. The power is in your hands. The idea of America lies in your hands. We just have to keep faith, keep the faith, and remember who we are. We're the united.
I feel like he forgot who he was. Like I feel like he really lost his
capacity when we do it together.
Like he lost any moral standing that his administration had with his failed response to what happened in Gaza. And I guess the real point, rather than, praising him for the difference between right now and where we were at in 2020, is to remember who got us to where we were in 2020, and that was Donald Trump. Like, he does look good in comparison to Donald Trump, but that's such a fucking low bar, and that's something that you should never. The fact that I can compare his policy in Israel to the policy of Donald Trump, and yes, Trump is worse. Yes, Trump is likely worse, and when you look at his donors, when you look at the fact that Trump is responsible in a lot of ways for the events of October 7th, Trump's failed diplomacy enacted by his failed son-in-law Jared Kushner, literally circumventing the Palestinians in negotiations that involved their their well-being. I don't think there's any point of eulogizing his administration. The point is to remember what got us to that point where inflation was out of control, where everything was, where we had no leadership for a major public health crisis. That's on Trump, all right? And some of the challenges presented by taking over for the worst president in the history of the country, I think, Biden did decently well, but others of those, particularly Trump's policy when it comes to the Abraham Accords, when it comes to Trump's policy regarding Israel-Palestine, he massively was not up to the task. And we can only hope that Kamala will try to differentiate herself. And she already has, chat. She already has, right? I think the next thing we're going to take a look at is Netanyahu's speech from today. This is a speech that Kamala herself did not attend. And I'm hoping that that represents something. I'm hoping that that's not an empty sign. That's not an empty signal, right? That it represents a break from the Harris administration, from the Biden administration. I don't know for sure. Who she chooses as her vice president is going to tell us a lot. Like, if her choice is somebody like Shapiro or Kelly, that is likely a bad sign. There's other choices that she would make that are not much of a sign at all. But I mean, we're going to know in the next, we're going to know by the convention, kind of where she's headed on that. And so far, so good. So far, so good in terms of her skipping the Netanyahu speech. Which, I mean, it seems like it's such a fucking... It seems like such an easy thing to do, right? To just, like, be like, yeah, not... I mean, it is the easiest thing in the world to place the blame on Netanyahu. And yeah, he was in power. The problem is that whoever comes after Netanyahu is going to be nearly as bad, and giving like placing the blame on Netanyahu solely and giving in to the new Israeli leadership is going to be a mistake as well. All right, so oh God, we got Sky News. This is how you know she's doing good. She's getting criticized by Sky News Australia. This is like a right-wing Australian news outlet. They're like all over the place. Like, I see, like, whenever I type any like news search in, I see a lot of Sky News Australia. But the fact that she's getting criticized by them for not showing up is a good sign.
States after Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu landed in Washington, D.C. yesterday. Protesters pulled a flash mob stunt at the Capitol Rotunda in red T-shirts, sitting on the floor, chanting and clapping and putting pressure on the Biden administration to immediately cease all arms shipments to Israel ahead of Netanyahu's address to Congress. Kamala Harris has already announced that she won't preside over or even attend.
There we go.
Netanyahu's address to
Good choice.
Tomorrow. There's one good reason there, I reckon, not to vote for her. Let me bring in Daniel Aghion, President of the Executive Council of Australian Jewry. He joins us live from Melbourne. This is pretty disappointing, isn't it, Daniel? That
disappointing.
The Prime Minister of Israel is going to address Congress.
He's disappointed, chat. Chat, I love seeing this guy disappointed.
Deciding to effectively boycott it.
Well, Chris, it's obviously this is a leader of a country that is a significant ally with the United States. You would have thought that he would be Prime Minister Netanyahu would be accorded the respect
from Washington
of his position and reflective of that warm relationship between Israel and the United States. I will say that on this one occasion, I will give Vice President Harris a pass, and the reason is that last week, as we know, she was not the presidential candidate. This week she is, and she says she's campaigning, I think, in Indianapolis.
Chad, I hope that this was not, I hope that this was fully intentional.
On the day. Look, for the moment, let's take her at her word and let's see ultimately what happens.
I think you're being far too kind. I think it's political cowardice, and she's bowing to the extreme left of her own party. She is hard left herself, and she's
yeah, extreme left to be against ethnic cleansing. Jesus Christ, where do these gargoyles come from? Oh yeah, that's right, Australia.
Not according to the Israeli Prime Minister the respect he deserves. It's more important she does.
A war criminal does not deserve respect, guys.
Does it now, given she's going to be the candidate? But
he deserves the Hague.
There's a lot of this in the Congress. Let's have a listen to what some of them have been saying.
I am not attending. I don't think Benjamin Netanyahu has any interest in getting to peace in the Middle East.
All right, there we go. And I've also got the Netanyahu address. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that this guy is ever invited into Congress to speak. I'm putting. There we go. I found. Where does he get on? It's ridiculous, how many people are not skipping this event. But we'll get to that in a second. Yeah, Australian gargoyles, exactly. Oh no, a Palestinian American woman won't talk to Netanyahu because of how he treats Palestinians. How unexpected. That was really short. Yeah, they, I don't know. I don't know how they cut their VODs. Maybe they got hit by a coconut. I don't know, chat. I don't know. But what I do know is that right now in full stream chat, it's almost a tie between Elon Musk's Epstein ties and Francesca versus Jink over AOC. And Shorts chat, Destiny losing his shit seems to be, ooh, interesting. Destiny's losing his shit in first place and Epstein Elon ties in second place. It's kind of looking like maybe that Elon Musk thing, if I average them together, yeah. Yeah, chat, I think Elon's Epstein ties are in the lead. Now, that may or may not matter, right? Depending on, here we go. Depending on whether we hit the dono goal, we're kind of stuck at 23%, and we have been for a little while now. Keep voting, make your voice heard, because it looks like very likely if we do somehow miraculously hit that 100%, at the moment, chat, it is going to be whatever chat chooses. So we haven't had that in a little while. The past few polls have kind of gotten donoed into something other than what chat wanted. At the moment, it looks like chat might actually hold sway here. Yeah, and it looks like if I average them out, it's actually, even though Elon's second place in one poll and second place in the other, if I average them together, Elon Musk Epstein ties at 33% are the overall winner at the moment. Like I said, though, we're running out of time to hit the dono goal. We're at 23% of the dono goal. And, if that's not 100%, then all of this is academic and it's just, a fun little vote of like, okay, now I know that you want to see the Epstein Elon thing, and I'll keep that in mind for the future, but it won't affect the stream at all. We'll end after we go over the Keffals stuff. So, this is the time. There's no extreme left in the Democratic Party. I mean, by the nature of the Democratic Party itself, by the nature of the very nature of the Democratic Party. So yeah, that's where the poll is at right now, and it is a little bit stuck behind the 23% out of 100% dono goal. Remember, when you do donate, let me know which of these topics that you want to see. We've got Vox Populi kind of holding down the overall effect of the donos on the outcome of the poll, but that could change pretty quickly with a few donos. And whether you're donating through Super Chat, Super Stickers, whether you're getting yourself a membership on YouTube or gifting memberships to other people, right? You can put your money where your mouth is, right? By telling me which of these topics you want to see covered. President Sunday versus Westside Tyler, Francesca debating against Jink Uger over AOC, Elon Musk and his ties to Epstein, not Boris Epstein, but Jeffrey Epstein, or Destiny possibly losing his shit on stream, right? Those are the possible topics. You can also say Vox Populi, as many have today. And what that does is basically just kind of throws it back to the chat. And at the moment, the chat seems to be saying Epstein ties with Elon Musk is what people want to see. So yeah, this works. If you're getting yourself a sub on Twitch, which is $6 to get yourself out of the ad break, which lasts 3 minutes, right? Whether you're using a Twitch Prime sub to get yourself out of the ad break, which is actually free, or whether you're gifting subs to other people, which is a very nice thing to do, which Omega Star just did. Wow. Soyprem, you just got weaseled. You've just been weaseled. And that's a good thing. And that's a really good thing. Yeah, that counts as well. And so do bits. Bits count too. Basically ask yourself, A, is it a donation? And if yes, then understand that Destiny. All right, so yeah, right there, we're putting 6% extra on is Destiny losing his shit. We're putting 6% on the dono goal, which brings us up to 29%. We're almost a third of the way there. And depending on how much I yap, I mean, we have some time left. Let's see, what do I have to get through? I got to get through the Netanyahu speech. I have to get through the JD Vance speech, and I have to get through Keffals yapping even slower than I do. So there's still time. There is still time. Just because Biden dropped out and Kamala took his place doesn't mean we have to be we can be complacent. We cannot afford to have 2016 happen again. Yeah, and it absolutely could. But yeah, Soyprem, no longer going to see those ads for the entirety of a month. Right? You get to skip ads for a month, which is a pretty cool thing. And especially if you can do it using a Twitch Prime sub, taking Jeff Bezos's money and giving it to NCC. That seems pretty base to me. I mean, I'm NCC. I'm the one getting the money, but so it would make sense that it would make sense to me that I'd be on board with that. But nonetheless. But yeah, there's Netanyahu shaking the hands of MAGA, Mike Johnson, and the Republican House leadership about to ascend to the podium to give his, I don't know, what would you call them? Cheerleading for ethnic cleansing? You know, self-victimization in the midst of almost 200,000 innocent people losing their life in Gaza. Moral grandstanding and spreading of propaganda. We'll see what Netanyahu has to say in just a second. Right now, I care more about what Twitch Shorts chat has to say. Bezos isn't the something of Amazon, so is it his money? I think is it his wife's money then? Hey, what's up, Bad Lefty? Yeah, they photobombed me. That's right. That's right. That's the that's his excuse for that picture that he took with Ghislaine Maxwell. Hey, Green Bean, you know what I think California needs? I think it needs better transit. Yeah, you kind of have to. I mean, depending on where you live in California, you kind of have to have a car, and that's true for a lot of places around the country. And it's not by accident that we don't have better public transit in this country, right? That is very much the work of lobbying in full effect. But yeah, being stuck in an old car that costs a lot of money to get the emissions tested. I'm assuming that's what you're talking about, Green Bean, and being in a place where you can't really get around without a car. That does kind of suck. Yeah, well, so Green Bean's asking about the Epstein ties, right? So what I'm talking about is like in Elon's closet, when he opens it up, there's a bunch of ties with pictures of Jeffrey Epstein hanging on a noose on that's the tie. No, just kidding. That's not the tie that I'm talking about. But I'm actually talking about his refusal to cooperate with some investigations about Epstein, which is pretty weird. Now, I don't have anything like with Trump. We've got records of him being on Epstein's private jet. We've got records of him being on the Little St. James Island. I don't know if there's any kind of smoking guns like that involving Elon Musk. But it is strange that, he's got info potentially, and he's not cooperating with the investigations. Yeah, Elon. Well, yeah, look, a lot of the rich and powerful people are tied to each other. That's why when Trump ran, he had to explain, and this is so wild that he got away with it, right? The guy that's donated to Hillary Clinton wins the Republican primary. This is why people think that Trump voters are suckers. Netanyahu went to Epstein's Island. What is Harris's Gaza policy? Well, so far she's put some distance between herself and Biden in a few of the things that she said. But again, there's a lot to be decided, particularly by who she chooses as her vice president, right? Her vice president is going to tell us a lot about her potential divergence or lack thereof of foreign policy regarding Gaza with Biden. So we're kind of in a soon to see mode. Let me change. Let's see the. Change the title here. And we'll get this underway. But yeah, chat, we've got a little bit of time left in the stream. We are almost a third of the way. It would be really cool if we could hit that 1/3 of the way there to the dono goal before I get started with the Netanyahu bit, because I'm a little bit afraid of what happens as we go later into the night. Can't remember the details, but I think TrueAnon outlined some Epstein connections on their 3-part series about Musk. You know, we actually haven't done a lot of... I actually am not sure how it works. Right, so because TrueAnon, which is what Several Wolves is talking about, they're actually kind of friends of Chapo, I think friends of Hassan, and they do a lot of good work. It is a podcast, right? And I know that sometimes when things are on iTunes, they get copyright claimed like automatically. But I would almost be willing to try, you know, a little bit of like a TrueAnon episode if they got some stuff about Epstein. Again, that's what's apparently winning the poll right now. It doesn't look like it, right? If you're on if you're watching on the short stream, it looks like Destiny losing his shit is ahead with Elon Musk like only 1 point behind, right? And if you're watching on the other one, Francesca versus Chink is winning. If you're watching on the full scale stream, with Elon Musk and Epstein as the number 2, but it's behind by 1 point in one poll. It's behind by 2 points in the other poll, and if you average things out, it's actually winning. Yeah, that's what's ahead right now. But again, it's purely academic unless we hit the sub goal. What am I looking for? Oh, yeah. Okay, well, I always like to take a little bit of time to talk to chat in between segments, but if chat is not very talkative right now, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. I guess we should just go on and get into the Netanyahu thing. I'm not sure, chat. I'm not sure if we're going to get into that second segment. It's interesting stuff, especially now that I know that TrueAnon is onto this, right? And there's a lot of information coming in from different sources talking about the ties to Epstein. The biggest thing is that, like, you know, Elon seems to be intransigent in terms of cooperating with an investigation. And that in and of itself is suspicious, even if there's not anything like what we have with Bill Clinton and Donald Trump tying him directly to Epstein. What are we going to talk about during the Premium and Streamium? We're going to talk about Tech Bros. We're going to talk about Peter Thiel. We're going to talk about monarchy. And we're going to talk about Curtis Yarvin. Hassan is interested in Andy Bashir, it seems. Yeah, Hassan and also MR seems to be, you know, and I wouldn't have thought that that anybody from Kentucky, right? Like, because here's my like, this is my this is like my prejudice, right? Is that anybody from like Kentucky or West Virginia or like a state that's red? Because yeah, both of those states are red. Any Democrat that's successful in states like that is probably going to be a very compromised figure, and that's mainly from Joe Manchin. That's mainly from like our experience with Joe Manchin. But you know, Bashir seems to be a different animal altogether, and he is probably one of the more promising choices. Like I told you before, if somebody like Kelly, who I think spoke positively this morning of Netanyahu, Kelly or Shapiro is selected, then that's gonna kind of give us some trepidation about Kamala and her ability to pull away and pivot away from the Biden administration and their disastrous policy on Gaza. And again, I'm not just talking about from a ethical perspective, which is important. The moral aspect of this, considering how many lives have already been extinguished in these war crimes, but also on a pragmatic sense too. Because Kamala's biggest challenge at the moment, her first thing out of the gate, is going to be to secure some of those core constituencies that Democrats have been taking for granted for too long. And in states like Michigan and states like Pennsylvania, letting people know that she is going to depart from Biden's foreign policy, specifically on Gaza, is going to be hugely important. Kamala should pick Claudia de la Cruz as VP. Andy Beshear is the governor of Kentucky. He's needed more in Kentucky. So I see what you're saying, Metal, but I think that applies more to a state like North Carolina than to Kentucky. I know the North Carolina situation, people are talking about Roy Cooper as a possibility. And the problem with that is that if Roy Cooper even leaves the state, the lieutenant governor is a right-wing Republican. And so, they can do all kinds of shit the second that he steps out. Whitmer is needed in Michigan. Yeah. And what's appealing, I guess, about Kelly is that there's a Democratic governor in Arizona. So theoretically, Kelly would be replaced with another Democrat. That being said, I don't think Kelly's a good choice, and you're seeing more and more of the reason why. Leah Miller prefers Josh Shapiro and Mark Kelly. SD signifier says Joe Ossoff from Georgia. If avoiding vulnerable seats, it would be somebody like Gina or Pete Buttigieg. God damn. I mean, there's problems with all those choices, honestly. It's a difficult needle to thread. A lot of the top campaign managers for the DNC have grown comfortable and atrophied. They've taken a lot of formerly solid blue states for granted in the past few cycles. And you saw what happened with Biden, right? Biden was on the verge of turning blue states into swing states had he stayed on. Pete turned South Bend into a ghost town. You just ride a bicycle? Yeah, I mean, sometimes that's a good choice, right? It's too bad that they're not. There's not more cities that are kind of bike friendly, because in a lot of cities you're sort of taking your life into your hand, riding a bike, and there's a lot less willingness in the U.S. to implement things like bike lanes than in certain European countries. It's cheaper than a gym membership, that's for sure. Anyway, chat, let's see what Netanyahu has to say. See what this speech is all about. And again, chat, we're I don't know. It's not looking great, okay, as far as the dono goal goes. I know people seem to be excited about the Epstein thing, and I am too. But it's like I said, it's a purely academic matter of you letting me know that you're interested in the subject matter. Unless we hit the dono goal, we are almost a third of the way towards that donut goal. I was hoping that we could get a little bit further along the way before I start the Netanyahu thing. Just remember, when you donate, let me know which of these topics, the topics in the poll, you want to see, and I will put your money where your mouth is. I will add it to the it will add to the totals of the votes that they're getting at the rate of 1% per US dollar. So if you've got one of these things that you want to help out right now, it looks like Epstein's ties are winning. Destiny losing his shit, kind of, you know, maybe in second, and then Francesca and AOC, yeah, probably tied for second with Destiny. So that's where it's at right now. But yeah, when you're, if you're, whether you're using like a super chat, a super sticker, getting a membership for yourself to give you that access to exclusive content, including the premium streamium, as Shakespeare just mentioned earlier, or gifting memberships to other people. If you are over on the Twitch side of things, getting yourself a Twitch Prime sub, which you can do for free using a Prime, or using your Amazon Prime, or you're getting yourself a sub for $6, or gifting subs to other people to get them out of the top of the hour ad break, or gifting bits if you are part of the Throne Gang, which is the link right down there. That counts as well. A lot of people think that since Throne is like crowdsourcing for items to make the stream better, that maybe it doesn't count for you know, the sub goal and doesn't count towards the topic of your choice, but it actually does, as does signups for Patreon, and as do donations to the Cash App and to the PayPal link in the description down below. So yeah, we're gonna take a look at Netanyahu here, and we'll see if we get there. Right? I've been surprised before, so who knows? I'm not gonna get to, but yeah, we're only at 29% out of 100%. So kind of having a pretty it's a bit of a reach at the moment, but we'll see if it works out. Hit that. Hit that. And last but not least, we'll hit that. There's a little too much glazing going on, I fear. What the fuck does that... Wait, what is seal the... I can't tell if that's somebody kind of like protesting, or... What is seal the deal? Anybody know what that means? Seal the deal now? There's a few people, yeah, with that shirt. I think that's ceasefire, right? Is that what those yellow shirts mean?
Members of Congress, I now have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you
our America's favorite war criminal,
His Excellency Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel.
So whenever you hear a craven politician talking about getting the hostages back, understand that that's been on the table for the longest time. And it's Netanyahu's failure to seal the deal that has kept those hostages from being returned. That has kept children in Gaza malnourished and under constant danger of losing their life in a violent way, including sniper bullets, right? There's snipers shooting at kids now in Gaza. It's a fucking sick carnival of war crimes is what it is. And here's the head clown right now, Netanyahu.
Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, Senator Ben Cardin, Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, Senators, members of Congress, distinguished guests. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me the profound honor of addressing this great citadel of democracy for the fourth time. We meet today at a crossroads of history. Our world is in upheaval. In the Middle East, Iran's axis of terror confronts America, Israel, and our Arab friends. This is not a...
It's so hard to hear this guy call people terrorists when we know that there's almost 200,000, maybe more, because it's hard to get a real count, dead in Gaza. And like, what are you talking about? Like the #1 terrorist in the region is talking about terror.
Clash of civilizations. It's a clash between...
A clash of civilization. Let's make it racist. Okay, so just so we know what we're dealing with here.
Barbarism and civilization.
More racist. A little bit more racist.
It's a clash between those who glorify death and those who sanctify life. For the forces of civilization to triumph, America and Israel must stand together.
There's Fetterman there, not wearing, this is the one time he's going to actually wear real clothes.
Because
it's a weird combination of states of dress in the halls of Congress.
Because when we stand together, something very simple happens. We win, they lose.
And if you include yourself in that we, right? You're fucking guilty of genocide. You're an accomplice on genocide. They lose, it means we get to do ethnic cleansing. We get to do more settlements. We get to push more people off of the land that in some cases they've been pushed into, right? It means that you've learned nothing from history and you don't understand the meaning of never again.
And my friends, I came to assure you today of one thing. We will win.
If winning means killing innocent people, I don't want to win, and I am not with you.
ladies and
Listen, the voters need to clean house, okay?
like December 7th, 1941, and September 11th, 2001.
Again, look, you know, December 7th, right? The US was attacked by the Axis powers. But part of the response to that was internment camps. Part of the response to that was was concentration camps, right? And then September 11th, I don't think I even have to explain to anyone in here what a fucking goose hunt the US went on, right? When the hijackers were from Saudi Arabia into Afghanistan and Iraq, destabilizing countries and paving the way for ISIS to take up residence.
October 7th is a day.
And what do we have to say for it? Did we make the government permanently different, better in Afghanistan? In Iraq? No. We just killed people.
That will forever live in infamy. It was the Jewish holiday of Simchat Torah. It began as a perfect day, not a cloud in the sky. Thousands of young Israelis were celebrating at an outdoor music festival.
And the IDF was preoccupied helping settlers commit illegal acts in the West Bank instead of being where they would have been needed.
And suddenly, at 6:29 a.m., as children were still sleeping soundly in their beds in the towns and kibbutzim next to Gaza, suddenly heaven turned into hell. 3,000 Hamas terrorists stormed into Israel. They butchered 1,200 people from 41 countries, including 39.
It's actually 19th of December.
Proportionately, compared to our population size, that's like 20 9/11s in one day. And these monsters, they raped women, they beheaded men.
Okay, if you want to go by that metric, I feel like you've committed quite a few 9/11s yourself.
They burnt babies alive. They killed parents.
Oh wait, it changed. I thought they were beheaded. I'm sorry. It turns out that we were fucking lying.
In front of their children, and children in front of their parents. They dragged 255 people, both living and dead, into the dark dungeons of Gaza. Israel has already brought home 135 of these hostages, including 7 who were freed in daring rescue operations. One of those freed hostages, Noor Gamani, is here in the gallery, sitting near my wife, Sarah. On the morning
Yeah, so if we want to do calculations when we're talking about, because this is what they love to do with the figure of dead on October 7th, never minding to disambiguate the number killed by Israeli defense forces versus the amount killed by Hamas, right? But they'll always try to make it more impactful by putting it in terms of a percentage of the population, or giving a figure of like, this would be like if this many people were killed in the United States. But they never do the same thing with the figures from Gaza, which we're talking about. Shakespeare is telling me 8% of the population killed.
On the morning of October 7th, the entire world saw Noah's look of desperation as she was violently abducted to Gaza on the back of a motorcycle. I met Noah's mother, Leora, a few months ago. She was dying of cancer. She said to me, "Prime Minister, I have one final wish. I wish to hug my daughter Noah one last time before I die." 2 months ago, I authorized a breathtaking commando rescue operation. Our special forces, including a heroic officer named Arnon Zmora, who fell in this battle, rescued Noah and 3 other hostages. Noah, I think it's one of the most moving things. When Noah was reunited with her mother, Leora, and her mother's last wish came true. Noah, we're so thrilled to have you with us today. Thank you. Many hostage families are also here with us today, including Eliyahu Bibas. Eliyahu Bibas is the grandfather of those 2 beautiful red-headed boys, the Bibas boys, toddlers. And they were taken hostage with their mother and and Eliyahu's
Ladies
son.
and
The entire family was taken hostage. 2 beautiful red-haired children taken hostage. What monsters. And with us also is Iris Chaim, whose son Yotam bravely escaped Hamas captivity with 2 other Israelis, and tragically they were killed making their way back to our lines. We have with us also the families of American hostages. They're here.
I don't know how much of this I can do, chat.
The pain these families have endured.
This is fucking horrendous.
I met with them again yesterday, and I promised them this: I will not rest until all their loved ones are home. All of them.
Look, I wish I could tell you that with a Democratic House that this kind of event would not happen, that this man would not be allowed to speak, would not be invited to speak.
As we speak, we're actively engaged.
I'm unfortunately not sure about that.
And I'm confident that these efforts can succeed. Some of them are taking place right now.
The only thing that you can do is let the Democrats know that you will not stand for this shit.
For his tireless efforts on behalf of the hostages and for his efforts to the hostage families as well.
And this is why the blue no matter who mentality actually robs you of your leverage on the Democratic Party. Obviously,
President Biden for his heartfelt support for Israel after the savage attack on October 7th. He rightly called Hamas sheer evil. He dispatched 2 aircraft carriers to the Middle East to deter a wider war. And he
this is like the kiss of death on Biden, right?
a visit that will never be.
I mean, obviously, like, he's glad that you know, to have somebody like Biden, you know, there to deploy those vessels, but in terms of, you know, this again, I point back to October 7th as to when Trump overtook Biden in the polls.
And for being, as he
And the Democrats still don't get it. that if you fuck over your key constituents, you will not win.
My friends, for more than 9 months, Israel's soldiers have shown boundless courage. With us today, is Lieutenant Avichai Reuven. Avichai is an officer in the Israeli paratroopers. His family immigrated to Israel from Ethiopia. In the early hours of October 7th, Avichai heard the news of Hamas's bloody rampage. He put on his uniform, grabbed his rifle, but he didn't have a car. So he ran 8 miles to the front lines of Gaza to defend his people. You heard that right. He ran 8 miles. The men and women of the IDF come from every corner of Israeli society, every ethnicity, every color, every creed. Left Jeremiah preached, and where David and Solomon ruled, for nearly 4,000 years, the land of Israel has been the homeland of the Jewish people. And as they vowed to carry out October 7th again and again and again. Israel's hands are tied. America is next.
And whereas with Netanyahu, we don't need a vow to know that he will carry out pre-October 7th again and again and again. And post-October 7th looks like taking what they're doing in the West Bank and moving that into Gaza, pushing people even out of Gaza, settling Gaza, right? This was just, an excuse to expand their illegal settlements into another occupied territory. This is...
What else is next? The ability of all democracies to fight terrorism will be imperiled. That's what's on the line. So let me assure you, the hands of the Jewish state will never be shackled. Israel will always defend itself. My friends in the Middle East.
Chat, I gotta say it, all right? The halls of Congress are being more desecrated by this man and his war crimes than they ever were on January 6th, right? Like, this is somehow worse. This is somehow worse. And that's... I can't take any more of this. I don't know, chat. I don't know. I don't know. Can I finish the stream? I need to finish the stream. I definitely cannot watch any more Netanyahu. I'm sorry. There's just like there's only so much that that I can watch of this. All right, let's take a look at this. Again, the dono goal seems to be pretty much stalled at this point, so I'm going to continue the show, which must go on, even if I can't.
Wow. Well, I love you guys too. Just because we're in Middletown, I can say that, right? Man, it is so good. It is so good to be back home for once, isn't it? Wow. We had an amazing crowd here. We have an amazing crowd here. We had hundreds of people outside that couldn't even get in, and I'm just so grateful to Middletown for welcoming me home. It is good to be here. Thank you, guys. God bless you.
Why is he saying that this is his home? Oh my gosh, Chad, I'm so confused. I thought he was a hillbilly and he was going to give us an elegy and tell us how the real folk really want Donald Trump, but also they're bad because they drink too much Mountain Dew and their teeth are rotting out, not because they don't have access to dental care, but because they can't stop from drinking Mountain Dew. And he's better because he drinks Diet Mountain Dew and his teeth aren't going to rot out.
Now, where can I get a good fried bologna sandwich right now? All right, this is the guy who makes it.
Oh my God. I didn't realize he was going to die on stage. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. You don't even need a weird Republican from Pennsylvania with this guy. He's just gonna...
All right, before we get started here, I have to say a few things. First of all, I want to take a moment to thank some outstanding Republican leaders that we have today. If you can stand to be recognized, I'd appreciate it. Attorney General Dave Yost. Where's Dave? Okay. The great congressman representing Middletown, Ohio, Warren Davidson. Where's Warren?
We got, you know what we're here for, though.
Chairman, I call him Alex T. I'm probably going to butcher your name, Alex Triantafilou.
So yeah, we didn't look. I was going to skip ahead to the Mountain Dew part, but it looks like he's already dying like a minute into his speech. He's already trying to make the crowd laugh and failing magnificently. All right, let's take a sip of Mountain Dew. Are you ready?
And one of the coolest things, you know, my book came out in 2016, and one of the coolest things about my book is I heard from a lot of Americans from all walks of life, but especially from Black Americans who would come up to me and say, "Our story is your story." Whether it's the drug epidemic or whether it's this epidemic of crime and violence that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris unleashed on our country.
Well, the shaming that he unleashes on the people of Appalachia is strikingly similar to the kind of, speech that you're likely to hear from Ronald Reagan about welfare queens, in which the audience has no trouble understanding that the person being referred to is black, right? The coding that they do is actually strikingly similar between this and Reagan's like welfare queen speeches, right? The inability to pull oneself up by their bootstraps, the idea that that safety nets actually are harmful somehow, rather than being helpful, rather than being a lifeline, rather than being the least that a government can do to people that it left behind and has constantly left behind, right? There is a similarity in your story about these, supposed like hillbillies that you come from and that you care about, and the kind of lies that Republicans, classically tell about black people. Yeah, there is a similarity there.
We have got a lot of grandparents, white, black, and every skin color, that are raising kids that they didn't expect to raise. And they're doing it because it's the right thing to do, and they do it because they love their communities. My message to them is simple. I will fight for you, because if it wasn't for a grandma like that, I would not be standing here today getting to run as your next vice president of the United States. And to those grandmas and grandpas, the nanas, the mamas, and the papas, let me just say,
his Mima and his Peepaw fucking politics, it sucks. It sucks. From somebody that that grew up with I didn't call her Mima, but my cousins did. But
from a kid who was, not as grateful as I should have been when I was 15 and 16 years old. Kids, when they're that age, I hear they're not that grateful. I'm sure I'll learn it the hard way here in a few years. But let me just say that from the bottom of my heart, thank you. You may never hear it from the kid that you're raising, but trust me, in their heart, they appreciate it, and they know they wouldn't be anywhere without you. So God bless you guys for stepping up. God bless you, and thank you. We're going to...
All right, here we go.
I got to be honest with you. I don't trust a damn plastic toy coming from China. I sure as hell don't trust the drugs that we put in the bodies of our children.
Low energy.
Let's make our own stuff, my friends.
Make our own plastics. I'm sure those will be better. Yeah, American companies you can really trust, right? No perverse incentives there.
But you can't manufacture anything unless you've got low-cost energy, which we've got it. We are sitting...
Unless you poison the fucking people of your nation with fossil fuels instead of investing in the fuels of the future. Yeah, exactly.
The next 100 years, we could be energy dominant, which helps our people...
The funny thing is that the United States has never been pumping out more energy than it is right now. It's an energy exporter. It's Biden opened up the strategic oil reserves to kind of successfully played chicken with the likes of Saudi Arabia in terms of getting the prices to come back down, and then was able to buy up more reserves at a lower price, right? Donald Trump, if you go back a few months, you're going to see Donald Trump making speeches about Joe Biden opened up the strategic oil reserves, and that's like our last line of defense. But it's like, he actually did it and it worked, and that's why you're not going to hear Donald Trump talk about it anymore. Now, chat, if I were to tell you that this is a successful energy policy by Joe Biden, I would be lying. All right, this is a lot of Joe Biden just being Republican light. This is a lot of Joe Biden like outdoing the Republicans at their own shitty energy game. This is a lot of Joe Biden like talking the talk about the Green New Deal, but then failing to walk the walk as far as moving us away from, dirty fuel sources to clean fuel sources. That being said, He's still better than these assholes, right? The drilling that we're doing, the fracking that we're doing, it's never enough for these pieces of shit.
Pay lower energy costs. It helps our citizens who work in the energy sector, and it helps our manufacturers.
Yeah, our people, very racist coded. But chat, if you say he's racist, that's because you're a lib and you say everyone's racist. And if he drinks a Diet Mountain Dew, then you're gonna say he's racist too.
Make more of our own stuff and become more self-reliant in our own country. It's a win-win. We just got to get the current crop of crazies out of there and replace them.
And replace them with our crazies. Replace them with Donald Trump's minions, right? I'm never going to get over the eyeliner, right? Not because I have any problem with guys wearing eyeliner. I feel like, people should be more free to present themselves how they want. If you like the way that what I'm amazed by is the fact that he thinks that the eyeliner is like a net positive. I don't actually know what it does for him. I don't think he would, he's not.
President Trump. That's right. We do need to do that. We need voter ID in this country, ladies and gentlemen. If you're going to cast a ballot, show a piece of...
There's too many people voting. Translation, there's too many people voting. And when too many people vote, Republicans lose. And we want less people voting. We want to make it harder to vote. We want to disenfranchise certain populations which tend to vote against Republicans. That's what he's actually saying.
Identification. It is the weirdest thing to me. Democrats say that it is racist to believe, they say it's racist to do anything.
Yeah, Gus is pointing out that deindustrialization that happened in the 1980s under your guide, my dude. Yeah, the majority did. The majority of it did. Unfortunately, you have Democrats that are really weak-willed, starting with Jimmy Carter, who helped that process along. But again, chat, they're not as bad as these assholes, right? As craven as the Democratic Party is, these assholes are worse.
Mountain Dew yesterday.
Oh, there we go.
Today, I'm sure they're going to call that racist too, but it's good.
Laugh. Please laugh. It's good. Come on, folks. Dude.
I love you guys.
You're killing me. Translation, you're killing me. Why don't you laugh at my shitty joke about Mountain Dew? I thought that's how you got the hillbillies to clap. Like, look, this guy is not from like I said, he's not from Appalachia. And I think even saying he's from Middleton, Ohio is a bit of a stretch, right? This guy has been hanging out in San Francisco in Silicon Valley for years and years and years, wearing a tech vest, serving the likes of Peter Thiel. JD Vance looks down at the yeehaws from Alabama and from Kentucky, right? And he thought he was going to kill. These people love Mountain Dew, right? What are fucking rednecks like? Mountain Dew? I'll say Mountain Dew. I'll say Mountain Dew, and I'm going to kill. And instead, he's out here dying. His comedy act is absolutely getting comstered.
These people were telling jokes up in the front row. You guys might not be able to hear it, but I'm getting caught up in it. But look.
What? Getting caught up in people not laughing?
But look, here.
Yeah, make a moonshine joke, right?
Very simple thing.
Make a incest joke.
We believe that we want to make more of our own stuff, and we believe that we want to have secure elections, and we believe we want to have schools that don't indoctrinate our children. That's not racist, ladies and gentlemen. It is common American Middletown sense, and I'm proud to be from this town and to take the wisdom.
Yeah, bash some trans people. Bash CRT. That'll get them clapping.
Now, let me talk just a little bit about how we're going to do it. The number one thing that we're going to do, because you can't do anything unless you get there to govern, is we are going to win this election, ladies and gentlemen. Over the next 4 years, we are going to do a lot of good for people all over this country. Well, sir, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Knock on wood, we got to win this race first. But to get there, the next 4 months, we've got to do everything that we can. And I'd ask you, all of you, if you can find something to do to get involved, please do it. There are doors that we can knock on. There are people that we need to deliver to the polls. There are people who are going to vote for President Trump and Vice President Vance and for Bernie Moreno, but we got to get them to the polls, right? So that's one thing you can do, is remind your friends to get out there and vote and make sure they get to the polls. The second thing that we have to do is push back on every channel that we can. The media is never going to be fair to President Donald J. Trump, but you're going to be fair. So use the voice that you have. Use it on Facebook and Instagram. Go on social media and actually make the case for President Trump.
All right, chat. This guy is boring, and I gotta be honest with you. I'm a little bit depressed. I'm a little bit worried. I'm a little bit concerned for a number of reasons. Let's reset. Anyway, I can't go on and on and on and on. I love doing what I'm doing. I love that I've been afforded the chance to be able to do this. I love that I have so many people out there that are supporting me and making this possible for me, because it's only by viewers like you that I'm even able to do this. Like, YouTube doesn't pay me enough in ad money to live, but we're kind of close to that. I mean, maybe not so much for this month, but theoretically, Chad, things could be okay next month if I make it to next month. Anyway, let's take a look at the poll once more. Elon is actually fully in the lead with 94 votes in the full-scale stream over Francesca versus Jink by 1%. Destiny still winning, still losing his shit in the short stream poll. 1% over Elon's Epstein ties. So that means that overall, it's that Elon Epstein content that y'all want. Unfortunately, I don't think y'all are going to get it, right? Because when I look at the numbers, they're just not there. 29%. I don't know, Chad. I've been surprised before. I might be surprised again, but at this moment, I'm kind of hurrying through the rest of the content at this point, because I cannot, continue to do this much content and not be able to. Anyway, let's take a look at Keffals. That's the last thing I have to cover today. Keffals. Former friend of the VOD. Former relevant person. This may be the last time we cover her. This may be the last time we talk about Keffals, so get your fill on it, right? This may be the last time for a lot of things, honestly, if it keeps on going like this, but I'm gonna try not to get too depressed. So the stream that you're looking at has like 5K views on it. Now let me show you something else here. I think we'll go to this one for this. So again, Keffals has gone dormant for like 3 months now. Keffals has not done anything for 3 months now. And there's a reason for that, right? 3 months ago, I think, was about when the Mudahar stream dropped. And people had, she had a bunch of scandals before. She had a bunch of, people realizing that she's not who they thought that she was. A bunch of people in her community leaving the community, some of the people even being chased out, right? Some of her best friends, she ended up like persecuting out of her community because they like had the, gall to call her on the most basic shit in the world and say you can be better than this, Keffals. Her answer was to chase them off the fucking internet, right? This has been an issue with Keffals for a while. At some point, all of the lies, all the deception, and all the scamming caught up with Keffals. Oh my God, you can't see the last one. You can't see the last one. But this is the stream that we're looking at. Okay, so the one stream that's off screen is this stream. The stream that we're looking at, you can see 4.9 views. I mean, that's not bad for a live stream to get 5,000 views on it. That's not a bad number for somebody that's used to having 1,000 to 5,000 concurrents. Those are bad numbers, right? But in and of you know, for a first stream back, maybe 4.9K viewers is not too bad. But take a look at what we got over here, right? So this is Keffals' first stream back that we're gonna watch in a second, right? That's our second stream back, 2.6. So we got about half of the views in the second stream. 1.8. Uh-oh, what's happening? What's going on? Right? She's appealing to the Coconut Gang, but the Coconut Gang is not there to save her. Right? She's appealing to the Coconut Gang, and the Coconut Gang is saying, bonk. And then today's stream, only 800 views. She is officially, chat, doing my numbers. Actually, not even my best numbers. So, look, as depressed as I can get over the lack of the ability to hit the sub goal today and see that cool content that I was really hoping that we'd get to, going over the ties between Elon Musk and Epstein, at least I'm not Keffals, right? It could always be worse. And, you know, here's what that looks like. She's got 4.9K. And look, if I'm being real, like 4K of that is hate viewers. 4K of that are people that know how sus she is, know what she's been up to, know who she's ripped off, maybe even were ripped off by her, and want to see if she's got any answer. And chat, that dry erase board that you're seeing in her hands, in her hot little hands, right? That dry erase board is going to be her explanation for where she spent the GoFundMe money. So get ready for that. Get ready for that. All right, I think that if I remember correctly, we start like 3 minutes into here.
Ping in the Discord now. What the frick? It's Fellini. And also hello, Hainsworth. Hey, what's up, my left shark?
Tipster in chat. Tipster in chat.
It's been a bit, huh? There's been a lot of drama about you. Laugh my ass off.
I don't think we've officially started until we have officially started. Let's oops. Let's hit this button. There we go. All right. Let's take a look at what we got here in the last few minutes of a very depressing stream. God, I've had 2 depressing streams in a row. That's not great.
I hope you're taking care of yourself. See, the cool thing about internet trauma is that it's on the internet. I can just log off. It's real simple. What the fuck is cyberbullying? Just put your phone down. Just don't go on Twitter for 3 months.
You can, that's true. That's true. You can log off and you can hide your head in the sand and you can pretend that what's happening isn't happening. But when you come back to stream, right? Only the people that have got nothing better to do are going to be there. And maybe some of the people that you ripped off, and maybe some of the people that are looking for what the fuck your explanation could actually be, right? But that's it, Keffals. That's it. She's hoping that everybody's forgotten her and forgotten what she did and forgotten about the lies that she's told, and that she can just go off and be a random small political streamer chick and go about her merry way. Oh, I think I spoiled something for you, didn't I?
There might be a delay, but I'm unsure. I'm trying to get everything set up because tomorrow I'm actually back to streaming. Today I'm just chatting. Turn off the monitor? It should be off.
Tipster sighting.
Cheers, my dude. Love ya. No homo.
Wow. I mean, it's a good thing this isn't like your official first stream back, right? There's a lot of dead air.
Ping.
I don't know this person, says Mellowfire.
Does seem like there's a little delay. Oh shit, Punkers, thank you so much for the tier 1. I don't know why I didn't say it, and you can hear background noise. There's an echo in this room.
What is a Keffals? That's what we seek to find here. Well, so let me give a slight explanation for those of you who have no idea who we're talking about, what we're talking about, right? Keffals was a trans streamer that talked about anti-trans legislation at the time when a lot of this stuff was going down. And against all odds, she was able to pull together a community of trans people and trans allies who wanted and needed a hero. Unfortunately, chat, a hero was not available, and they had to settle for Keffals, right? And, you know, with that sort of wind at her back, she was able to raise a lot of money for, you know, charities which opposed anti-trans legislation. She was able to, you know, garner more attention. She was able to ratio, and this is probably what she's known best for at her height, right? When she was doing good things that people liked, ratio some pretty awful people. Matt Walsh, I remember. Ratio is on Twitter when you somebody makes a post and you make a post underneath it and you say ratio or L plus ratio or any number of different things, right? Where you know, you're saying that your post is going to get more likes and retweets than their post did, which usually doesn't happen when you're replying. Usually, like, a reply gets like less attention than, you know, the post, because people are only seeing the reply because of the post, right? So if you're able to make a reply to somebody like Matt Walsh, where you're like L plus ratio plus RIP Bozo, then it's kind of embarrassing to Matt Walsh himself, being a large Twitter account, that your post got more attention, that your post got more love than his hateful post. And that's sort of what she was known for, right? And then at some point she turned on her own community. At some point, you know, she took things like criticism from her own community as a reason to essentially harass people like her former friends off the internet. And anyone who threatened, you know, to hold her accountable in any way was chased off the internet. She turned her ratio onto, you know, black people on Twitter, for instance, who asked, hey, you know, who's this Keffals person? Oh, she raises charity for trans people. Well, what has she done for black trans people? Oops, you just got screenshot by Keffals' Mean Girl Squad, you know, Twitter group chat, right? And now they're gonna harass you the fuck off the internet. So anybody that came, you know, up against Keffals essentially was chased off the internet. That put a bad taste in a lot of people's mouth, right? Then she met Vosh, and she got real cozy with Vosh, and she eventually ended up signing up for and this is what I'm curious about, right? Is the status of her White Leaf website, which it looks like, chat, I can't tell. No, I can't tell. There's like Twitch. Oh my God. So anyway, Vosh, if you don't know, has servers and has a sysadmin that administers something called VGG. This is Vosh.gg, similar to Destiny.gg or DGG. And it's a setup for a website that allows a streamer to take their subs and their donations and all the things that the people want to donate to the stream, and instead of that going through like YouTube or Twitch, instead that goes through the website, right? So it's a very valuable thing. It allows streamers to potentially make enough money to stay viable as a streamer, right? Because it's not easy. And I know that, particularly this month, that is becoming apparent just how precarious my situation is as the vultures circle. But anyway, Keffals became like fast friends with Vosh. And, her being new to being a relatively large streamer, was open to taking advice from Vosh. Some of the advice that she got from Vosh was really bad. Like, if you've ever listened to Vosh and what he says about accountability, it's stuff like, don't give in to the woke mob. Like, right? Don't give in to the woke skulls. Never apologize. Never take accountability. Just roll right on through as if you did nothing wrong. And that was probably some of the worst advice that Keffals could have taken. And it really has been her undoing. So, at some point, she got into beef with Destiny. She got into beef with some of the worst, transphobic people. I'm sorry, I'm not saying that that's Destiny. She got into the beef with some of the worst, transphobic people on the internet. And, she got harassment to the point where she was doxxed. Her family was doxxed. She eventually ended up being swatted. And when she came back, she did a GoFundMe. She did a fundraising for herself to be able to move out of the house where she'd been doxxed. So in other words, some very bad people on the internet were able to find out where she lived. And were able to call in fake threats, or actually email in fake threats, pretending to be Keffals towards politicians in her town, right? And so the cops, upon hearing this, they went to her house, and that's when things get weird. Now, there's two different accounts of what happened, right? The one that was given by Keffals initially is something like that she was woken up with a gun to her face by the cops, which is, is something that happens in the U.S. Apparently, this kind of no-knock raid is not a thing in Canada, but not a lot of people put that together. And when she made that claim, and considering, that she had been harassed, she had been doxxed, she had been a victim of this, people were really quick to believe her, right? But as more and more came out, some of the story that she told about the situation with the cops, coming to her house, turned out to be not true, right? And based on this situation, she raised hundreds of thousands of dollars. This was supposedly to get her to a safe space, right? To get her to a safe place where she could move and she wouldn't be in a place where the bad people on the internet, that horrible fruit farmer site, knew where she was, right? So that was the idea, get Keffals to safety. She raised money for a GoFundMe based on this. And it turned out as more and more stuff came out that she did not stick to the plan as far as what that money was supposed to go for. And because of that, a lot of the people that gave to her, a lot of people that donated her, felt ripped off, felt lied to. And from what I can see, they were lied to. This is all in Mudahar's video, but not just in Mudahar's video. There's also a Twitter account named Starvoxia, who detailed, just all of the receipts on Keffals, all of the deception that she had done, including screenshots showing her saying, if anybody finds out what I spent the money on, I'm going to be so canceled. And that was the screenshot that confirmed to people, that their money had not been spent on what the GoFundMe was supposedly for, right? And so, more and more stuff started coming out. She started to become like a drama streamer. She just did this thing where she'd straight up lie about people, including people in this community. Chad, if you know Zara, right? Zara was a victim of Keffals' lies. Zara was in the Discord of another streamer who Keffals was having a debate with over Finster. And a screenshot was taken of what Zara said. Now Zara, in addition to being an awesome mod and somebody who's done editing for me in the past and made some pretty cool thumbnails for me, and it general all around good person and personal friend of mine, right? Is also a streamer, or at least she was trying to stream at the time, right? And they took a screenshot of her saying something like completely innocuous, and then Keffals showed it and characterized it as like, this is Zara being anti-gender non-conforming, right? She's saying bad things about people who don't conform to like what a gender, is supposed to be, right? And if you know Zara, that's the opposite of who she is. So Keffals just straight up lied about her, poisoned her reputation, and made it really hard for her to be able to stream right as she's trying to get off the ground as, as a new streamer. Like, this is like a bully, right? This is like somebody that's getting like 2,000, people in their chat using that power, using that reach to lie about a tiny streamer who is just getting her start. And I mean, like, I say that not just because Zara's like my personal friend and I feel like really mad about what Keffals did to her, but I feel like her attack on Zara is an example of the kind of like downward punching that Keffals would do. And the reason that I went from being somebody who supported Keffals and given her activism, given her fundraising, and given like what I took as her status as a victim, and I still believe that she was a victim. But goddamn, when you go to bat for somebody, when you do content defending them against their detractors, and it turns out that they were scamming their community the whole time, like that diminishes my credibility too, right? Demon Mama can tell you a very similar story, right? A lot of people can tell you a very similar story. A lot of people who were friends of Keffals, including members of Whiteleaf, after the revelations, had to say, Demon Mama actually had to make a stream going over the lies that Keffals had told, because part of the money that Keffals was able to raise was on was with Demon Mama vouching for her. So I mean, like, that's who Keffals is, right? And then the Vosh thing came up, the folders thing, right? And she went to bat for Vosh. She tried to use her connection to Ethan Klein to get him to, take back his criticism of like what we all could see was in Vosh's folders, right? She and Tipster, went on this whole, tirade of basically saying that Vosh did nothing wrong and, attacking anybody who was exposing Vosh. And it was at that time that the kind of, seeds were planted for Keffals' eventual downfall. Because with the attention that beefing publicly with somebody as big as Ethan Klein brought to her, and the amount to which Ethan Klein exposed not only Vosh, but also Keffals and Tipster, right? This wasn't Tipster's first rodeo as far as defending people who were into Lolicon, people that were, he'd done this before with one of his friends, right? Saying that it's no big deal, it's just a drawing, like, why do you care, right? Kind of doing the same thing with Vosh, right? That planted the seeds for Mudahar and for Starvoxia and for people to like look into the truth of, Keffals' GoFundMe situation, and what they found down that rabbit hole was truly ugly. So that's who, like Boogie 2988, kind of. I can sort of see. I don't know that. Like I said, chat, I don't know the most about Boogie. All right. I'm not a boogie expert. But I do know that much like people felt scammed by Boogie, people felt scammed by Keffals. I never, donated to her myself, but I did kind of, put my credibility on the line in defending her, right? So when, this was all revealed, I had to say something too. And, just like everything is a mess, right? There's this whole art. It's almost like Trump. Like, can you imagine me doing a stream where, like, in one stream, I'm going to explain everything bad that Trump's done? There's like no way. There's no way. And Keffals is kind of the same way because it was like a new scandal every week. Like, there was the time that she told her followers to create Picru avatars and Twitter accounts to pretend to be quote unquote woke scolds and Tinder queers, and was like, the more diverse, the better. Like, be like a black lesbian or something like that. Like, literally telling her community to impersonate like marginalized people in order to do some kind of weird psyop where they pretend to be against Keffals, but in a way that's ridiculous to make people that were critical of her look ridiculous, right? She did this weird, Picru invasion. She started on this like ableism arc where like every other word out of her mouth was the R slur, right? She learned all the wrong lessons from Vosh, and she really burned a lot of people in her community, a lot of the people that were behind her when what she was doing was raising money for trans charities, when what she was doing was, fighting against like the most rotten people on the internet, right? And she just burnt all that goodwill the fuck up. And, she was exposed first by Ethan Klein and then by Starvoxia and by Mudahar. And after that happened, she took a break from YouTube. That's what she's talking about here. That's where we're at right now, right? But yeah, it's a rabbit hole, chat. It's like an endless freaking rabbit hole. It is a fucking mess.
So part of the reason why I decided to do this stream today, wait, hold on. Okay. So I had to do, it's a low hum. I know what it is. It's the fan. There is a fan that is constantly blowing on my camera so my camera doesn't overheat. The eternal
Shakespeare, thank you for, I think, the $5 dono on Cash App. Lexical, thank you for the gifted sub to Vodka. I know you'll be glad to hear this. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. You just got weaseled, so I got a little bit more money to add to the dono goals today. What does that make it? I think we're up to 37, so we're over the hump of being a third of the way there. I got to be honest, you're pretty late in the stream, but like I said, I've been surprised before, and I'm willing to be surprised again, as far as that goes. But yeah, thank you, Lexical, and thank you, Shakespeare. And Lexical, let me know, also you, Shakespeare, let me know where you want to put, I will put your money where your mouth is. So how this works, chat. How this works is like you've got we've got the vote going on, right? I keep tally of what you vote for. This is for bonus content. We can get that bonus content if we push the 37% up to 100%. So that's a bit of a heavy lift for today. considering how late this is in the stream. But again, it's you know, completely possible, and you know, it's you know, I've seen it turn around quicker than this. So, but what happens is when you donate, you get to tell me where you want me to put your money, right? So if you want to see the President Sunday versus Westside Tyler content, if you want to see the Francesca versus Jink Uger over AOC content, oh my gosh, I shouldn't put that stream alert right there where it's hard for me to see. It's like a white stream alert over a white background, so I have to actually look there for it. Wait a minute. I believe there's actually 2 donations on Throne. I don't know. Does it tell me what time this happened? It doesn't. Will Florida, sorry that I don't know. Let me just but yeah, basically you can tell me what you want that money to go towards, and I will put it on that. We have a Throne dono. I did see that. Actually, there's 2. Couldn't find you on Cash App. Did it work for you, Shaxba? Yeah, if it's $5, I got it. So, Will Florida, thank you for the dono. Did you just now do that? Okay, I think 2 people might have done it at the same time, and that's what happened. But yeah, I'm still waiting to hear Shaxba, Lexical, Will Flora, and Flora. I called you Will Flora. I'm sorry, your name is Will Florida. And Aglith, let me know where you want me to put your respective donations, and I'll add it there. Let me first add it all to this, like, so 80. So we're actually 89% of the way to the dono goal, right? Things can turn around pretty quickly. So there, I would say at this point, there's some chance, right? We're like 11% away from hitting that goal. I think I counted it up, right? Yeah. But yeah, I'm just waiting to hear what people, what the people that donated want their money put towards, and I'll add that. Like, oh my God, Faye Molly with the resubscribe. That is 5 months for you. Make it even closer. I will. That is very close indeed. Look at that. That is 95%. Wait, I put 85. It's not supposed to go backwards. It's supposed to go forwards. 95%. That's what it is. That's what I'm trying to say. But yeah, if you donated, feel free to let me know what you want your money going towards. It didn't pop up anything I copy pasted. It worked for me, says Shakespeare. Yeah, I wonder what's going on with that. Well, anyway, whichever works for you. If it's a Throne Dono, is pretty much the same thing as, you know, a Cash App, or it's Destiny's phone booth. Destiny's phone booth. Is that the phone booth that people fart in, Shakespeare? So we're going to add $5 to Destiny's phone booth. Destiny's losing his shit. That's up to 13%, right? I'm waiting to hear from Faye Molly, from Will Florida, and also from Aglith as far as where you want me to put your donos. Aglith says Elon versus Epstein, which is actually doing pretty well, right? So that's 27, I believe, on Elon Musk. I feel like I'm doing like a casino thing. It feels like a casino thing. Like what is it, the game called where you put your money on a square? Roulette. It feels like roulette. It feels like I'm doing roulette in the Vegas Strip, but not the actual Vegas Strip. The new Vegas Strip, actually. All right, so we're still waiting to hear from Will Florida. Will Florida says maybe it's an issue on my end. I don't know. Yeah, you donate on Throne. I saw that. But yeah, if you got an opinion about like which one of these things you want us to watch, it is pretty close right now. I would say that it looks like Elon's Epstein files are winning. Elon and Epstein, okay, they're winning even harder. Yo, somebody just started a hype train? All right, that's unexpected. Look at that, 52. Bernie Barbie, thank you for the resubscribe with a Twitch Prime. Nice. So yeah, and with that, you actually started a hype train. So how this works on Twitch, right, is if you want to earn extra emotes, you've got 4 minutes and 30 seconds, and any kind of donation will send that hype. Wait, how does this work? I feel like Vox Populi. Okay. Bernie Barbie's got, so that Vox Populi goes up to 21%, and I add this up to 98%. So we're 98% of the way to the donut. Oh my God, that's 100. That would be 100, I think. Narwhal with the 5 gift subs. Yes, that's definitely up to, that definitely breaks 100. So Vox Populi is going up by 15% more. Wow. Okay. I might have some math to do at the end of this Keffals thing. What is it? 36? Vox Populi up to 36. That's a pretty high Vox Populi. Thank you for the gifted subs, Narwhal by Nature. Let's do the Jerry McLean. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. TT. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Lesbot. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Tommy Boyo. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. And Germ. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good... That's a lot of weasels. That's a fair amount of weasels right there. Elon has more Twitter files. Yo, I wish. Well, like, he supposedly has something that the Epstein investigation is interested in. He's just not being very forthcoming with it, right? That's the whole deal with Elon. Yeah, and we are at 98. Wait, no, we're over the... We're at 100 plus, right, with those last... All right, well, let's see what Keffals has got to say. Wait, read it backwards? I was never gonna get that. Oh, that it's roulette. Yeah. So the only dono I'm waiting on hearing what the person donating wants to add their money to is Narwhal by Natures, right? If you want to let me know. Oh, you already said Vox Populi. Okay, God, I'm so out of it, chat. Elon had some crazy shit that involved the FBI in the Twitter files. Yeah, I think, oh, sorry. I just wanted to read something backwards. Or play it backwards on a phonograph. That's always fun. Anyway, let us get back and finish this Keffals content, and then we'll take a look at what's going on with Elon. God, I pressed the wrong button. Yeah, there we go. It ended up okay.
Journal issue that has been plaguing me for like over a year of streaming. But because this is a fresh installation of OBS, none of my filters. Okay. So I had to do. It's a low hum.
I think we're gonna have to do some scrubbing.
So I'm letting you know
scrub through this.
Live. for the first.
See how much dead air there is?
Hum, you are a naughty. Didn't like. Thanks for welcoming me. I'm not gonna say like.
Oh shit. Okay, so here's something interesting. Tipster gifted 10 tier 1 subs.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Cheers, my dude. Love ya. No homo.
There's Tipster.
My break has been all great, but I really needed to just fuck off the internet for a while. I started actually making friends in Ireland and hanging out and going places, and it's been great. Levels of feedback so continue to raise. So I have some thoughts about the direction of the streams going forward.
Okay, so here we go. Here's the interesting part. Wait, it's so quiet.
Like, Trump almost died, and then Joe...
I'm going to turn her up a little bit.
He's probably stepping down. Obama's pressuring him to step down now.
Is that better?
I want to go back to covering politics. Like back in 2022.
So there we go.
The shit that really brought this community together in the first place. Being able to come together for a good cause. We raised a lot of money. We did a lot of good. We cried a lot. We laughed a lot. I made a lot of friends. Some of the people in chat I ended up becoming really close friends with, and like once or twice a year I fly over to Canada or the US to hang out with them. And I fucking miss this shit. But what I don't miss is the drama. And I'm gonna stay far the fuck away from that.
Okay, so that's what she's saying. She's gonna do Progressive Voice's newest streamer. Well, no, here's the deal. She was involved with Progressive Voice, right? In fact, if you watch the Rokana talk that happened, I think a year ago, she was on that. I'm trying to remember when the last time she was involved in that. She was involved in Progressive Voice, maybe up until the point that the Ethan stuff came out, right? That's where things really started to go south for her. Yeah, I see that, Shakespeare. That is, did I say Progressive Voice? I meant Progressive Victory. It wasn't the politics she misses. It's not being considered a universal pariah. Yeah, this is the thing, is she's burnt every single bridge with every single community, right? She started off, doing, content with trans people. You kind of burnt that bridge. Then she goes to Vosh and she tries to be an edgelord, right? She tries to, say, like the biggest thing she was known for was like saying slurs on stream. That was the entirety of her stream, was like slurs and silence. It was just like there's a lot of dead air and there's a lot of, there's a lot of slurs, right? And then she ended up burning the bridge with Vosh too, right? When she went to bat for Vosh and it didn't turn out like she thought it would, which was like I think she thought she was going to go on with Ethan, not Elon. She was going to go on with Ethan Klein onto H3, and she was going to, convince Ethan that Vosh is actually really good. He's an overall good. He's a force for good. That wasn't really, these are not the lolies that you're looking for. I don't know, do some kind of Jedi mind trick on Ethan, and it didn't work out. All that happened was she got exposed, and then she tried to expose Ethan back, and it's just like an asymmetric kind of fight that she was never going to win with somebody as big as Ethan Klein. And so, she and Tipster just died on Lowly Hill for Vosh, and then felt mad about it. So then she turns on Vosh and attacks Vosh and blames it all on Vosh and burns that bridge. And that's why I'm wondering if she's still on the White Leaf Network, right? Because she's burned her bridge with Xanderhall. She's burned her bridge with Vosh. She's burned her bridge with Demon Mama. There's not a lot of people left on the network that like her or trust her. And given her reputation, given her pattern of behavior, like I don't blame them. I lost trust in her like a long time ago. It's way boringer than I expected. Well, I mean, it's going to get a little bit more interesting. And I'm going to try not to stick on the boring bits. So what we got so far, she wants to come back. She wants to be a streamer again. And she wants to cover politics and stay way the fuck away from drama. All right. Which is interesting considering what we're about to see.
YouTube chat versus KGG chat is like night and day right now. The YouTube chat is just like, so I heard YouTuber Buttmuncher69 made a scathing video about you, and it's...
I mean, Buttmuncher69 actually exposed me too, so... Yeah. Those Buttmuncher69 videos are tough, right? Buttmuncher69 is very thorough in terms of receipts. It's very hard to come back from, you know, getting exposed by Buttmuncher69.
Dude, come on. There's so much going on in the world to actually give a shit about. Like, who the fuck cares? Who fucking cares? The shit that happens in the next several months is going to fundamentally change the world that we live in. And that's what...
Some solid investigations from Buttmuncher69, yeah.
That's what I want to talk about.
All right, so it's gonna, yeah, like I said, there's a lot of dead air here.
Look, if you want to eat ass, go for it. I've done it a few times. It's all right. I'm not a huge fan, but, you know, I'm not, like, opposed to it. You just absolutely do. Hold on one sec.
All right, here we go, chat. This is gonna be the interesting part.
I
oh no!
don't have a beer.
I mean, when I said interesting, I mean boring.
Really, wearing makeup the first time, I still had
some makeup advice, you know.
So I was using making sure.
Here we go.
So I just want to get something out of the way. So, like, the people in the chat, in the YouTube, it's specifically YouTube chat, those absolute fucking scoundrels. So I got the whiteboard, right? Here's a pie chart, right? This is the pie chart of where the money went. So up here.
Okay, so we were all wondering about where the money went, right? Where did the GoFundMe money go?
Battle Pass. And down here, representing most of it, we got gay, furry, porn.
I mean, the gay furry porn is pretty expensive.
So, if you want to know,
if you go with the quality stuff, right?
This is the breakdown of the costs. Very essential stuff. I think that was the first time I've used that That was the first time I've used that whiteboard on stream. Oh my god. So I'm not actually going back to playing Raft on stream. I mean, I might. That's not in the cards. I got really into Hearthstone again. So I'm probably gonna... I want my streams to go back to covering political content, but I'm probably gonna keep grinding competitive Hearthstone. Beard Matt, thank you for gifting Pikachu a sub.
Actually, this is unexpected.
There was a lot of Raft, like an autistic amount of Raft, like more Raft than you would ever need. I never got into Minecraft, no. I just couldn't do it. I don't know why.
I mean, Minecraft is not what it used to be. Let's take a look. Okay. So like I said, I wasn't expecting to find this. Look at this. This is Elon Musk's connection to Jeffrey Epstein via Patrick Bet David.
When I see, the questions with Elon Musk is, hey, he announces CEO, the new CEO that's coming, the ex-NBC Universal lady who comes in and, World Economic Forum, everybody's losing their minds. I asked a question. I did a poll the other day on Twitter. Rob, if you pull it up, I said, good hire, bad hire, let's wait and see. Good hire was 6%. Wow. Bad hire was like 20-something%. Let's wait and see was like 60-something%, right? On what article comes out.
Well, yeah, because it's a lady. We're not sure about her. I mean, she's Elon's choice, so she must be good, but at the same time, femoid, so.
And this thing just takes off 42 million views on this tweet, so everybody's responding. I can't believe you said this. He's trying to do this. The reality is Magneto was also a guy that dealt with the Holocaust, and the story is a survivor of it, and that's kind of what he's going through, so it's really a cause behind it. Anyways, so my concern becomes when somebody that's been, here's what I'm for this, I'm for that, I'm for this, we got to get off of advertisers, we got to be doing all subscription. All of a sudden, you bring in an advertising agency, a veteran in the marketplace to go and get advertisers, and she's a BlackRock, edifying Larry Fink, edifying fake news is not real. Yeah. Did something happen? Did they find, or that's the part that kind of throws me off sometimes.
Well, I think some of these, I see Elon Musk as a person who has like a very specific persona he wants to project to the public, and then there's business Musk, right? And I don't think they're necessarily always the same person. So, for example, Elon.
So wait, is this Whitney Webb?
Elon Musk, a lot of people maybe forget, he's a big military contractor. And also, the Space Force, that's also an intelligence agency. So he's technically a military and intelligence contractor. In order to keep your contracting business with those things, there's certain rules you have to play by, and certain things, I would assume, you can and can't say, or you'll lose those lucrative contracts. And if you look at someone like Elon Musk and his business history, a lot of his companies would not have been successful. Would not have been successful without significant subsidies from the government. So, I feel like in order to get those deals, there's certain rules you have to abide by to an extent, at least when it comes to your business decisions and certain things, right? So maybe he wants to project, this persona of like, I'm one of the bros, I'm one of the guys, I believe in free speech and all of this. And certainly when he bought Twitter, that's what he said, but then it became, oh yeah, free speech, but not freedom of reach. And now it's sort of changing again with the appointment of this new CEO. And again...
So yeah, this is a year ago after the appointment of Linda Yaccarino. These are, chuds losing their faith in Elon Musk. I'm worried that the title might be clickbait. I'm going to scroll through this, right?
That he used for influence ops, I guess you could say, involving women, but they were of age. They were women that were well educated in some cases, and probably most of the cases, but at least a few cases we know about, Epstein financed their graduate education and helped connect them. They ended up marrying or dating powerful people, which is Mark Rich, who's a well-known affiliate of pretty much openly referred to as a Mossad asset and stuff like that. He was a commodities trader.
I don't know, chat. I don't know. I mean, this is not the best source. I'm just showing you this because I really didn't expect to find anything like this. Like, I really
from the U.S.
I really did not expect to find Patrick Bet David, and I sort of like don't believe this, right? That like all of these guys, they've got to be in bed to a certain extent. The idea that Patrick Bet David is gonna, out of principle, like out something serious about Elon Musk is a little bit. It strains credibility. It strains belief. I thought we were on Keffals
for a long time because of helping Israel avoid the oil embargo of Arab nations. But for example, he was pardoned by Clinton really controversially. Allegedly, this was due to a lot of pressure put on Clinton by Ehud Barak at the time, and things like that. So anyway, you have sort of those shared connections and the Kimball Musk thing. And then you have a woman named Nicole Junkerman that I wrote a lot about in the book who has invested in recent years very extensively in SpaceX. And Nicole Junkerman, maybe I should backtrack a little bit before getting to Nicole. So basically, what I note in my book is that there's the sex trafficking operation of Epstein everyone knows about, but there seems to have been another parallel operation that he used for influence ops, I guess you could say, involving women, but they were of age. They were women that were well educated in some cases, and probably most of the cases, but at least a few cases we know about, Epstein financed their graduate education and helped connect them. They ended up marrying or dating powerful people sort of in his circle. So allegedly Trump is one of these guys, right? So his girlfriend before Melania, Selena Middlefart, Epstein was taking her.
No. Is her name? Oh my God, that's such an unfortunate name. Oh my God. Oh my God. I feel so bad. Her name is actually Middlefart? Did I hear that correctly?
Horrible name.
Well, she's Norwegian. She's Norwegian, so maybe.
Okay, so it probably doesn't mean fart in Norwegian. Maybe fart means something like flowers in Norwegian. I don't know.
It's like a P-F-A-R-T.
No,
it's fart.
It's spelled fart. It's middle fart. Yeah, she's a Norwegian heiress. Very
tragic.
Attractive, despite the last name, I guess. Yeah, so that probably.
Well, you know, she's got to be attractive with a name like Middle Fart, right? It's got to be that she's like, you know, attractive enough that that doesn't matter that she's got fart in her name.
Good for her.
Yeah, but you know, she and a couple of these other women that Epstein was taking to the Clinton White House in the 90s ended up marrying very powerful people. And she dated Trump, and then allegedly Melania was introduced to Trump by Ghislaine and Jeffrey Epstein.
Wow.
They claimed that.
Who claims that?
I think it was either Ghislaine or Jeffrey Epstein at some point before there.
See, here's the thing. Like, these people are so weird. TrueAnon goes into the Mossad tie with Ghislaine Maxwell's dad. Like, there's so much weird stuff going on with people like Trump that it's so easy to conspiracy craft, right? And there's probably sussy stuff going on. I mean, there's got to be sussy stuff going on, you know, definitely with Trump, right? But it's just like it makes me like doubt, you know, everything, right? Because it's so easy to like theory craft.
Infamy,
They're saying
but
that's how Trump met Melania.
There's that allegation that they were introduced to each other, you know. But the modeling industry thing with Epstein and Ghislaine, remember, this is before they were infamous necessarily, at least publicly. And Trump likes models. I think we all know that.
That's
right?
not breaking news.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's not like it was, oh, look, meet Melania, who's underage at the time. Right. It wasn't like that. So again, you know, if you're trying to secure influence with powerful people and you don't think they're susceptible to your...
Wait, what's the deal with Melania? She was underage when Trump met her?
Blackmail op involving minors. You can be the matchmaker that sets them on the path to marital...
Okay, so can somebody... Okay, listen. Now, I'm going to be real, okay? I'm not going to dive into this, like, face first, right? Because I know that when you get into this conspiracy stuff, there's a lot of people just, like, spouting nonsense. But what can somebody describe to me the basic principle behind what I've been hearing? Like, this idea that people are given access to underage individuals and that then this is used as, like, a blackmail on them is something that I've heard about Epstein. It's something that I've heard about Diddy. It feels like it's something that I've been hearing, like this is like a common trope, a common scam, a common conspiracy theory. Can somebody explain to me like how this shit works? Because I gotta be honest, I haven't looked at any of the P. Diddy stuff. I've not looked at any of that. And as much as I distrust Trump and Elon and Epstein and all these fuckers, like I don't want to be a sucker. You know what I mean? I don't want to be like, well, you know, you can tell me anything about this person because I already dislike them. I already have a very low opinion of them. And so therefore, if you say, oh yeah, you know, they're in this whole Mossad, you know, blackmail deal or something like that, right? It's like, I don't want to, it's leverage, it's compromat. Okay, that's what I thought. But is this like, how confirmed is this when it comes to Epstein? Because like, the idea that he's got some kind of backing, I guess, sort of makes things make sense, right? The idea that so like theory one, right? There's a lot of pervs, there's a lot of creeps, there's a lot of pedos amongst the powerful people. And now I will say that, yeah, you know, being powerful, if somebody has those inclinations, like, and they think that they can do it in a way that they can get away with it, they're a lot more likely to do that than somebody that doesn't have power and that might be into that or have those predilections, but, you know, is just like some random, like, middle manager somewhere. Like, that person's less likely to try something like this. So it makes sense on that level, but the idea that there's, like, so many, like, pedos out there that, like, Epstein is just like, yeah, you know, like, just, like, got a whole business running off of all the pedos that, you know, powerful, you know, that are powerful people, right? That kind of strains credibility a little bit. So the idea that maybe there's something more than just these people are fucked up and that it's like some kind of involvement, I guess it makes sense on some level. More money in the sex trade than drugs. Been very TrueAnon-pilled on this. Maybe we'll have to take a look. Several Wolves, have you seen other streamers look at TrueAnon stuff? Because that's the whole thing, is that my question is, like, is TrueAnon on iTunes and do they copyright claim? I've had some issues with getting copyright claimed on stream stuff before. Like, it feels like I'm diving into a rabbit hole here.
This, right? Because, you know, whoever sets you up with your husband or wife, you might keep contact with for a long time, or if they come to ask for a favor, you might be willing to do so, right? So there's a few other cases where this happened. And one of these women is Melanie Walker, that we can talk about later because she's part of the Bill Gates-Epstein connection.
This Junkerman lady, I'm curious.
Yeah, so Nicole Junkerman appears to be another one of these women.
So she's not an Instagram model?
No, but she was a model. She's a former model, and now she is married to some Italian oil billionaire.
Oh, wait, that actually makes sense, Moinope. Fart means speed in Norwegian. Yeah, it's kind of like in German, there's a word that's like what is it, like when you say I go, you say like ich fahre, right? So it's probably related to that.
Very, very wealthy. He's much older than her, I think.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah,
he's 63 or something like that, 66.
And she's very attractive, right?
Ferdinando Bracetti Peretti.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. And so allegedly, you know, there was this meeting in September 2002 in the United Kingdom at a home that is owned by Wexner, and Nicole Junkerman was on Epstein's arm with an unknown brunette woman and was passed off to these two U.S. senators that were there. And the allegation, the implication there, which this is right before the Iraq War vote, right? The allegation is that there may have been some sort of like sexual blackmail occurring there. But why is Nicole Junkerman hanging out with Epstein and these senators at this place? It's a bit weird. And then there's some other business connections over the years. So, for example, Carbine 911, which is this sort of emergency 911 call center app or something like that that's being sold all over the United States. It was created mainly by veterans of Unit 8200, which is an Israel signal intelligence agency. It was chaired, and one of their main investors was Ehud Barak, who, of course, we know by now was very close to Epstein. And Barak urged Epstein to invest, at least of what we know, at least $1 million into that company. And apparently Leslie Wexner also invested a lot of money. And at that same time, of course, Ehud Barak was getting a bunch of money from the Wexner Foundation. There was some weird stuff going on there. But one of the directors at the time when Ehud Barak was on the board, and Pinchas Bucharest, who's former commander of Unit 8200, and some of these other guys on this network, Nicole Junkerman's on the board of directors as well. And now she's invested in SpaceX. So she's one of these sort of Bond girls, I guess you could say, that was sort of around Epstein in this category with Melanie Walker, and now,
You know what it is for me. Like, you can't control who invests into your company. Okay, you can and you can't. I mean, let me rephrase that.
Yeah, but to an extent. So take Elon Musk and Twitter, for example. What does Elon Musk want to do with Twitter? He wants to make it X, the everything app, and he specifically, as a model for that, refers to WeChat. Right? And a lot of people don't really like WeChat, at least in the US, because it has so much data about everything you do. And if data is the new oil, as is often being said, whoever owns the everything app is going to own most of the data. They're going to be the new oil barons, the data barons of this era, the new Rockefellers.
There's no question about it. Yeah.
Yeah. So WeChat, the same parent company of WeChat, is a major investor in Tesla and their most active shareholders. So it's kind of weird a little bit.
Chinese
I would
company?
think. Yeah. So I think it would be, why does he want to replicate the same thing?
WeChat is a big investor in who?
No, the parent company of WeChat. I think it's Tencent, if I'm not mistaken.
It's a big investor in what?
In Tesla.
In Tesla.
Isn't Tencent like the gaming, what won the poll? This is the Elon thing. Truon uncovers this part too. Also, his house was full of closed circuit cameras. So it's presumed that the CDs were full of compromising videos. Wait, who still has CDs? You just got back? Yeah, we're in the middle of a rabbit hole on Elon Musk and Epstein, actually. And this is Patrick Bet David. It's not, a person that I would assume would have a video on this kind of stuff. Like, my understanding of these people is they're all kind of in bed with each other, that there's this, unspoken alliance of, like, putting up all kinds of hysteria on people on the left, but not, shitting on each other, right? Unless it's like unless it's like a Steven Crowder, there's like a war between, like, what is it? Candace Owens, Steven Crowder, Lauren Southern, etc. Musk is after data. Tesla is not a car company in a sense. Cars gather data for him. Wow. Chat, this is going to get me fucking unalived, isn't it?
And he wants to bring wheat.
This is going to get me sleeping with the jellyfishes. Oh my God, there they are.
Chat here. Right. I personally, if you're against the WEF, sort of like, Musk postures about being against the WEF, and they're all this type of, digital ID.
World Economic Forum.
World Economic Forum. But it's not just exclusive to them, right? There's a lot of other interested parties, including Bill Gates, for example, a big force behind ID 2020 and all of that. A lot of this particular network's very interested in creating sort of this everything app, because everything you do, finances, social media, all of it is in one centralized place, and you get all that data.
Like a super app.
Yeah.
What is this ID 2020? What is that, Jen?
It's a public-private partnership that was overseen. It was created under the aegis of or the auspices of the United Nations, and I think it's the Rockefeller Foundation, and it's some other nonprofits that were created by the Gates Foundation, like Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance. But Bill Gates is a big proponent of this whole digital ID paradigm, for sure. Yeah. But I mean, the benefit of it, if you're one of these
look, this is like a fire hose here. What is this digital ID thing?
As you get all the data, and you can sell it to security agencies, you can sell it to whoever, right? Because if data is the new oil, that's the way to make money. So you get everyone's data on that app. That's one thing. But at the same time, keep in mind, too, Musk is a military and intelligence contractor. And historically...
Okay, chat, I'm going to say this. Like, we need world revolution now. This shit is too scary. Like, them looking at our data as a resource like oil to be fucking pumped. is unacceptable. The people in power in this world economy, I predict, are going to make life unlivable for the rest of us. And that leaves us with precious little options.
If you look at the ambitions of the national security agencies as it relates to mass surveillance, they have wanted a thing like that for a very long time. Have everyone's data in one place.
God, I'm going to turn into Destiny. Like, we had that up on the option as on the poll of like Destiny loses his shit on stream. Now I'm going to lose my shit, right? I'm going to start seeing Russian bots everywhere and start, you know, questioning whether Twitter accounts are real people or if everything's AI.
We can know exactly what they're doing at all times. And then also there's this interest on their part as well of using AI to predict what will happen, sort of this pre-crime paradigm in a sense.
Like Minority
Report.
Where they know what's happening before it even happens.
Well, it's been being piloted.
Which ripped off the Majority Report.
Or has been piloted in the past by companies like Palantir, Peter Thiel, who, you know, did pay.
I thought these people were all in bed together. Why is she talking shit on Peter Thiel? Right? She's messing with the basilisk, and we all know the basilisk bites back.
PayPal with Musk, right? The predictive policing. And actually,
okay, now not exactly. Oh my God, it's so complicated. I've been actually looking into this whole Peter Thiel, Elon Musk connection, and it's actually complicated. It's not simple. Look, they're part of the PayPal mafia, right? They all started out at PayPal. They were co-CEOs for a while. There was a time though where Elon, I think, like left the country, and while he was on a flight to Australia, there was a coup that happened where they went to one of so what was it like Elon Musk was better known than Peter Thiel, and so Elon Musk could get donors, and donors are like the lifebloods of these companies like that, right? They need donor money, right? So Peter Thiel, while Elon Musk is in the air, goes to one of Elon Musk's I don't even know if it was him or if it was like his people. Anyway, they go to one of the donors that Elon brought in, and they say that like they kind of like demand, like crucial people who work at the company say, we're going to quit en masse unless you make Thiel like the CEO, unless you take the power away from Elon. So he literally got like his shit just yoinked right out from under him. His position just yoinked while he was on a flight, right? And it was, Peter Thiel was involved in this. Now, the one thing that's like, supposedly they made up and they're friends again, but like, I don't know. So yeah, officially they're on good terms and stuff, but it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell, at what point they're friends, at what point they're rivals.
Created a pre-crime program in the United States called DEEP under the Department of Justice that has arrested some people for their social media posts and stuff like that.
Arrested for their social media posts?
Under the guise that they're preventing mass shootings before they happen. Well, that was at the time. That was the big concern at the time, right?
There's a part of that. There's a part of that that
it's a slippery slope.
It is, but predictive analytics take data out. Like predictive analytics, if you want to go have a job that's going to be protected for you for decades, if you want to major in something that's going to be safe, go major in predictive analytics. Everybody's hiring predictive analytics. There's a form of predictive analytics that's without data. A teacher watches a kid in school and says, that's the behavior you're showing. This guy's capable of doing something. He's been caught with this, he's been caught with that, and they go and they talk to other teachers and say, let's keep an eye on little Joey. That's a form of predictive analytics to say that this guy's going to do something stupid or that kid's going to do something stupid. I get what you're saying. I've seen Minority Report and
it's a slippery slope.
Totally get it's slippery slope.
The problem is when you give those rights away to the government, you're not going to get them back.
There's no question about it.
They keep going.
You know what I saw today, which was great? I saw a video, Rob, I'll send this to you, of what's his name, that validates kind of your point of who's this fantastic president of Canada that everybody,
Justin Trudeau,
the sweetheart of a guy who was Castro's, I think, cousin or something like that. But I want to send this to you. So this kind of validates what you're saying. Rob, if you can just play this real quick. So here's a clip of what he said about guns 12 years ago.
Okay, so did I just skip through it? Because I don't feel like we really learned anything about Elon. We learned about a bunch of stuff, right? A bunch of reasons not to trust tech billionaires and millionaires, but I don't think we really learned anything about Elon Musk and his connection to Epstein.
Or 10 years ago. And he says the one thing about Canada, and he's talking in a very nice, gentle way.
He does that, doesn't he?
He says, you know, this is Canada. We are gun loving. They can never take our guns. You know, we're never going to do this. And like, man, what a sweetheart of a guy, right? And then, 12 years later.
He's talking about, this sounds like Trump, the way that Trump talks. He's a real sweetheart of a guy if you get to know him. He'd like to have a friend for dinner, folks. The late, great Hannibal Lecter, folks.
Today, in Canada, we will, no more. What happened to this guy? So you have to hear this because it validates what you're saying. If you can play this clip.
That predictive,
it's not letting you?
It's not loading.
It's not loading. Let me just play it from here.
Well, while you guys are waiting, the other thing I want to add about this predictive analytics stuff. Oh.
Go for it. No, go ahead.
Is that the problem is a lot of these AI algorithms, they're not 100% accurate, right? So if you're making a decision of whether or not we imprison this person based on the AI and you're working with something that according to the company is like 76% accurate, which is, not unheard of in that particular industry. And, a lot of times these are what the figures the business puts out. They're not independently audited. So it could be 50%, which is like flipping a coin.
Yeah.
And you're deciding whether or not to take someone's liberties away.
Oh my God.
Based on that.
Chat, we got to take somebody's liberties away. And that's like the wealthy. We got to take their fucking liberties away because this is what they're doing with it.
That's another reason why I think it's particular.
I don't understand why this shit is not radicalizing. I don't understand why these people don't see this shit and become fucking hardcore leftists, right? Like, I would never trust another billionaire. Like, and I don't know how, I'm not, obviously I'm not taking this super seriously. I don't know who Whitney Webb is. The fact that she's on Patrick Bet David makes me kind of given to not trust her, but like this Palantir shit, this fucking, data shit, and predictive modeling, like this sounds like, okay, have you ever seen or read the Foundation series by Isaac Asimov, right? The premise of this is a guy named Harry Seldon invents a new field of science called psychohistory, and it's basically an algorithm to predict the future. And it's not perfect, and it doesn't account for everything, and there's things that it doesn't account for that can throw it for a loop, but more or less, it says, given this current state of the world, right, this is what's likely to happen. And because of that, he figures out that the Galactic Empire, which has been, stood for, I think, 1,000 years or something like that, is about to fall apart. And there's going to be like a giant dark age across the universe. And it's going to be misery for humanity, and humanity won't get its shit back together for like thousands of years, right? So in light of this, he tries to set up two foundations at opposite sides of the universe. And, with the idea of like, this will be like the bastion of humanity. And it's almost like Fallout, right? You think of the foundations as the vaults, right? We take a bunch of people, we send them out to the edge of the universe, the center does not hold, the empire collapses, and now they're out here. One of these groups of people has is just like, they're experts on technology. The other group of this people, I think they're like, have psychic powers or something. And so he's like, well, either like the techno-utopians will like repopulate the universe, or maybe the psychic people over here will repopulate the universe. But I feel like so too many spoilers already. But like the whole idea is that with enough data, right? When you've got enough data, you can start to predict things just like they predict the weather. And it's not perfect, and have perfect predictions. You'd need to know what the starting weather pattern was, and it's like impossible to know that stuff. But like, I've always thought that this sort of data mining was going to lead to some nefarious purpose and just be really dangerous. And here we go.
really problematic.
So that's one topic we just went through, the Elon Musk, and it's more who's.
Did we? I feel like we didn't really.
Investing, is he? Your question is he more of a freedom guy, or does he have to at times, agree for certain things because hey,
wait, how did we get past the idea of Epstein? Like, is he proposing that maybe like Epstein is like part of like a higher plan, and that somehow the fucked up shit that he's doing to like little kids is like, I don't know. I don't understand how you get past the Epstein part of it.
You do this, we'll give money to this, and we'll fund this, and okay. I can see where somebody could be tempted to make a decision politically for other benefits that could come there. Fine, but there's no such thing with the younger girls with him.
Not that I've seen. No.
Fantastic. So let's say that's why I want to kind of isolate these things.
So if you like this clip and you want to watch another one, click right here, and if you.
God damn. All right, so look, there's this lawsuit has been in the works, I think, since a year ago. This is a year ago on Breaking Points. Elon Musk subpoenaed an Epstein lawsuit.
Some more conspiracy fun.
Right. Well, let's talk about Elon Musk and conspiracies that Elon Musk is once at the same time.
It's just funny to me the number of people that are willing to kind of go on a ride with Elon Musk as far as his conspiracies about Twitter and the deep state and why Twitter wasn't allowed to like share pictures of Hunter Biden's penis, right? But then, like, there's not enough people that are interested in, like, hey, wait, what is this Elon guy? What is he involved in, right? What is he doing? What is he up to?
Dispelling and then...
Dispensing.
Dispensing, yep. Right. Elon Musk actually, just this week, we can put E1 up on the screen.
AI is dangerous because it could take over. Maybe, right? But what we have is not AI at the moment, right? What we have is large learning models, right? Large language models and machine learning, right? That's what we're really dealing with. That's not AI. But not the, the definition of AI is not that, right? So AI is not a thing yet, right? And people always worry about like the AI becoming autonomous and all this kind of thing. The thing that I worry about right now is that what we've got now in terms of the technology, in terms of the machine learning and the large language models, it looks like to me a very, very useful tool for scammers. And like, I both mean scammers in the sense of like people trying to steal your identity and, take money out of electronic accounts and doing all that, like, kind of hacker stuff. But also like large scale scammers, like powerful individuals, could be enabled to run scams. And Elon's the kind of guy where the sense I get of him is that he like enjoys thinking of himself as one step ahead of everybody else. And maybe he is one step ahead of all of us, right? But he enjoys like looking down on the rest of humanity, from a place of perceived knowledge.
Been subpoenaed in the Jeffrey Epstein suit that is being brought by the Virgin Islands. So if you haven't been following this, basically the Virgin Islands is in a lawsuit against JP Morgan because they believe JP Morgan was enabling the Epstein sex trafficking operation, essentially, that JP Morgan knew that the bank knew he was engaged in this kind of conduct and was enabling it by giving him access to.
Elon wants to connect your car and your brain to the internet, put humans out of work with Optimus. These guys shouldn't support Elon, though, since he's pushing the literal scariest sci-fi shit. Why do people trust him? Asimov's Foundation, Wayback Machine. I haven't watched the... I haven't watched the show. I read the book when I was like a little kid.
The banking services, they deny...
Or some of the books, not all of them.
JP Morgan denies that it had any knowledge of Epstein's crime, but the Virgin Islands is basically saying, as Reuters puts it, that they missed red flags about Epstein's abuse of women. Now, a Monday filing in U.S. District Court in Manhattan hit Musk and said that he may have been referred to JP Morgan by Epstein. So they subpoenaed him for records related to this. Musk says, quote, "That cretin," referring to Epstein, "never advised me on anything whatsoever." He put out this tweet. You can see it on the screen. We just read that part of it. "The notion that I would need to or listen to financial advice from a dumb crook is absurd. JP Morgan let Tesla down 10 years ago despite having
Yeah, Brett Skrieg, I probably should say, yeah, when I say millionaires and billionaires, like I'm talking about people that own the means of productions. It's easier to say capitalist, but once you say capitalist, you know, you turn a bunch of people off. They're like, oh, you're one of those people. Yeah, I'm one of those people that differentiates that draws a distinction between very wealthy people and people with the kind of, you know, wealth that produces more wealth, and people with the kind of, you know, leverage and control over the very mechanisms that in charge of production.
Tesla's global commercial banking business, which we then withdrew. I have never forgiven them. The tweet ends. Ryan, what do you make of Musk's reply here?
Yeah, the interview was really weird. It's Patrick Bet-David, and like this guy, like Patrick Bet-David. Okay, I don't want to make any accusations or get myself sued by Patrick Bet-David's legal team, but I've heard from a number of people that I trust that the source of his income is something akin to an MLM, and that he used this wealth that he created, that, you know, through whatever you want to call MLMs, right? Which some people say scam is an appropriate description. He used this wealth to essentially, you know, the thing that Brianna Wu's doing by like paying streamers to insert herself into conversations. That's what Patrick Bet-David is doing, but on a larger scale, right? I mean, Brianna Wu is obviously, comes from money and, you know, married into money, and she's, you know, pretty wealthy. But I get the feeling that Patrick Bet-David is like on a whole nother scale. And that's what he's doing with his money, essentially buying influence and buying maybe fame to a certain extent.
And what do you make of the move by the Virgin Islands to subpoena him?
I mean, it does seem like a fishing expedition on the part of the Virgin Islands, but there's plenty of evidence that they did know each other and go around in similar circles. If you remember,
MLMs are huge in Utah.
Back in 2020, it was reported that Epstein was trying to get close to Elon Musk, and to do so, he set his brother up, Musk's brother, with Epstein's former girlfriend, and also was given a tour of the Tesla, the SpaceX facility out in Hawthorne, California in 2012. So that's Epstein, after his conviction, touring a SpaceX facility. He also had some type of Musk went to his mansion at one point, but Musk claimed that he went there only for like a half an hour in the middle of the day because his then wife wanted to do research for a novel. Musk said that he was, quote, obviously a creep of Epstein. He also had, I think, he attended a dinner organized by LinkedIn founder Reid Hoffman. Reid Hoffman.
Here we go. This is like the usual suspects: Reid Hoffman, Peter Thiel.
Helped finance E. Jean Carroll's lawsuit.
Okay. I didn't know this about Reid Hoffman of LinkedIn.
A big kind of
Democrat. You know, it's funny because like Peter Thiel's like other claim to fame is financing lawsuits against Gawker, right? If you don't know, Peter Thiel is a gay man. He was in the closet for a long time, and he was outed, I think, by something in Gawker, right? Gawker, and he held this grudge, and that's why he financed Hulk Hogan's lawsuit, which I believe eventually took down Gawker as an organization. Yeah, he never forgave them, right? Because he wanted to continue to be in the closet and I guess wield the power of a perfectly a privileged person, and he's got this one aspect of, you know, his identity that is, you know, not privileged, and he wanted to keep that a secret, and he wasn't able to do so because I guess of something that was published in Gawker. Anyway.
Donor, it was, quote, was at his house, was at his house in Manhattan for about 30 minutes in the middle of an afternoon, but they said that a dinner was organized by...
I can't stand Elon, and to think I used to want a Tesla. I mean, I would love an EV, like, right? If it was like a good EV, if it was a quality EV, and if it wasn't like built to spy on me and to like grab my data.
Reid Hoffman, and that Musk didn't have anything to do other than kind of accepting the dinner invitation. So, you know, some significant points of contact between Musk and Epstein there. And certainly Epstein...
I mean, Thiel's an influential guy, very, very, very influential guy.
Would want to get close to somebody with Musk's global connections and his wealth, and
his like
took steps to do that.
Like technological interests. Yeah.
So while it's a fishing expedition, you know, sometimes...
So Eroc's got a theory. The last thing I settled on was that Epstein was a honeypot scheme by the Mossad. So then what's the deal with his, like, is he, you know, are you saying that the diddling is like a, what do you call it? Like a front? Like, is that a distraction or something?
You catch fish if you go to the right place with the right bait.
Yeah, and I mean, like, it just totally hypothetically, even people who recognized Epstein as a creep, who did come into contact with him, may have valuable information about that, especially if they were in that, like, Venn diagram with JP Morgan.
Venn diagram, Kamala!
It's not, I think the idea that Musk is implicated in wrongdoing is what he's responding to, because it's not fun to get headlines like that you've been subpoenaed by the Virgin Islands in the Epstein lawsuit with JP Morgan. But yeah, I doubt this leads to anything significant about Elon Musk. Who knows? He did sit for an interview on CNBC yesterday. We have one clip here. There were a lot of sort of tidbits that came out of it. He kind of, per usual, talked about everything. But let's roll this clip right here. This is E3.
I mean, when you link to somebody who's talking about the guy who killed children in a mall in Allen, Texas, and you say something like it might be a bad psyop. I'm not quite sure what you meant, but...
Oh, in that particular case, there was somehow that's not that the...
Oh yeah, we do need a Venn diagram emoji. We've got room for more emojis, by the way, right? Both on YouTube and on Twitch, right? And I should have some. I just like, part of it is like I don't have the money to commission art. I feel like I'm on the precipice, chat. Like I said, August looks like it's gonna be a good month for me, and hopefully, you know, then I'll move from being kind of like in a place where I'm not sure, you know, where my rent is coming from, to a place where I'm, you know, have like a surplus and can start to maybe hire an editor would be awesome, right? To put out videos, because I got to do something. I am noticing that I think my content strategy is lacking, right? Not in terms of the amount of coverage of content. I think I'm covering like a lot of stuff. But it's like one, like the quality of the coverage, because I'm doing too many hours on stream, and two, the ability to put out that content in a usable, viewable form that's got reach. So ideally, you know, I would have YouTube videos, TikToks, you know, all forms of content going out, videos going out on Twitter. Well, yeah, Twitter. I was about to say, Elon is making it harder to do a lot of the cool things on Twitter, right? For instance, I have streamed on Twitter before, and you know, done spaces on Twitter before, but now those are things that require the $8 upgrade, which it's not as much of an issue of money there. As, I mean, that's an issue of that too, but like, it's more of an issue of like, I don't want to give this guy $8. I don't want to contribute to Elon's, Twitter thing being financially rewarding, right? I want it to crash and burn, and I want him to sell it to somebody normal.
Obviously people were killed.
Yeah, there's true. So people keep on saying TrueAnon. I looked this up, and when I look up on Epstein, Elon, and TrueAnon, I'm not finding anything.
It was, I think, incorrectly ascribed to be a white supremacist action, and the evidence for that was some obscure Russian website that no one's ever heard of that had no followers.
I just want to get to the cool part of content creation where I am being inspired with what I'm covering, and I'm inspiring other people and breaking new ground and, inventing new things. Like, I want to get to the cool part, and I feel like I'm so fucking close to that. I can taste it, chat, but it's just like, I mean, this is what it feels like. Like to be a starving artist, a kind of a rare breed. Usually, people that are that don't have the financial backing are don't go into shit like this, right? Shit, precarious businesses or lanes, so to speak. Okay, wait. Let me see if I can find this. All right, Elon Musk, Epstein, TrueAnon. That's what I Googled, and I'm not finding it. Is it that TrueAnon's like only available in podcast form, maybe? Because like I know that some podcasts are like, if it's on iTunes, sometimes it's hard to get elsewhere, or it's like exclusive or whatever.
And the company that found this is Bellingcat.
Right.
And do you know what Bellingcat does? PsyOps.
Right. I couldn't really even follow exactly what it was you were trying to express there, so that's in part why I was curious.
I'm saying that I thought the ascribing it to white supremacy was bullshit.
I mean, first of all, he just got Bellingcat as a psyop on CNBC, so major props to him for that, because he's mostly correct on that point. On the white supremacy point, that's a different question. I think it's obvious. I mean,
wait.
police have confirmed.
So on the substantive point, he's completely obfuscating as he's full of shit. But yeah, like we got that elbow on Bellingcat. That's wow.
That the shooter, whose name we won't repeat, had white power tattoos, despite the fact that he was Hispanic, and has made this argument. Sagar and I talked about this last week, and you can go check out that video because Sagar wanted to talk about this question of, can a Hispanic be a white nationalist?
Well, maybe I'm misspelling TrueAnon.
Nationalism, from what we know, he was like actually explicitly making that argument. So whether or not you think it makes sense is another question. The shooter himself thought it did make sense.
Right, and there are also white Hispanic people. Like that's a thing. Like there's enormous amounts of racism within the Hispanic community. So that is, certainly could fit too. But this seems glommed onto more of an American version of it. But right, so I think what's interesting about this is Musk is disgusted.
Yeah, I'm literally not finding anything on, like even when I just type on Elon Musk TrueAnon, right? I'm not finding anything on YouTube. I'm guessing it's because of the podcast thing I mentioned. No, wait, they do have a YouTube channel. They do have a lot of Elon Musk content. Elon allegations. Oh yeah, chat. Also, you remember that $45? Remember that $45 Elon was going to give Trump? Remember that $45 million a month that Elon was going to give Trump? I guess that's not going to happen now. Now he's still got some kind of PAC that he's running for Trump. So, I mean, that there's still, he's helping Trump, right? But when he was asked about that recently, he kind of pulled back some of his support for Trump, which is wild because, as soon as the, assassination attempt happened, he was like all in. That's how I felt. Like I felt like he was saying, I'm all in for Trump. And he's flipped.
That there could be some.
But here's what I'm frustrated about, chat. This is actually probably the most interesting part of the stream, right? And like, don't take this the wrong way, because I'm not trying to, get us down. I'm not trying to be negative or dwell on negative things, right? But this is probably the most interesting part of the stream. And we are at the lowest level of our viewership. And that's a problem. And that makes me think that I got to take time off of streaming and really work on that viewership stuff, really work on putting out videos and stuff like that, right? It's how can the shooter have been racist when he was one of the lesser? Oh my God, psyop. Yeah, Chud thinking. Yeah, Hispanics can be white. Hispanics are not a fucking race. I used to listen to TrueAnon, and from what I remember, fourth or fifth podcast, were free. Most of their podcasts are behind every fourth and fifth. Okay, so most of their stuff is behind a paywall. That makes sense why they try to keep it off the YouTube. So really, maybe I should try to be careful about this. Several Wolf says TrueAnon 3-part series about Elon is really good, and it is on YouTube. It's long and audio only. Oh my God. Well, it sounds like it's worth checking out. But yeah, this is what's frustrating to me, right? Is that I feel like I have numbers on some of the like I'm not complaining about my numbers, chat. Like overall, we've gotten more than we've gotten more than 23,000 views, right? But it's the fact that it's dwindling, like, right? And also, like, I'm kind of like, wait, is this not a title that YouTube Shorts fucks with? Because I've noticed that depending on what title you put on your stream, also part of this is, likes. Like, I'm supposed to farm likes, but I feel like I mean, I talk about I don't want to talk about non-stream stuff. Like, I feel like I already do enough discussion of like the, bonus segment already. And I don't want to like add to that by being like, by the way, you should probably like the stream. Have you liked the stream yet? Do you want to like the stream? Can we get some more likes on that? Let's like the stream, right? That like ideally, if you look at the majority report, that's something that mods will do, but they've got a lot more mods than I do. So
conspiracy theory about him when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein, but is willing to
and also I'm sure mod spamming like the stream would get annoying to people too.
Throw out a much more ludicrous conspiracy theory that Belling. So
what if we brought TrueAnon on as like what if we tried to just bring somebody from TrueAnon on and have them bring the content to me? That's what my theory is.
To try to explain what he's saying there, because the interviewer was...
But yeah, massively frustrating.
Well, and I think Musk was sort of confused too, because I feel like he shoots from...
And don't get it wrong. It's not your fault, especially like if you're watching the stream at this point, it's definitely not your fault. It's not even the people that aren't watching me right now's fault, right? It is my fault, right? Look, this thing rises or falls, based on me, and it's my responsibility to oh my God, thank you, Blitzkrieg. Thank you for the donation on Throne. That really helps me out quite a bit. Yeah, like I said, this is the month that's going to be really tough financially. But look, I'm looking long term. Okay, so I don't want to God, I feel like I'm trying to talk. I feel like Destiny. I'm literally talking in a manic way like Destiny was, when he's started going off on the whole dead internet theory and stuff like that. But what I'm trying to say is that like there's a lot of interesting stuff to talk about. I mean, this stuff I find incredibly interesting. This is a rabbit hole that like goes on for miles and miles and miles. And I need to just find a way to have enough time to really concentrate on putting out content in a digestible form to bring new people into the stream, because like I said, it's up to me to make this work or not, right?
The hip. Like, first of all, every time we talk about a Musk clip,
yeah, thank you, Blitzkrieg.
I think it's the same thing. Like, the guy seems completely like overworked and overtired, shooting from the hip. Like, he tweets about so much stuff every single day that there's no way he could be like completely versed in every story that he's weighing in on with this like massively influential profile. And I feel like he himself had incomplete information about this theory that he's positing.
Yeah, or selectively incomplete. We can't know. But so it's not at all surprising that Bellingcat would be the one that would surface this guy's information. What they are is one of the most sophisticated kind of private intelligence companies around the world that works for, a variety of corporate clients, NATO, like they have all sorts of different clients. What they do is they surf the entire internet. They do it in lots of different languages.
Yeah.
They're very good at it.
They are good at it.
And it's not surprising that they would be the ones that first would land on this guy's profile. If you give somebody at Bellingcat, say, like just a handle, like here's a guy's handle that he was using on Instagram, with a couple of clues, they'll be around the world quickly.
Yeah.
And the idea that a complete loner nut job was using a Russian-based forum should not at all be surprising.
Right.
Like, so that's the thing where Musk is saying this doesn't make sense. Therefore, there must be a conspiracy. Like, this loner was using this obscure forum to post his racist rants.
Yeah.
That, to me, I'm Elon Musk, that doesn't make sense. You should be posting as a loner your racist rants on 4chan or whatever. Like, if it's outside of that, then it's a frame-up job, and then it gets even crazier. Because if you draw out what he's actually alleging here,
yes,
and what was being alleged at the time, is that this guy was not a white supremacist, but that the feds were framing him up as one, were planting his rantings on obscure...
They were planting his rantings.
So that they could then elevate the specter of white supremacy and use it to crush domestic dissent and take away everybody's guns. Like, that is...
Anonymous, thank you for your donation on Throne as well. That's very generous. Yeah, thank you for everybody for all the support. That's a weird thing too, right? Oh yeah, that's what I was trying to say, right? Is that like, okay, so here's like, and I don't, like, again, not complaining, right? Very few people get to do what they love for a living, especially when it is, content on YouTube, right? So many people try and so many people fail. And I consider myself lucky, and I am grateful every day to be able to, to even do this like by the skin of my teeth, right? Which I am just by the skin of my teeth right now, but I can see over the horizon where it could be like more than the skin of my teeth. And, I could potentially hire an editor and, pay people to do things like, that some people have been doing out of the goodness of their own heart. The other thing too is just like having more people like in chat, having a bigger community makes it so that like, because what I see is like a lot of the same people are donating, and I appreciate that so much. And that it's like, it kind of bowls me over, right? That people have like this much faith in me. And it makes me want to make the stream better. It makes me want to make the content, the quality of the content, like better and better and better, right? The fact that people are willing to like, sort of invest at a very low level, while I'm a random small streamer chick in the stream, on the possibility that someday it'll be something so much more. But yeah, like really concentrating on, having a lot of content going out that's pulling more of an audience in creates a larger audience to where that, like, I just don't want people to feel like that they have to, like the same people have to donate all the time. If it's a bigger audience, then it's more like, there's more, people kind of making, smaller contributions rather than a few people that are really awesome and super generous. And, I hope they're taking care of themselves and those they love first and foremost. But, very, very grateful to have the ability to, do what I love for a living. But I feel like if I made the audience slightly bigger, and again, chat, this is all on me. This is all on me to do with this. I mean, I can... I appreciate, the sort of word of mouth that you put out there, sharing my content and other such things. But I get that I don't make it easy, and that when I'm just like all about streams and all I have is VODs, right? There's a lot of people that I'm not reaching that I could be reaching because I don't have the time to take and put out that content. So I'm going to be working on that. Got to get some juicy clips out there. Yeah, exactly. You're right. Several wolves. You're exactly right. You know what I'm talking about. I'm not trying to waste too much time because I know we're, yeah, you have a good night, Britzkrieg. But yeah, thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Britzkrieg. Thank you for to everybody that's supporting me. It's kind of overwhelming. But yeah, I'm gonna try to do my part and put more clips out, like several wolves is saying. But let's look. I want to watch this clip because this is like a year-old video about this whole Elon being subpoenaed over the Epstein lawsuit. And then there's a more recent video from Kyle Kulinski that we'll take a look at, and then I guess, well, I'll probably go to bed after that because I haven't left myself with any time. Once again,
the conspiracy that he is alleging
yes.
happened, and still alleging it after the police have said, no, we have his body. It's covered in white supremacist tattoos.
Yeah.
And you even had some people, thankfully.
Can Elon not be a piece of shit, says Black Ambulance. It's doubtful. It's doubtful.
Musk didn't engage in this, saying, boy, those are really fresh looking tattoos.
Mm-hmm. Oh, was that you, Erok? Thank you. Thank you so much.
It's like, whoa, you guys have lost your minds.
Yeah, like I said, this month is going to be really hard for me. So yeah, I massively appreciate everybody who's donating on Throne or on Cash App or on PayPal. Those are ways that the money gets to me like immediately rather than going through YouTube and taking a month, which is how YouTube works. They pay me a month behind. So because we didn't do that well in June, I'm kind of struggling through this month, but I feel like I'll get through it. I feel like we'll get through it. Let's finish this segment.
Finally, if you want to take the entire conspiracy theory seriously, this is like the 400th mass shooting of the year. I mean, I'm pulling that number from thin air. We've had dozens and dozens of mass shootings, and we have not, as a result, taken away the guns of anybody. Plenty of those shootings have been by actual white supremacists that nobody denies are white supremacists. So why on earth would the feds think that what we need is one more?
You orchestrate it.
We're going to orchestrate a mass shooting because the last 400 haven't allowed us to take anybody's guns away.
Yeah.
But this one, we just one more.
Okay, wait. He's making fun of the conspiracy theorists, right? Because like that's the conspiracy theory about the white supremacist shooter. Right, that Elon's like saying, well, this is Bellingcat, and so you can't trust them. And it sounds like Ryan Grimm is doubtful. I sometimes wonder about him. Like, I don't know. It feels like he's a little bit more susceptible to some of this kind of, I don't know, gray zone tangential stuff than, some of the other people that I watch, like Sam Cedar. But I think he's making fun of the idea that this is an op. This is a psyop, right? That's what Elon is saying. It's a psyop to try to get people to ban guns so then the CIA can come in and do whatever, or I don't know. It sounds like a reach.
It's one of those conspiracy theories that's predicated on an often like unspoken truth about Bellingcat, right? That doesn't, because that is unspoken and true, that they get funding from the National Endowment for Democracy, which basically functions as the CIA.
They do propaganda for,
like it's sort of like what the CIA or like the OSS, if you go back, it's sort of like they kind of do that stuff. And so they have funded Bellingcat, but that being true and being also unspoken does not mean that there's this broader conspiracy theory and that Bellingcat, because they were the first to make this connection to white supremacy, it was a setup to increase surveillance powers. Like, listen, they're proud right now to say that they're increasing surveillance powers. They don't need any more predicates. Like they have they talk about January 6th every single day as a predicate for increasing surveillance powers on average Americans. So yes, like just because it's predicated on something that is unspoken and is also true, which is Bellingcat's connection to the intelligence community and things like the National Endowment for Democracy, doesn't mean that, that tip of the iceberg doesn't mean there's everything else under the water.
Hey guys, ready or not, 2024 is...
That's a good point. All right, so let's take a look at one more thing that I wanted to go over as far as Eli. See what I mean? Look, chat, you hit that sub goal, and even though all the other viewers abandoned me, I'm giving you all this content nonetheless, right? Because I do appreciate it, and even if there's just like some diehard people left over. I am going to wait. I'm looking for one more thing that I wanted to. Oh my god, I had one more video. That's the TrueAnon stuff. Oh my god. It's on Secular Talk.
All right, guys. So
Jordan, I can find it. Not live. Where are we at? Oh god, the Biden being dead crackpot theory. Yeah. What else? Elon says his. Wait, I swear to God, I thought it was Kyle Kulinski. Oh my God, chat. Resist this peanut. There we go.
So I'm perpetually amazed at the ability of right-wingers online to pretend like me and my people are anti-establishment, and the Democrats and the liberals and the leftists, they're all pro-establishment. In fact, somebody photoshopped a picture. You're going to love this. They photoshopped a picture of Kamala Harris with Jeffrey Epstein. They took a picture that was Kamala's husband and turned him into Jeffrey Epstein and posted that as like, aha, the darling of the establishment. Look, here she is with Jeffrey Epstein. It takes some fucking nerve.
Black Amulet says, has this woman not heard of the Patriot Act? Yeah, so this is Breaking Points, right? It's started by, what was it, Crystal Ball and Sagar and Jetty. These are the two former hosts of The Hill, the Rising on the Hill. So before Brianna and Robbie were the host, it was Crystal Ball and Sagar and Jetty. And the whole idea of this content, right, is you take somebody nominally from the left, Crystal Ball, right, you know, with you maybe caveats, right, and somebody nominally from the right, Sagar and Jetty, and you put them together. So the idea is you get like a little bit of the audience from the left, a little bit of the audience from the right, maybe some debates, maybe bring on, you know, people to debate. This is where the Destiny debate about the turning cookies into rockets happened, right? So they do produce some good content. I don't always agree with everything that they have to say, but the woman that you saw, that's their right wing. That they kind of have like several, right? So they have Crystal and Sagar, but they also have Ryan and Emily, right, as two other hosts. And Emily's definitely like a host that's, you know, more or less on the right. So that's kind of where she's coming from. So if she's got a bias towards not, like, you know, paying attention to, like, yeah, what about the Patriot Act? What about, you know, all this right-wing stuff, right? That's where it comes from.
To make that picture, when there's like 400 real pictures of Trump with Epstein and videos of Trump with Epstein and comments of Trump on Epstein that are positive. So you're accusing Kamala of being the Epstein candidate. Trump's the Epstein candidate. And by the way, who else isn't, you know, floating around in this world? Elon Musk, of course, who the anti-establishment right-wingers love. Well, guess what? Now we got a story about him involving Epstein. There's that very famous picture of him and Ghislaine Maxwell. He didn't like that very much.
He said that she photobombed him.
I think he suppressed that on Twitter for a while. Elon Musk's ex, this is in Gizmodo. Elon Musk's ex is reportedly resisting a subpoena in Jeffrey Epstein.
So that's not Elon Musk's ex, like, you know, like as in somebody who was married to or somebody he was dating, right? This is Elon Musk's company. This is Twitter. Elon Musk's Twitter is reportedly resisting subpoena in the Jeffrey Epstein related legal case.
Huh? X is allegedly fighting multiple subpoenas related to a case involving two Epstein accusers. X, the website formerly known as Twitter, is reportedly stonewalling subpoena requests related to a...
So it sounds like whenever Elon is forced to sell and somebody else takes over, they should probably do another Twitter files. They should probably look through their documents and see what's happened.
Legal case involving a dead financier and sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. Why? Nobody knows, but it sure is weird. Huh, you don't say. You don't say. That is kind of weird, isn't it? According to Business Insider, the social media platform refuses to give up information about one of the accounts linked to an Epstein accuser, a woman named Rena O. Amen. The legal case is otherwise unrelated to the platform itself. Instead, it involves a spat between OMN and another Epstein accuser, the more well-known Virginia Giuffre. While both women claim to have been victimized by Epstein, the dispute between them involves mutual accusations that they also participated in Epstein's criminal activities. Business Insider reports Ghislaine Maxwell recruited Giuffre at Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago club in Florida. Huh? Remember, all the so-called anti-establishment right-wingers, they love to bring up the Clinton connection with Epstein, which, by the way,
That's real. That's legit. Clinton's sus as fuck.
Bringing that up too.
Both Clintons. I mean, not necessarily on Epstein, but both Clintons are sus as fuck.
I don't have a dog in this race. I'll tell the truth across the board. But they bring up Clinton and Epstein and talk about Epstein nonstop. Weird. Nobody brings up how prolific Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell were at Mar-a-Lago, recruiting at Mar-a-Lago. Bringing her to Epstein, Giuffre has blamed OMN for participating in the abuse by sexually and physically abusing her in the early 2000s. In 2021, OMN and Giuffre, alleging Giuffre had defamed her with those claims. Giuffre countersued, alleging OMN was Epstein's girlfriend. In court filings and public statements, each has accused the other of acting as one of Epstein's recruiters rather than a true victim. Look, the fact of the matter is, depending on how it unfolds, you could basically be coerced into being in some sort of a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, and then you're used there on out. Now, it's like a gray area of agency and how consensual it is, right? Because if you're helping him commit his crimes, it's horrific. But also, if you were sort of coerced into, and there was crimes done to you in the first place, it's sort of like a brainwashing type thing, right? But either way, this is some dark stuff. The process of legal discovery is currently...
I mean, this is what I get for trying to watch a PBD video and take it seriously, right? Like, I feel fucked with 2 Metal. I feel fucked with by Patrick Bet David. Like, I mean, this is a fucking known MLM guy, apparently. Allegedly.
Conspiring to acquire evidence related to the case, and both women's attorneys are reaching out to relevant third parties.
I was just interested because, like, it's a guy that I think of as being, like, on the same side as Elon Musk, and here he is a year ago doing a video that sounds like an expose. So I'm kind of like, what's going on here?
As part of this process, Giuffre has attempted to get access to one of OMN's former accounts on X that involved correspondence with Giuffre.
Wait, OMN? That's what... every time I was hearing about this, I thought it was OMN or something like that. I thought OMN.
This account was previously suspended, locking OMN out and cutting off access to DMs. While a simple request by Giuffre's lawyers for access to the account would seem a no-brainer, Insider writes that attorneys representing X have countered with baffling, lengthy legalese-filled responses.
So Ghislaine's defense at her trial is that she is actually a victim of herself. Wait, so like that Epstein used leverage to make her to make her recruit for him? Someone on Valuetainment Crew mastered the technique of powerful clickbait. Yeah, especially with Epstein, right?
Saying they wouldn't provide any records. And that, in one case, a company lawyer wrote that OMN had access to the X records and they could ask her, even though the whole point of the subpoena was that OMN couldn't access her data from her account. Gizmodo reached out to X for comment, but didn't immediately receive a response. What exactly X is playing at here is anybody's guess. As of May, X's founder and former CEO Elon Musk was tied up in another legal case linked to Epstein. The U.S. Virgin Islands, the territory where Epstein's infamous pedo island was located, subpoenaed Musk earlier this year for any communications he might have had with Epstein and with JP Morgan Chase. The Virgin Islands is currently suing JP Morgan Chase and has accused the bank of enabling Epstein's crimes. Musk isn't accused of any wrongdoing in the case, though he is one of numerous Silicon Valley luminaries who have been subpoenaed in the case, including Google's co-founder Sergey Brin.
Okay, so he's not accused of any wrongdoing, right? But there's an investigation that he's not cooperating with.
And Larry Page.
And that's the interesting part to me.
You tell me how deep this web goes, bro. You tell me. It's pretty weird that every single billionaire...
Is it just me, chat? Maybe it's because he wears like a white suit and he's got like white hair that looks a little bit like it's it's platinum blonde, but it looks a little bit like gray hair to me. Like and he's got that accent, right? His overall presentation is almost that of like a country lawyer. Does anybody else feel like you're listening to a country lawyer when you're watching Kyle Kalinske?
Robber baron, economic royalist, political hack. They all seem to have some connection, right? They all seem to have some connection to the
Yeah, at least Kyle is straightforward with this.
CEO of Elite Sex Crimes Incorporated. Strange, isn't it? Hey, y'all, do me a favor.
I mean, there we go. It's something. It's hard to tell like what we're looking at. Like I said, it's not the kind of connection where it's like he was on the island or he was on the jet or he's accused of abusing a minor or something like that. It's not like with the Dershowitz stuff or with the Clinton stuff or with the Trump stuff, right? But it is weird that he's got information that they're looking for in the case and that he's not being forthcoming with it. That's what's strange. Ryan Grimm outlined the connections that I've heard. JE funded some Elon Musk projects. Epstein, they hung out and traveled together. Yeah, and there was like an acknowledgement, I guess, that that Elon found Epstein creepy. Like there was one quote, somebody quoted him as saying, like, Epstein seems like a creep, which, yeah, I mean, yeah. Like, but what, then why are you fucking with him? Like, why are you, that's what I don't get. And this whole thing about paying for people's, so, like, paying for people's, like, education? Like, I don't understand it unless it's something like that there are people that were involved in the illicit stuff that Jeffrey Epstein was into at a young age. And you know, go with me for a second here. So you know, he pays them off at a young age. He keeps them happy. And then when they're, you know, wanting to go to graduate school, you know, maybe he's like, oh, you want to go to Columbia and you don't have money for that? Here you go. Right, so he's kind of keeping them happy. Is that what's going on? It's hard to tell. Kyle is just trying to become the KFC guy. He kind of is the KFC guy a little bit. I'm 50-50 on trusting Musk. I'm still researching him and watching his moves. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't trust him at all. Nothing about him. At no point in his life, right? Would I ever trust this guy or any of the PayPal mafia for that point, right? Whether it be Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, or any of these other fuckers, I do not trust them. Not as juicy as other Epstein associations. So chat told me to check out TrueAnon. Now, I gotta be honest with you here. Let me show you what I found in terms of TrueAnon. All right? Don't get too excited, though, because I don't think we can watch it today, like, if ever, but there's some of TrueAnon's content. There's their channel. Somebody's telling me that it's like every fourth show they put out for free. So wait, like that's part 3 is unlocked. Wait, no, these are all like part 2 says unlocked too. The lamest show on earth. Is this what people are talking about? Yeah, and you're right. It's podcast format. Elon Musk allegations. It's all 2 years ago. Elon's blue check fire sale 1 year ago. This is the story I was talking about today in terms of Elon flipping on. I don't know if he's flipped on Trump. Like look, this makes it look like, right, the Vosh video, Elon betrays Trump, makes it look like Elon is turning against Trump and he's going after him. That's not what I understand. What I understand is that he was going to give him $45 million a month, and that he flipped on that. He went back on that. For whatever reason, he decided, when asked about it, oh my God, masked psychogenic event. Jesus Christ. Elon Musk's brood 1 year ago. Robo Elon 1 year ago. Elon and Zuckerberg MMA fight. the most boring fight that never happened. This is Brace. What is his name? Brace Belden? Explaining Tolkien? Are they talking about the orc thing from, like, remember, Vosh was yelling at, the chat was calling Russians orcs? And, like, look, if you're talking about, like, the fucking invading army, like, I mean, I guess it's something that happens in war where, the enemy gets, dehumanized and called some name like that. But it's like when it's like applying to just like Russians for being from Russia, that seems like a little much. But again, I never went into the whole like Vosh thing. One day, yeah, this is the one we just, wait, is this? Yeah, this is the one we just saw. Brace Belden's message to Elon Musk. Well, look, Brace is still alive. That's a good sign. What is Slam Pig? Can we watch this?
Parents hate me and shop owners love me.
Parents love me.
Really?
I mean, oh, are you kidding?
Yeah.
Come on. Charm offensive, my friend.
I try, and I just fuck it up every time. I won't say who this was with, but I once was meeting a girl's parents for like one of the first times, and her parents asked me if I had like a cute nickname for her. This was on like not Valentine's Day. It was like Easter. It was like a family gathering, and I panicked.
Oh no!
And I said Slam Pig.
What?
That's
what? Seriously, what?
I you did it.
Yeah. I got.
What does that even make it make sense? Why are you calling anybody Slam Pig? What does that mean? I have literally no idea what that is. What's up, Green Bean?
Liz, I don't know. I was like crestfallen. I said it and then immediately was like,
why would you? Wait. So you didn't have a nickname for your girlfriend? Because why would you? I've never dated anybody that I have a nickname for that. Like a cutesy name, you mean? No, I don't do that. I don't, I mean, I guess it's common enough, right? But I don't do that. Yeah, it'd be weird too. Like if somebody was like, oh, hey there, Irie, why? Like if I was dating somebody and they like called me like Irie or something, like I don't know. That's like a pet name. Like that's what we're talking. That's the kind of thing we're talking about, like a cute nickname. Like I would look at them and be like, who the fuck are you? And what did you do with my lover? What did you do with my lover? I need to know. Like, right? Because that's not my lover. My lover doesn't call me some weird fucking baby talk name. That'd be so weird. Chat, if I was in a relationship with somebody and they started baby talking with me, it would freak me the fuck out. I wouldn't know what to do.
That's like the worst thing you could say.
Absolutely. I was mortified. Like I was...
Well, wait, it's the worst thing. Why is it the worst thing? Okay, so first of all, yeah, it's probably bad to come up with a name for your girlfriend that involves a pig, right? It's probably even worse to come up with a name for your girlfriend that is like, and then tell it to her parents, right? This all sounds like I'm right with you, Brace. This is a bad idea. You don't know why you did it, and I don't know why you did it, and oh my God.
Like it was like, I got in real trouble for that one, but it was like automatic. Like you can't do that to me.
It's some kind of innuendo, like she slams big. I'm guessing, yeah, it could be commitment chick. Seriously, relationship nickname. Oh, are there serious relationships? I always hear them like, like a baby talk names or something, like mushy washy, lovey dovey kind of stuff.
I know, you're Dennis the Menace.
It was a bro moment for me. It was
a definite bro moment. Yeah.
Pretty bad bro moment.
Get out of that one.
I never really did. That sticks with you. You can never get out of that.
Wow. All right, so that's Brace Belden from True Anon, friend of the pod, the Chapo Trap House pod. But I don't know. Am I gonna have to bring this guy on or something? Am I gonna have somehow get this guest in order to understand like what the fuck? Like okay, so here's what I feel like, chat. All right, go with me. I feel like most people out there know more about these conspiracy theories of like Jeffrey Epstein, P. Diddy. I mean, stuff where it like legitimately looks like maybe there is a conspiracy here, right? I'm not talking about stuff where it's like Alex Jones shit of like, yeah, the Bilderbergers, they go and they go to the Bohemian Grove and they sacrifice babies to Moloch. I'm not talking about shit like that. I'm not talking about obviously fake conspiracies. I'm talking about stuff where it like kind of seems like there's something weird. Like I talked about earlier, the JFK assassination, right? The truth, the official truth is kind of stranger than fiction, right? It kind of doesn't make sense. It kind of feels like there's a piece missing, and there's definitely a piece missing in terms of like motive for, you know, what's going on there and the background of Oswald and, you know, the question of a possible second shooter, right? That I don't think that's, you know, I don't think that if you have questions about JFK, you're some kind of weird Alex Jones freak. Why do you do such a good Alex Jones voice? I don't know. That's a good question. Bilderbergers. Yeah, the Bilderbergers. The Bilderbears Foundation, right? We gotta worry about the Bilderbergers. But that's and the Chi-Coms. Remember the Chi-Coms. Chuds obviously just see, but I feel like I am remedial in terms of my conspiracy comprehension, right? I know a lot about politics. I predicted Joe Biden dropping out of the race way back in the spring. If we can ever find the clip, I did actually predict that several times. So there's a few clips of me saying, I think that it's going to not be Trump versus Biden, right? And people are like, no way, they got it locked up. It's obviously Trump Biden, right? I predicted it. So I do know some things about some stuff, but when it comes to conspiracy theories and motivations and these kind of like honeypot, you know, schemes and like, you know, international intrigue, I'm just like, I'm trying to conceive of it. I'm trying to imagine like, what is Epstein, if not like a creep who helps other creeps get access to minors, right? Like to me, the straightforward thing, I don't really understand much past that. I don't understand. Brace was in punk and hardcore bands, and he was an addict. After he got clean, he snuck into Syria to join the communist militia. Wait, did he know like Piss Big Grandpa and stuff? Like those people? Wait, that's him? Wait, Brace is Piss Pig Grandpa? Oh, wow. Okay. Granddad. Sorry, I got it. I misremembered. Piss Pig Grandpa. That's even better. Yeah, like one of the people who went over to Rojava. The last thing we need is Biden croaking in office. I mean, I didn't predict that, but here's what I predicted. I predicted that one or more of the presidential candidates would not make it to running in November. Now, I wasn't saying like is going to die, right? I just said, you know, and it was like something like this that I thought about, right? Biden's health, Trump's legal liability, although it looks like that's going to be less of an effect. But there's also Trump's health, right? And you know, we almost had a situation where, like, I mean, I don't know, would Biden have stayed in if Trump had gotten fully assassinated? We came apparently like a few inches from both of the candidates being out of commission for the election, right? I don't know what would have happened then. It would have been auto win for Kamala. Okay, yeah. I mean, I kind of think so too. I think they would have replaced Biden at that point. But yeah, I feel like there's still a shoe to drop with Trump. I don't know what's going to happen, but I still feel like there's some chance. Now, here's what would be cool, and I don't think it's actually going to happen, right? I think it would be cool if the Republicans somehow were like, well, you know what? If they're going to take Biden out, we're going to take Trump out. Not take him out, right? I'm not saying anything like that. I don't think the Republicans are going to. I'm not saying they're going to Epstein him, okay? What I'm saying is they would replace him with another candidate or but I don't see how Trump is the kingmaker of the Republicans. So if you look at the Democratic Party, as near as we can tell, Barack Obama is the kingmaker, right? Barack Obama is the one that told all the shitty candidates to get out of the race and endorse Biden so they could keep Bernie from winning the 2020 primary, right? And Obama also seems to be one of the more powerful voices pushing Biden to actually drop out, right? So I think it's pretty safe to say that Barack Obama, you know, kind of a once-in-a-lifetime speaker, could have been a transformative presidential candidate if he had wanted to. I guess he didn't want to. I guess he didn't really want to change that much. All he was there for is to kind of like slow walk reform of medical care and make sure that we didn't get the things that he promised us in the campaign rather than actually deliver on those things, right? So, you know, he's not a good guy, but he is a powerful guy. He's an influential guy in the Democratic Party, right? But as far as the Republicans go, I don't see anybody more influential while he's alive than Donald Trump. And there was a moment where the Republicans maybe could have pushed him out, but they either were incapable of pushing him out or they did not want to push him out because maybe they think that they don't have anybody else to go to if it's not Trump. Trump is a once-in-a-lifetime figure for the GOP. They're going to milk him as long as they can. Okay, so as far as comparing Obama to Trump, right? I think that it's a bit of an asymmetric comparison because Obama is a once-in-a-lifetime charismatic figure, a once-in-a-lifetime good speaker, right? Whereas Trump is, the only thing I can give him credit for is his luck. He's got unbelievable luck. The fact that he went up against the Republicans that he did, the fact that they could not get it together to solidify early behind one candidate and beat him, right? Because he's an outsider, right? They did not want him to win because he's not one of them, right? In fact, there's a lot about him that they wouldn't have trusted, like the fact that he donated so much to Hillary Clinton, the fact that he was good friends with Bill Clinton. There was a lot not to trust about Trump, right? But the Republicans could not get their shit together and form like a singular front against the guy early enough to do anything about him. And then he ran against Hillary Clinton, who is like a once in a life, like Hillary's the bookend to Obama, right? Whereas Obama is a shining star of charisma, Hillary is a black hole of negative riz. Hillary is somebody that combines institutional power, which she had, with bad political instincts and like I said, negative riz. And so being the person who gets to run against Hillary Clinton is pretty lucky. I would say being the person that gets to run against Joe Biden is pretty lucky, and Trump got both of those. But yeah, Trump's a real case of right place in the right time, and also not being in the wrong place at the wrong time, right? Remember, if he had turned his head a little bit more that bullet would have hit him. If he had turned his head a little bit less, that bullet would have hit him. That guy is unbelievably lucky. The devil's own luck. The devil's own luck he has. Yeah, Kamala's basically secured the nomination. That's true at this point. It's would be very, the only thing that I think that could, like, if she had a super scandal, if she was on Epstein's Island or something, right? You know, maybe that would change things. But other than that, yeah, she is officially the likely nominee. And you know, but I would say in all but the most extreme cases of something coming up that nobody anticipates, right? It'll be Kamala. The Republicans have like zero appeal to the next generation of reactionaries. They're establishment dinosaurs for the most part. Even Trump, to a certain a degree, I don't think is what the next generation of reactionaries want. They'll use him. They'll deal with him. You know. But I mean, you know. There's a lot of people in that group, like, right, angling for their own power, and there's factions within that group too, right? You got your Groypers, you got your Tradcasts. There's probably like some intersection. There's probably some Venn diagram between them. You've got you know, people like Bronze Age Pervert. And I guess what would you call him? Like an influencer that's kind of like gotten too big for his britches. And the people like Steven Crowder and Ben Shapiro, like, I don't know, I feel like they're yesterday's news. Even Candace Owens, who's a little bit more savvy than the rest of them, as far as reading the tea leaves and realizing like who's got the power, I think she's a little bit of a boomer when it comes to what is, you know, coming out of the water as the neo-reactionary Republican Party. Need a unified third party? Curious about the Bronze Age, dude? Yeah, this is, or the Bronze Age itself, or the Bronze Age collapse, even. I don't see a scandal, but then again, I thought the same with Fani Willis. I don't think there really was a scandal with Fani Willis. I think that was, like, opportunism. Like, the only thing she did wrong is she like fell in love with somebody that she hired, right? But as far as conflict of interest, right? What would a real conflict of interest with Fani Willis look like? If she fell in love with a Trump official, right? Or like if she fell in love with somebody involved with Trump, right? That's a conflict of interest, because then you got a prosecutor that maybe has reason not to prosecute, right? The idea that she'd fall in love with a guy that she is working late nights with is actually kind of normal. And I don't actually see a problem with it. But yeah, they'll make it into a problem, and they'll, you know, use it. They'll milk it for all that it's worth. Like, you know, it's really unfortunate that happened, because that case that was one of the cases that could have probably gone through. Why doesn't she pass the case to someone else? That's what I thought too. But I don't know the most about, like, legal stuff. So maybe there's something I don't understand. Is Bronze Age pervert more or less perverted than a modern day pervert? I'm trying to remember where the pervert stuff comes in. He's into Nietzsche. He's into Nietzsche's concept of the Dionysian versus the Apollonian, right? So these are two Greek gods, Dionysus being, aka Bacchus, the god of the feast, the god of the orgy, the god of wine, right? That's Bacchus, right? And then you got Apollo with his harp, learning from the masters, the music of the spheres, the way that music should be, like perfecting his art, right? That's Apollo. So they're like opposites, right? They're a binary. They're bookends, right? And I guess, like, culturally and artistically, Bacchus or Dionysius represents the romantic movement and art and music and everything else, right? And well, Apollo, I don't know, what would you call, like, neoclassical or classical, right? That's more like Apollo's vibe. And I think that Bronze Age pervert is on that Apollonian sort of, kick, right? That Apollonian tip, right? And so his whole thing is aesthetics, and I mean like aesthetics as in, the male form, right? The beauty of the muscular and perfected Giga Chad. The birth of tragedy? Is that where the Nietzsche talks about the Apollonian and the Dionysian? But yet there's a lot of weirdos. There's a lot of weirdos that have way more power in the right wing, especially in the minds of like younger right wingers, which do exist. It's not the majority of the right wing, though. The majority of the right wing is the Facebook MAGA boomer that maybe used to be into QAnon, and maybe they're not anymore. Maybe they've moved past that, or maybe they just call it something different. They're definitely the kind of people that get scammed, they get conned. I mean, look, the thing about Trump is that he's a magnet, right? He pulls people to him, and both in terms of people that he can con, people that he can trick, people that he can offer something that they've wanted, drain the swamp, get the, corruption. Anybody can see that, the United States government is full of corruption, and he says he's going to get the corruption out of that. Turns out he is the corruption. But the people that are attracted to Trump are the same people that fall for scams, right? It's meemaws and peepaws sometimes too, right? It's older people. And so, because of that, right? Because Trump's attracting all these suckers, every con artist wants a piece of that. And if they can associate themselves with Trump and say, put on that MAGA hat and say, I'm one of you guys. Let's drain the swamp. I'm about it. I'm about it. Let's do this, right? Then they can get some of that money too. Can only imagine the freaky stuff that people did in the Bronze Age. Or never changes. God damn, we got to get back to Fallout New Vegas, chat. You know where I'm at in that? I am like I just completed High Times and GI Blues. Right? So we're kind of in like, oh my god, what's it called? The NCR place? Camp McCarran. We're sort of in there. We got some stuff to clean up, finish with the Crimson Caravan. Some stuff to finish up at Freeside, and then maybe go into the Vegas Strip. I just know that like that instigates a whole bunch of stuff, and so I've been holding out on it. I wanted to do Old World Blues first, right? And get kind of power up with some of the weapons from Big MT, but I'm sorry, Big Mountain, like let's say it correctly. But I started in on it and I was just way underpowered. I was getting like just destroyed by the lobotomites and the dogs and all the other stuff there. I was like running out of stim packs. I got Boone. And I got Eddie, and I feel like that's a pretty powerful team. I know that technically people say that Arcade Gannon is better than Boone. And definitely well, no, wait, that's right. You can't take them to Old World Blues though, no matter who your companion is. That's the other thing, right? I was super overpowered with Eddie and Boone, and then I went to Old World Blues, and you gotta lose them, and I was just getting my ass kicked. Tabitha, oh my god, Tabitha's so cool, and Utobitha. New Vegas rocks. I miss playing it. Not a lot of time these days. Yeah, me too. It's like there's a lot of time that goes into it. Yeah, chat. I gotta figure out. See, this is the thing. I somehow gotta figure out how to gear my streams so that maybe I spend like, I don't know, 3 hours, right? Or 4 hours. Let's say like 3 hours, and then the fourth is like the bonus hour, right? If I could do that, then I'd have more time to cut content and to play some games. Like as it is right now, I think I need to like rest my voice. Can you tell it? My voice is like really tired. Going to war lines, the wrong people's pockets. Yeah, that's true. It crashes so often. I've only had one crash, but I'm playing it on a rig. I've only had one crash, and it was in the old Mormon fort, and I was so worried I didn't go back to there for a while, but then I went back to there and it was fine. So yeah, I think it's just like occasional bugs, occasional crashes. But yeah, it is like, look, I'm a fan of like the Atlas RPGs, like, right? That's the game. Those are the games that I've been playing. I think the last one I was on was like Persona. The last one I seriously got through a lot with was Persona 2. We beat Innocent Sin, and we got into Eternal Punishment, and then I think I had a computer crash and I lost some of the files, so I don't know if I want to restart Eternal Punishment or what. I love games like this. I played Skyrim a while as well, EverQuest. Yeah, there's something about though, like New Vegas, that it's more what do I say? Like there's a lot to the Persona games for sure, right? There's a lot of depth there. But in terms of the breadth, I guess, yeah, like the breadth. It's got a lot of breadth. There's so many different ways you could play it. There's so many different things that are like optional that you can do. It lends itself to almost like a sandbox kind of thing where you're creating your own Vegas. That's what it feels like. I never felt like, yeah, the Westernness. Yo, you know what I really miss though is the music, because I played through the first night that I played it, I had the radio on, and I was really digging like the vibe. You get the vibe through the music. You get the Western and the, I don't know what you want to call it, like the old world kind of vibe, like through the music. But I got copyright claimed like all over the place, right? Most of them were just like, yeah, you got to share revenue here, you got to share this there. But then on, I think it was like Big Iron, the Big Iron song, they straight up gave me a not monetizable, and you are banned in certain territories, like, right? And that's the kiss of death. That's the kiss of death for a streamer, right? You can't have that shit happening. So I just turned the radio off, and it sucks because the radio is so good. The radio asks so much. Really should get Obsidian to make another Fallout with the Fallout 4 engine. You're late to the party. Yeah, the party's almost over. My voice is almost cached, as they say. Are you men? Are you into men? What are you saying? Mr. Freshman, what kind of weirdness are you bringing to my stream? What kind of strange new world? Need to get into more games. Pretty much only been playing Elite Dangerous for years because I picked it up. Yeah, I've heard that one's really good. TTS for board games. Trump makes people feel like it's okay for them to be open about their bigotry. Yeah, but Trump's grown up with no shame and utter entitlement. And somehow people are like getting high off of his ego supply. That's my theory, right? Trump exists in a land of ego addiction, and it's just really appealing to a lot of people. And it's like a they get vicarious they experience his lack of shame vicariously through him. It's a narcissist dream, yeah, basically. It's Marty Robbins that sings that song. Love to see me get into Elden Ring. I've heard that one's really hard. Right, I think I need to get good before I can play Elden Ring. Think that people just feel like Trump really listens to them. Ironic, considering he's only listening to himself. It just takes persistence. So what, you got to die a lot? Because that's what when I see like Kai Cenat play Elden Ring, like it's just like, how many deaths did Kai Cenat? And I'm not like dunking on him. I'm not like, you know, like I would do worse, right? Kai Cenat is like 8 times the gamer that I will ever be. It's good for wait, what is good for depression? You're talking about Elden Ring? No, but it's honestly, Green Bean, what you say is interesting, because like the idea of a politician listening to anyone. It's kind of exotic in this world, kind of otherworldly. To be honest, Elden Ring isn't too bad. Just use spirit summons and summon friends. If you can persevere through it. The music is great. Wait, the music for Fallout New Vegas. Yeah. Yeah, no, like people were always telling me that this game was really good, but I don't know why. I kind of thought that it just wasn't for me. Like there was something about Fallout. Maybe it was just the cheeky like Pip-Boy stuff, or like the Vault Boy stuff. You know, like everything is like 50s, and it's like, you are special, SPECIAL, special. I'm just like, okay, come on now, come on. Just like depression, it's getting through, yeah, or like grinding to grow your social media presence, kind of. I suck at persevering through things. I'm just not naturally good at it. Probably why I'm not good at much. Aw. You've only played Sim City and City Skylines? Oh yeah, that's a very particular type of game. That's a vibe. Yeah, so it's all about how you're viewed by the people, right? So I see you say the people, but you don't mean all the people, do you? You mean some of the people. Like, I know what you're saying. I just want to unfold this a little bit. I want to like pull this out, right? And get down to exactly what we're talking about and what the distinction is between the people and the not people. Because that's a big part of the Trump equation, too. Because you had another leader who would talk about the people, but it was in a different language and it was in a different time. So instead of calling them the people, he called them the Volk. We gotta do it for the Volk. It's all about how the Volk see you, and some creepy ass parallels between these two men. Although I wouldn't say they're the same man. No, it's the weirdest thing for me to just be talking to chat while I have this Elon Epstein connection as my title, right? It's gonna bring in a very particular chatter. And I'm glad to have you here, particular chatters. It's interesting. But like I said, I have streamed for way too long today. My voice, you can tell, is completely trashed. And I gotta get to sleep. And I gotta figure out a way not to stream so long in the future, because it's just like I'm not having enough time for other stuff that I need to do, including putting out content, including bringing in new people to the community. That's what happens when you make videos and you make TikToks and you make shorts and all the rest. Yeah, but I mean, like, you're right, that like, you know, Trump's got a great sense of self-awareness, right? When it comes to certain people, but he just appears so different depending on where you're standing, right? Like if you're standing in one place, then you're like, yeah, he gets me. He's just like me. Yeah, for real. Like, right? This guy, look, I got a feeling that there's forces beyond my understanding and comprehension, and they're fucking me over 6 ways to Sunday. And this guy says he's going to do something about that. He's listening to me. He's hearing me, right? You got that on one side, and then you got on other people on the other side. It's just kind of like he's a con man. And he's lived his entire life as a con man. And he's fucked over so many people, and everything that he touches, with one exception, with one major exception, that being his television show. Everything that other than reality television, where being a hot mess is kind of a feature, not a bug, like he's absolutely failed at, right? if you or I were to get Trump's money, right, and I'm talking about his inheritance money, right, the initial seed money that Trump started out with, right, if you or I were to be given that money at the time when Trump was given that money, and we made just very basic bitch investments, like we took, just the easiest, most conservative, small c conservative investment, we'd be a lot more wealthy than Trump, right? So he's got like, what is he trading on? He's trading on a reputation. Where does his reputation come from? Certainly not his overall business trajectory, because he failed in as a real estate magnate. He failed as a casino owner, and then he finally succeeded. And let me give him a little bit more credit, right? Two things, right? One is branding, right? One is that people remembered him not at his remembered him at his like apex, right? At his in the 80s, remembered him at his most wealthy, most influential, most ostentatious, right? And because of that, his brand is like, oh yeah, like really nice, rich stuff, like really expensive, but the finest stuff possible, right? So you'd think that if you buy a Trump steak, you're going to get the best steak possible, and you don't. And you'd think that if you're going to Trump University, you're going to learn to do what he did, but he didn't do it. He failed. He had like all kinds of support that most people don't have, and he still fucked it up. So yeah, it's a real difference between where you're standing as far as like how Donald Trump appears to you, right? And I don't even think of like, I don't even think his detractors know like the depth of his failure. The way that he's not like, if you imagine like a what is it called? A bell curve, right? A standard distribution bell curve, right? If you imagine that bell curve, right, and you want to place Trump on it as far as his success in business versus like the input into that, you'd be putting him way on the left, right? And that's not how he's seen by a lot of people, even people that hate him. They put more stock in his acumen as a businessman than he's actually worthy of. It's the strangest thing. But like I said, he's got the devil's own luck. All right. Yeah, gold spray paint, pretty much. I'd find you at the racetrack. You wouldn't put it in the S&P 500, Green Bean? Or just buy some, like, just invested in some crypto even, I think would probably be better than what he did. I don't know. Perceived value. I don't know, but I feel like if anything, look, Trump is emblematic of the country in some ways, right? And I'm talking about the deceptive nature of Trump, the scheming nature of Trump. The narcissistic nature of Trump, right? It describes, in some ways, it actually does describe the American spirit to a T. See, with that kind of shit, though, Green Bean, you'd have to be like the person that's like, putting something in the horse's feed, right? You'd have to have some inside knowledge. You'd have to go and, pay a visit to a jockey the night before the race and be like, you're going to lose tomorrow. You're going to lose. You're going to come. No, you're not just going to lose. You're going to come in third because I got a bet placed on you to show or whatever, right? You real specific. Anyway, chat, I have been trying to get off of here for like hours, and I gotta make it happen. Okay. That's why McDonald's loves him. The devil's luck. He's very reliable revenue stream for him. That's kind of yeah. He does have the devil's luck, right? He eats a terrible diet. Do you know about Trump? The thing about him is that like there's so many stories about this guy, right? One of the stories is that he saw one of his friends was like working out on a treadmill, and he walked in and he's like, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "I'm exercising, Donald. It's good for you. You should try exercising yourself, right?" And he's like, "Nah, no, I am not. You never catch me You never catch me on one of those things. Why not, Donald? It's really good for you." And his argument was that he thought that everybody's got a certain number of heartbeats in them, right? And that once you get to the last heartbeat, that's it. You're gone. You're dead. You die. You drop like a fly, right? And so if he gets on the treadmill and makes his heart go faster, he's going to die sooner. And so he doesn't want that. And I mean, he is still alive. In the American Psycho book, Bateman looks up to Trump as the ideal New York rich guy. I mean, that would have been a thing in the 80s. Like I said, he was huge. Like his relationship to the National Enquirer, for instance, right? That came out in the trial about the hush money. That started in the 80s, and he cultivated his image like using tabloids, right? For most people, tabloids are, if you're rich and famous, tabloids are like an annoyance, right? They're always following you, taking pictures of you, finding out that you're having an affair. But with Trump, it was like, yeah, no, take a picture of me with this supermodel, right? Go ahead and take a picture. He used it. He used it for his own glory, for his own legend. Yeah, yuppie culture. I mean, he did. Yeah, I mean, that's the America he kind of exemplifies. Although not really, because like, I don't know. Yuppies are boomers, right? Like, it's the irony of yuppies is it's like the same generation that produced the hippies. And some of the yuppies were hippies. Like, wait, does Steve Jobs fit into this? Would you say Steve Jobs is I don't know if I know he did some hippie stuff. I don't know if he was actually like a, attendant at Woodstock. But Trump was definitely not at Woodstock. I mean, Trump was not in Vietnam, but he was also not at Woodstock. In fact, I don't even know, he is a boomer, right? Trump is technically a boomer. Well, I mean, it's a yuppie is a very specific time and place, right? Obviously, there's, what we call the professional managerial class today, which, something akin to yuppies. It stands for young urban professionals. But I'm not saying that Trump is targeting yuppies. I'm saying that well, you can't even call him a yuppie, though. You can't even call him a yuppie, right? Young urban professionals, these are people with good jobs, but they still got jobs. They're still working for a wage, right? Whereas with Trump, it's like he's given money and he invests the money and it looks okay for a while. It's okay until it's not okay. And then it crashes and then his dad comes by and bails him out, right? That's Trump's deal. He is the, he's the yuppie's yuppie. The young, PMC. Well, I mean, look, a doctor, like any kind of professional, anybody that's got like a, nice 6-figure job, technically kind of the same thing as a yuppie. But they got a really bad rap. Yippies were the 60s. So in the 60s, there's hippies, right? Everybody knows hippies, right? but there's also yippies. The hippies spend their time exploring their consciousness, right? Getting high and getting, tripping and all that stuff, right? And then the yippies were like, we got to change the world, man. Vietnam is a fucking hellhole. I don't want to be taken off to Vietnam. All my friends are going to Vietnam, and 3 of them are dead already. You know what we're going to do? We're going to go in the Democratic Party primary, and we're going to find the most like left-wing person that says they're going to end the war. We're going to kick LBJ the fuck out, and we're going to get that person elected. And it turns out between the yuppies, or the yippies and the hippies, they did succeed in getting somebody elected, but that somebody turned out to be Richard Nixon, right? Richard Nixon used the the chaos and disorder of the Vietnam protests and the hatred of the hippies to say that we need a president that stands for law and order. And then you have the rise of Nixon. Yeah, I mean, I actually don't have like a bad attitude towards like PMC people. I have dated quite a few. In fact, wait a minute. Chat, have I dated anyone who's not a PMC? I think I must have a type. Jesus Christ, I think that's right. I think technically everyone I've ever dated is like part of the professional managerial class. That is wild. Yeah, wait, yeah, seriously, everyone. I mean, like there's one person in tech though. I don't know. Do you call like a programmer? Is a programmer a yuppie? Is a programmer a PMC? Picturing PBD like it's a press conference for an athlete. That's right. I'm signing up with Patriot Front. Wait, what was the connection between PBD and Patriot Front? I feel like we talked about it. His only exercise is golf, right? NCC will soon have 6-figure content creation job. Would that make me a professional managerial class hole? Would I turn into a PMC? PBD signing up for Patriot Front. Oh, that's right. You were the one that told me about PBD and Patriot Front. I forgot about that, Shakespeare. It sounds like I have standards. Yeah, I go for high value men. That's it. I'm a hypergamous. I'm writing that carousel. Have I tried MILF coin? I mean, as an investment? I do have a team, mods and stuff, so I'm a professional managerial class hole. Well, chat, I would like to have a team, right? Because like there's only so much that you can expect from somebody when they are operating on a volunteer status, right? And that is like next to nothing, honestly. Like I appreciate people modding for me. I appreciate people doing artwork for me and fan art and anything at all. Honestly, I appreciate the fuck out of my team. But ultimately, yeah, it would be great to be able to kind of like bring people up and make it like a job. I don't like broke rednecks. Well, it's not about a question of liking or disliking. It's just a question of who I end up with, because I don't ever really think about it, right? It just sort of happens. And all of a sudden I'm in another relationship and, I'm going out to dinner with someone and, yeah, taking the red pill. Apparently I'm giving the red pill, right? I'm the horrible femoid that turns men into men going their own way, or manosphere heads, right? I'm the freaking rocket fuel powering the manosphere, chat. They get with They get with me, or they get with bitches like me, and it just makes them into these horrible misogynistic assholes. I have a natural attraction to people that are driven or successful. I mean, not really. I feel like I'd be happy with an artist, right? Although the one thing I wouldn't be able to do for an artist though is like subsidize their art. I wouldn't be able to help them. We'd have to be in a polycule, right? We'd have to have like another person who's like the stable one, and then me, and then I have sex with the artist, and the stable person is working all the time. Oh my God, chat, that sounds like a nightmare. That sounds like a nightmare polycule. That sounds like a horrible polycule. Or people fetishize me? Wait, what? Make a non-profit? Success isn't measured by wealth. Yeah. There's so much more to do. But in this culture, in this capitalist fucking post-capitalist hellscape, this fucking late-stage capitalist hellscape, right? You've got a situation in which, for the most part, any even quasi creative job, I won't even say artistic, because like I don't think that what I do is particularly artistic. It's creative, but it's not artistic. But the only way that you get to do creative shit or artistic shit, and I'm like the exception that I know of, right, is you gotta come from money. You gotta come from money. You gotta be married to money. You gotta ride that carousel of cash all the way to the top. Omega Star says, I'm an artist, but not a venture capitalist. That's what we need, chat. We need to get me dating a venture capitalist, right? And then all of a sudden I'll change my tune about Peter Thiel. I'll be like, he's not so bad. He's not so bad. Actually, Elon's pretty cool once you get to know him. I do meta fabrication. It's really satisfying. Wait, Da Vinci? Are you talking about the software Da Vinci? Relationship stuff is what I want. I honestly feel like we're missing out on a lot because of capitalism, like art, right? We get art from one kind of person. And look, I'm not going to be hateful, all right? Because yeah, I think you people already know that these are the people I fuck, right? But I really wish that we lived in a system where more kinds of people were able to do art, were able to be creative, were able to make stuff, where it wasn't this whole thing where you got to have this giant ass safety net made of money for the most part, right? Again, I guess I'm an exception. See, I don't have money that fucks, but I fuck money, and so then I get high expectations. And based on the high expectations, I take the plunge into a situation that most people would rightly regard as too precarious. Too precarious to even fuck with. I am literally I'm dancing on the edge of the cliff. I am the tarot card number 0. But as tempting as it would be to take that plunge and fall over the edge, I got a long-ass journey ahead of me, all right? I got a whole set of paths to travel, and I got to see what's down every single one. I got to see what's behind every single one of those cards. And that's the game I'm playing. I don't recommend it to anyone else, all right? I don't recommend it. And we can hope that some of that Trump luck will rub off on yours truly. Because I need it. I need it more than he does, chat. I need it more than he does. Art is being drowned out by profit and greed. Yeah, yeah. And look, I'm like, I could go a totally different way, right? And I've heard people do this, right? And just really shit on people that come from money and that are able to have these like, that are able to kind of indulge their passions for extended periods of time, long enough to, get rich, get famous, get well known, from what they do, from what they make, right? It'd be really easy for me to, struggling as I am, to see these people and to hate them because they are doing the same high wire act that I am doing, but they got a net underneath them and I got nothing. But I don't want to be like that. And I don't actually, like, as somebody who's a leftist, I don't actually think that having money makes you a bad person. I think that having money can make you, like, make it harder for you to develop empathy for people who don't have money. I think that having money, if you are an asshole, can make that asshole nature, like, show a lot more prominently. But it's not even the idle rich that are our enemies at the end of the day. It's the system itself that needs to go, right? And I don't think anybody needs to get hurt for that. I mean, if I'm being real about how revolution works, usually people do get hurt. Mostly working class people get hurt. But yeah, some of them too. So some of the wealthy too, maybe. But I don't think it needs to be like that. I think that the ultimate revolution is a revolution of consciousness. And it's recognizing what can be without the burden of what has been. And with that, chat, with those wise words from Kamala's Mamala, I leave you tonight, and I'm gonna get some sleep. I'm gonna get some bed. I can't talk. Money's the root of all evil. I mean, I get what you're saying, but I don't know. Get Hunter selling finger paintings for millions. Hey, I wish he would finger paint me. No, just kidding, chat. Just kidding. But I do need a fail son. Oh my god, chat. Send me a fail son. Anyway, good night, everybody. It's been really lovely talking to you. I don't know when I'm going to be back at you next. Maybe, I don't know. I might take a day off. My voice is kind of fucked. I got to recover my voice. And I might need to take care of some things. But if I'm gone tomorrow, that means I'll be back Friday. If I'm here tomorrow, that means I'll probably be gone Friday. Anyway, chat, I need to get some sleep. I need to rest my voice. And I need you to take care of yourselves. Okay?
But now there are freaking communists invading.
Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other as much as you can, okay? Sometimes we're all we got. And don't be so hard. Don't be too hard on yourself no matter who you are, okay? Anyway, good night, everybody. And I will see you probably on Friday.